What's up, everybody? I hope you've all had an awesome week. Thanks for stopping in tonight. Triple B, nope. How's it going? So before I introduce our guests here, really quick shout out to Jelani and Brooks. You might know them from PCP Movie Nights. They have a channel called Go Figure Reviews, and right now they are doing a special uh, Christmas show and tell. So if you want to hop over there, give them a like, say hello, tell them Jay sent you. I'm going to pop that link right here in the chat for everyone. I'm not even a figure person, but it's Jelani and Brooks are hilarious to me. So, all right, super excited for tonight. We got first up somebody who I'm not even going to say my plug-in guest host when Sean's not here. I'm just going to say my guest host for when Sean's not here. We're going to bring him in. It is the weird one, Mr. Eddie Von B.
Ho, ho, Hydra! How you doing, everybody?
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Now, Lorena, hey, what's going on? So my next guest is somebody I've been wanting to get on here for a while too. This man, everybody who watches the XP's got to know this dude. He's got so many nicknames. His high school yearbook committee had to make a volume 2 just to fit them all in. It is John Ioannis Castle Spiliotopoulos. Welcome in, brother.
Whoa! Let's get some going tonight. I am excited. We're going for 12 hours.
Oh,
Let's
geez.
go.
I like your style, Big Jen.
Wow. I don't think Jen is gonna let me do all that. Like,
How you doing, brothers?
oh man, it's good. Just like with Ed, this is the first time me seeing Ed face to face. Now, and Ed's been on. This is the third show, I think. But it's good to finally see you folks. You know, where I can actually talk to you, and it's not just through a chat.
Yeah.
Like I dig that a lot. Yeah.
I'm glad I'm on with Ed. I mean, we do talk every once in a while, but I love this guy. So
I love you too, brother.
Except for one thing, I think he knows, but the Detroit Lions.
Oh.
Okay.
Come on, give us one good year out of 60, will you?
No, you know, I'm kidding. You know what? It's really funny is that how I'm a Bucks fan, Buccaneers, and it's almost the same. You know, we've been sucking for so long, and I think you guys are like 2 years behind us. You know, getting better and better and better. You know, I'm happy. No, I'm kidding. I'm happy for you guys. I want you guys to win, except when the Bucks come. So, which I have a feeling it's going to happen in the playoffs.
But you got a Super Bowl.
Oh, we got 2.
I haven't even seen a Super Bowl.
It's coming.
Hey, Stevie. Hey, Dan Price. And for those who don't know Dan Price, he is co-creator of an awesome comic called Bigfoot Knows Karate. They got a pre-launch. Again, I'm going to be sticking a lot of things in the chat here. A lot of links. Make sure you go check that out, man. Bigfoot Knows Karate. You think you know exactly what the book's about until you get halfway through it, and Sean and I were just blown away. It was one of the most shocking comics we read the year that it came out. Absolutely, Dan. Thanks for being here, boss.
That's awesome. Sorry.
No, you're good. No, here's what I'm going to tell you right off the bat, okay? If y'all want to talk to each other, if y'all want to ask each other a question, don't wait on me. Like, this isn't like an interview show. This is just us hanging out. So, you know, if ever you want to talk about something, whatever you want to talk about, you know, feel free. But there is something that I like to do with the folks that first come on. And it's what was the comic that you read when you were a kid where you were like, I love this. I love this. And it just kind of sucked you down that rabbit hole of comics.
If I have to do that, I have to tell you how I got there. And it's actually a really, everybody tells me it's a really cool story. So, I am from Dover, New Jersey. Now, when people hear that, they should automatically come up with, especially in comics today, is the Joe Kubert school. You know, Joe Kubert used to be my neighbor. And for many, many years, he was Uncle Joe to my brother and I. Did not know who he was. Didn't know he was this, artist and all, because my mother and my next door neighbor, they used to clean his house. And they became very, very close. And because I used to, the whole family used to go over to them for Thanksgiving, for Christmas, for holidays and all. And my mother actually, what happened was, before Joe Kubert opened the store in Dover, he actually opened his first school in Wharton, New Jersey. And it was like a double trailer, so it wasn't that big. But on the opening, my mom was selling hors d'oeuvres and drinks to everybody. And she used to talk to Stan Lee. I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me, right? So what happened is that the school used to be my middle school. They closed that middle school and went to another building, and Joe Kubert bought it, right? So him knowing my mom very well, he asked if we had any rooms to rent for any of the students, because he wants to get like a program. And my mom said, yes, we have a basement. And it's a 2-bedroom. It's 1 bath. They have to share a bath, And he was like, okay, no worry about it. And he even said, I'm going to pick my 2 best students and I will pay for them. I don't want them to pay for nothing. So what happened was, these 2 20-year-olds moved into my basement, and I'm like your typical 11-year-old, 11-year-old, like, who the hell's downstairs? My mom. So I went walking downstairs, and I opened the door, and the room looked like a messy comic book store. They had comics everywhere, and I was like, what the hell is this? My first time seeing comics. And so the artist down there, he was like, you never read books and all stuff like that? No. And he used to like feed me comics, and I would sit underneath his art table while he's drawing and all shit like that. And he made me buttons, he made me everything. But so that is how I got into comics. And what's funny is, the guy that used to live downstairs, his name was Michael Chen. Michael Chen just retired like a couple months ago, a year. He was the dean. He ended up being the dean of the school.
Oh, wow.
So what I do is, every conventions, I see the Joe Kubert, the school, the panel, whatever, or desk, whatever they're at. And I would go there and I would tell them the story. And I was like, you have to go back to your dean and say, hey, he used to live in my basement. And every time, like maybe a couple days after the con, he would write to me. He goes, would you please stop telling that freaking story? As a joke. So that's how I got into comics. And I remember my first comic that I actually bought was, I don't remember the number. I was looking over here. I had it here, but I don't know where it went. It was Flash. And it was the issue that Barry broke the Reverses Flash's neck. And also, that was my first book. And I remember buying that. So, yeah. And then the rest is history.
That's awesome. So now I got to ask you the big question. What got you into Punisher?
Punisher, I got into once I was in the military. Once I got into the military, I got to reading again, because that was the only time that I actually stopped reading, is when I went to boot camp and school and everything, because you couldn't get them. So then after, when I was stationed out in San Diego, there was literally a comic book store freaking, walking distance. And I remember liking the Punisher beforehand, but I just thought he was cool looking or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was in the military when, Garth Ennis had all that run. And I just feel like if something happened to my family, I would do the same thing. Now I know he's not a hero.
Right.
I get it. Not a hero. And actually, the writer and the creators don't even want you to be like him. That's how he was, and I enjoyed that he wasn't a hero, but he was still trying to do good and all. And it just, it was he's very grounded, no powers.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say that about Batman. Yes, he has no powers, but Frank is just another guy, well, depending on the storyline, I guess, whatever. But the majority is he's just the guy. And I just love the look also. And I love the stories that they told too. So that's how I got into it.
Oh, okay. Now, here's the one that I've been really dying to ask you, because I found out from Ed, I found out from Nope, I found out from Triple B. How did you find the experience?
Robbie.
From Robbie? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. From Robbie, and because he ended up doing and still doing the Monday show. So because I really got on the comic book internet YouTube was actually through Bueller.
Mm-hmm.
I actually told him this story before, is that I saw what it was at Coffee on Comics. I saw that show and I watched it one time and I was like, who's these two old people trying to tell me about the comics? This is garbage. This is garbage. And then it came up to my feed later on, and I don't know what the difference was. That I was like, holy shit, this is a lot of fun. It is, right? And so he used to have Robbie on his show as a pick of the week. They had a thing like they had to. Robbie's show came after for the weekly thing. They had to guess what it was. So, and if they got it right, I don't know what it was. So I saw Robbie, and then I went, been on his channel, watching and all stuff. And then he went to the experience and he goes, hey, do me a favor. Can you? Yeah, I'll say that. And that's how I got started and all. So
We just hooked you and you just stuck around, huh?
yeah. I enjoyed the Monday and Wednesday show. That was the two shows that I was watching mainly for a long, long time. And it was the first claim show that I actually ever saw, except from Bueller, that he did it, or I never got into that Whatnot and all shit like that. So I actually liked the claim books, and so unfortunately I spent a lot of money that first year. So yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like being behind the scenes on the art show with Nick.
Yeah,
seeing all that beautiful art, man.
Yes. I bought the only page I bought, and it's really funny. So I'm watching his show, and he had Born, the Punisher miniseries, page number 1, for sale. And I saw it, and and he said $1,000, right? But what happened was that same day, my wife had all her teeth pulled out because she had rotten teeth. So she had to get, a lot of work done. So she's in bed, all painkillered out. And I asked her, hey, baby, can I get this? And she goes, anything, honey, you deserve it. You deserve it. So I got it. And trust me, when it came in, she was like, "What the hell is that?"
Smartest man alive, right there.
So that's the trick. Amy, when do you go to the dentist?
Yeah, yeah. So that's funny, but yeah, because I had to stop watching him because I don't know if it's a disease or something. That I don't watch the Wednesday show anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see me on Mondays. Because I like to represent, Robbie, and also I enjoyed Mondays with when it's the whole crew, Rex, John, Robbie. Yeah, I wish Wednesday they would go back to that instead of just having Rex on. They need to have like a two-person thing. So,
well, what I've been suggesting, a little insider baseball here. What I've been suggesting is, as much I love Robbie to death. I've said that forever. Robbie is one of the main people that we kind of modeled ourselves after when
sure.
we decided to do a channel. But Robbie also does a lot. And I think that having Robbie on maybe once or twice a month and using the spot that Robbie would be in to bring in Jessica Court or Tracy Medina or one of the other artists, I kind of wish we could do something like that. Like, I'm not saying I want to kick Robbie off the show by any means. So,
Now, why don't just do the Wednesday one? Because
well,
it's himself.
the thing is too though that it's a lot of backstage things with the sales between the two shows too.
Oh, okay.
So if we eventually did go back, I'd want to do that on both shows. You know,
Yeah.
Rex can handle his own, like he can, but he also, I feel like he works a little better when he has somebody there with him.
Yes.
Just like these lives I'm doing now. This is why I wanted to pull people from the audience in. So it's not just me trying to talk for 2 hours. I got folks to talk to and they can talk to each other. And before I go any farther, Ed,
What did I do now?
hold on, let me get the thing set up right. That ain't it. That ain't it. There we go. We'll do that one for now.
Oh man, that is awesome, dude. That is so awesome. Thank you for that, brother.
Now, will you do me a favor and I want you to tell Castle and the folks what this is.
That is a book that my daughter illustrated. She is the illustrator of that entire book. She has her own Discord server where she does anime stuff, and an author found her server, liked her work, and hired her to illustrate that book. So she is a published artist in a kid's book, and I couldn't be more proud.
Oh my God, that is awesome.
Yep. When you were on here last time talking about it, hey, Nope got his too.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Nope. Appreciate that, brother.
Jenna heard you talking about it, and she's like, "Send me the link." I said, "Okay." She goes, "Okay, we're buying it." I said, "Okay," and it got in. Yep.
Send me the link, please. If you can, not now, just later on Messenger or something.
Okay.
Because
I know I still got it saved somewhere, but
yes, yeah, I would like to. I love that artwork. A lot of boombox artwork. That's what it looks like, which is great. Is she still doing stuff? And
oh yeah, she's been drawing it since she was like 5. And I got her one of those how to draw anime things, manga, and she's just been going crazy ever since as a hobby. And then she started her own Discord server when the lockdown was going on because the kids weren't allowed to go to school. So that was the way that she could keep talking to all her friends. And it actually got popular, and she ended up making friends overseas. And there's quite a few people on her Discord server now. And like I said, they go on there and they share their art and stuff. And an artist or an author just happened to see it, become friends with her, and now she's published.
That's awesome.
I just can't believe my little girl's 20. That just kills me.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Mine is 24, and he's still an idiot. So,
well, mine's known everything since she was 5, so I haven't had to worry about that.
It's funny. So after on Friday Night Live, after that show gets done, I talked to Nancy for like hours. Like her and I, like awesome conversation that I have with her most of the time. And we got on the subject of what I was doing tonight, and I said, "Yeah, Castle's going to be there." She goes, "Huh, that should be interesting." Like, he seems like a really nice guy. I when she talked to you on the phone, I guess for something,
Yeah.
and I was like, "He is," and I said, "The thing that gets me is Castle's a little bit like Superman to me." And I didn't say Superman, but I
I
said
was
something
gonna
close
say,
to it.
yeah.
But in my mind, I'm like, the more I think of it, he's like Superman. Here's a guy who is 7'15" and could just be the biggest asshole if he wanted to be. I said, but Castle is such a good dude. Like, it blows my mind. Is there something in your life? Was there a person in your life? Was there just some situation to where you're a big ass dude? You could have been a jerk. You could have been forceful to get your way, but instead you're just like the nicest guy. Like,
Well, I owe it to three people. I owe it to my grandparents. Growing up, I saw them a lot during the summer. I was, New Jersey, when the school ends, it's June 20th, right? June 21st, I was on a flight down, and I used to stay the whole summer here. And then in September, they would drive us back up. I did that from the age of 5 to 15. So they actually taught me like how to drive, how to ride a bike, how to swim, how to be a nice person and all. Um, so I owe it to them. But then, ironically, when I went into the military, I was a totally different person when I came out. Not for the better, right? And then many years I wasn't happy, and then I met my wife. Brittany, 25 years, and she means everything to me. I love her to death, but she made me who I am like today. Yes, I have people. Just recently at Walt Disney, freaking guy came up to me. He goes, "Excuse me, are you a wrestler?" Because do you know the guy that you never want to see walking down an alleyway? Well, you're that guy. And I mean, out of the blue. I mean, ironically, this just happened like 2 weeks ago. So I can understand. Um, especially during my bodybuilding days. Forget about it. Um, but I just was happy, even during the bad times or good times. I was always, eh, if it's bad, it's bad. If it's good, it's good. So, but that took many, many, many years with my wife and all stuff. And it was so funny is unfortunately I'm not there anymore, but the comic book store that I was working at, the main reason why they got me there is because they said, John, you are so positive, and they were very negative, but they knew it. There was like, you balance us out and you're always smiling, even though something goes wrong. Yes, I'm in pain a lot, but I don't try to show it. So but I like being happy because unfortunately, a lot of people do stop, stare, and it does get uncomfortable sometimes. But I know it means nothing. So I had to do something with that. So I always like, well, let's make jokes about it. Let's just be happy. I'm not never a jealous guy with my wife. So even though back in the days, I mean, she still looks great, but back then she was unfreaking believable. I got stories that tell you, whew, you'll be crazy. So I knew I could be a prick and all stuff like that. Or if I got angry, I have never been that angry. I'm trying to think when I really got angry. It was, God, I can't even remember. So it's just stuff like that. I never let things get to me at all.
Was that the time that you turned green and wrecked Harlem?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I did that line one time, and I was like, "Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when again." I thought it would be so cool, but after I said it, I realized how stupid that was. It was like one of those times. But no, but I'm glad you say that because I do try to be happy and all stuff like that. Because I'm bipolar. I got diagnosed like 7 years ago, and that made a huge difference. I know even more than I was before. I was nicer. Not angry, but once I found out and they put me on good medicine, I'm even more like things don't get to me like I used to. Yeah, I used to make things worse sometimes because I was like, Jay, hey, you need help? I'll help you. Just tell me what you need. And you would be like, boss, I'm good. I'm all good. And I would be like, no, brother, come on, tell me something. Give me something. And you would be like, dude, I'm okay. No, man, no. And I would just make things worse, just worse and all. So, and I never knew what that was. So, like, when I was happy, dude, sky was the limit and all. So, but now it's a real medium of, with the medicine. And I'm still like, life is good, man. Even though this year was a little tough, life is good. I'm partly working at a comic book store. I got beautiful wife for 25 years. I got to have my son this. So life is good. I'm doing videos. I get to do more with you. I mean, look, Eddie and I have been talking with each other forever, but this is the first time. This is the EXP that did this, and then I'm happy you ever got off of freaking Facebook. So, because all of a sudden his name keeps on coming up, Eddie, Eddie, and we were like, where is he? He's not in the chat, So it was good that you got a community here, and then you guys with the videos with me, and hopefully it'll be doing more. So yeah, man, life is good. Why be angry? Even with I never talk about politics. Even look, this is what I tell people, and I'm not going political, but this is what I'm saying. I am in a foxhole with this one guy I'm at war with, and it's him and me against whatever's out there. Do you actually think I'm going to say, dude, who'd you vote for? No, we're both Americans. That's the way it should be. Who cares? Dude, my life is in your hands. I don't give a shit if you're red or blue. And I just wish it was more like that today. But, but everything will work out. That's how I think. We've done this for so long.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I'm like you, Jay, because everybody says that about you. Because I have not heard one bad thing about you, brother. And I'm talking about not just the EXP, other people too. So that's awesome. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
That people think of you like that. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to be known as look at that tall douche. He's such an asshole.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
No.
So yeah.
It's the same because like I said, Superman, he came down at any point in time. He could just be like, you know what? I'm just going to take this bitch over.
Yep.
But instead, he does the right thing, and he helps people, and he tries to be that beacon that people look for and look toward. And I'm just like, I think about that often, man. I'm like, if Castle really wanted to, he could have been a supervillain. He really could have. But knowing you and talking to you and everything, my brain's like, nah. No matter how big he is, I don't see it in him. Like, your goodness, man. And people, trust me, people behind the scenes here talk about you all the time too, and it's always a positive thing. Always a positive thing. Like our group, our group of people, not just the EXP, but the people that are in here right now. I don't think I've ever been anywhere where I've seen so many good people in one place.
Absolutely.
Like it's amazing. Like being able to talk to you, being able to talk to Ed, to Triple B, to Nope, you know, and just like they're not just like this behind the screen. This is how they are.
Right.
So like that's the thing that I mean, other than the money, of course, from the experience,
Sure.
that's the thing that I'm so happy about being with the experience is getting to meet great people.
Yeah. And it's a great community too. You know, I've been on with a couple. I mean, unfortunately, some of them live on drama. That's one thing I don't want to deal with that anymore. I'm old for that. But there isn't any here, you know. And again, branching off of that, I would never have met Triple B, you know, and then watching his videos and you know, but freaking Brittany thinks he's good looking. I'm like, mother pusser. Right, watch him no more.
It's that hair, man.
And the
Like,
voice. And the
oh,
voice.
glorious.
So yeah, so and I guess I can say this. If I can't, sorry. That freaking Kyle went to me, well, Triple B and me to do a show together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or with listeners or something with Eddie and all, but that's pretty cool, man. And I would never, you know, never thought it would be with somebody like him, which is great, you know. So, and then we have a lot in common too, and all. So, you know, because he was also a workout fiend. So, and we have a lot of things in common. But I love it, you know. Sometimes the videos are hard, those short videos,
Yeah.
you know, and I sometimes I don't look forward to it. I hate saying it, but because I don't want to look stupid, you know, or and you know this, Jay, because I'm up your hoo-hoo about it. I want them to do well too,
Yeah.
you know. But now I've learned to like just loosen up and just let it go. But
Yeah.
that's awesome, you know. And so I owe the XP a lot, and Nick has done a lot for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So during the good times and bad times, what, 2 years ago, it was so nice and everything to check up on me and all. So where are you going to get that? Any place, you know? So
Yeah. And Randy, how's it going, brother? Cavill. You heard a rumor about Cavill again? And Lorena, I hope your aunt's doing better. I know you said she was in the hospital, so I'm hoping she's doing all right.
oh,
And just so you guys know, I'm not ignoring you. I don't have
yeah, you are.
access to a keyboard when I'm on webcam, so I am reading your comments. Thank you, Lorena, for my daughter's book compliment that you did, and I'm glad you liked that. Nope, I laughed my butt off when I saw that picture. I had to call Jay out on that one with the Cavill.
The six-fingered Cavill.
Yeah, exactly. And
You
now I
know,
gotta share a Castle story
Yeah.
because I only knew Castle through the chat.
right.
And the one time I typed into chat that I was looking to sell some slabs, and he's like, "Oh, give me a call. I'll email you my number." So I'm like, I'm hesitant at first. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna give him a call." And I expected like a 3-4 minute conversation. And I get on the phone with Castle. 2 hours later, he's like, my wife wants to go get dinner," and I'm like, "Holy crap, we've been talking 2 hours." And it was like I'd known him my whole life. He's a great guy. I love my brother Castle.
Yeah. Oh man, I love you
Well,
too. That's awesome.
Eddie's. I think you're super easy to talk to yourself, boss. Because I'm pretty sure the first time you called me, before I knew it, we were on the phone for about that long.
Are you saying I like to babble? Which you're not
Yes.
wrong.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's true. Yeah. No.
When you teach for a living, you learn to make up a conversation and go with it. That's all. No, but you guys are all great. You guys are all family. I've said that before. I love you guys. And
Yeah.
it's great to be able to see and talk with you.
Yeah. This is awesome too. Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't know. Jay didn't tell me who else was on. So, but I love that you did it. So that was good.
Yeah, like I said, poor Sean, he doesn't have a set schedule, set days off. So I was like, you know what? If Sean's going to be working, instead of me trying to push through 2 hours, like I said, let's see if people want to come on with me. Like I said, we had Nope on here last time. Nope was on here with us for 7 hours.
Holy what?
Yeah.
Yep. We broke our old record.
Holy crap!
Well,
7 hours.
I've been on the show twice. The first time was 6 hours and 20 minutes, and the last time was 7 hours.
Yeah.
Holy moly!
And it doesn't even feel like it. I mean, when I look at the clock, I'm like, oh my God, I thought it was only a couple hours.
Wasn't Triple B on?
Yeah, Triple B was here the first time. He was here the whole time with Ed, and unfortunately, he was having internet issues, but he was still here. And then last week, internet was fine, but he had to dip out early. He's like, "Man, I can't be here for 6 hours again." And that's what I want everybody to know. Don't ever feel like they're not always going to go that long. It's just there's sometimes when we get to talking about stuff, it just naturally happens that way.
Sure.
But everybody, dip out whenever you need to. I'm not telling anybody, hey, you have to be on here this whole time. And if there's anybody in the chat when somebody drops out, if they want to show up, they want to hang out for a little bit, let me know, and I'll be more than happy. I want y'all and everybody involved. This is kind of some things that I want to kind of do on the experience. Is I want our community members to be able to be more involved with us.
Yes.
And I'm like, well, I could start it on my channel, mine and Sean's channel, and Jenna. I keep saying it like it's just me and Sean. Jenna is a part of this too. I was like, man, I want it to be, well, here's Nope and Eddie talk on this show, and then they all talk on this show. I was like, bring them all on, let them talk to each other, let them talk face to screen. That's kind of like the whole point of this. We're gonna talk about topics. We're gonna when Sean and I do it, they're a little more structured. I was like, if Sean's not gonna be here, it's just gonna be a hangout. It's gonna be super easy. I think the biggest thing we're gonna talk about tonight is what I was watching right when Eddie popped on earlier before we went live, the Superman teaser trailer. Because I want to talk about that thing so bad because I couldn't believe that, and I should have known better. I should have known better. There are still people out there, and I can't believe they didn't like this trailer. I can't, I can't. But then
Brother,
again,
haters want to hate, and they're going to hate.
I know. And I know better. I do. I know better because I'm thinking to myself, I said, well, I should know because the people who didn't like it already weren't going to like it after seeing the trailer. Just like when Snyder got announced to do Man of Steel, people who didn't like Snyder then, they weren't gonna like Man of Steel. And if you weren't a fan of Ben Affleck at all when he got cast as Batman, I don't think he was going to change your mind. But it's just just seeing it, I was like, the things that were being talked about, crypto for one thing. Yes, we all know crypto is a lab. Okay, we all know that. But to me, it's like that's such a small thing. It's such a small kind of not insignificant, but just a small thing to be upset about. It's like let the little puppy be a super dog. Like I said when I reacted to it, just let him be happy about this. I've said it a million times. I was a Snyder. I still am a Snyder fan. I love the DCEU stuff. It got kind of hard on me because I was like, man, I don't understand how people hate it this much. I can see disliking it, but the hate that it got kind of got to me. It started making me feel like, but Marvel does the same thing and nobody says anything, And it got me in that mentality, and I didn't like having that either. I didn't like. I can nitpick things I love, but I don't like start thinking, well, I don't want to watch this because they're down on this. I don't want to be like that. So, you know what I did? I just watched the trailer again. And everything that I was thinking of was just out when that chord first hits and you get that John Williams, oh, there's just something about it that is just like a memory wiper. Any kind of negative thought that I had before was just gone. Now, y'all saw me live react to it, but I want to ask y'all because it's a little bit different seeing y'all in the chat. I want to hear like in person when y'all are watching it, like what was going through your head?
Go ahead.
Pardon me? You say go ahead?
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
well, I went in with, we've talked before, Jay. I like Superman, but I've never been obsessed with it until you got me hooked on Superman and Lois. I got upset on that one. But I went in with zero expectations because it's like, okay, another Superman movie. Let's see how it goes. And when that riff hit with the music, the hair on my arm stood up and I got goosebumps. And that doesn't happen really easy with me. And the more I watched, I found myself jaw dropped. I'm like, I want to see this movie. This movie looks freaking awesome. And I'm looking forward to it. And I guarantee you that some of those haters, I'm not going to say all of them, but some of those haters hated that trailer before it was released
Mm-hmm.
because they're just that way. And whether it be, I hate Gunn or Snyder only or whatever, it's just people. If you could just realize for 1 minute, we live in a time where we have comic book movies, good ones, not
Yeah.
ones where Spider-Man is shooting a metal cord out of a giant aluminum wristband, which when I was a kid, I thought was fantastic. But that's all we had.
Yep.
And it's just like, just enjoy it and have fun with it. Don't be so down and out, especially before you even see it. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
You're trying to push an agenda. And I blame a lot of that on the media because they always try to keep everybody on edge, everybody hating something. And it's just like, smile. You're only here for a limited amount of time. Why be so angry all the time?
Yeah.
Enjoy it. It's a movie. And
Yep.
like you said, for somebody, this is going to be their first Superman. So don't crap all over it. Let them enjoy it the way you enjoyed George Reeves or Christopher Reeve or Henry Cavill or whoever your first Superman was. And just chill out and watch the movie. Then give an opinion. Don't crap all over it before you even see it.
Exactly.
But
Spider-Man, the
they're still
Chinese.
gonna. The train swap. Yes, I've seen
Oh,
that too. Go
we
ahead,
can
Ken.
talk about Condor. We can talk about Condor Man sometime, Dan. I'll get you on here. We'll talk about Condor Man.
Condom Man. What?
Well, he actually has a comic called the Latex Avenger,
Oh my God.
but I was
That was
saying Condor.
that was my nickname in high school.
I knew that was going to get said at least once tonight. I just knew it.
Has to. I
Do you
love it.
realize I've been writing your nicknames down and we're up to like 240?
Yeah, Lorena. As soon as we get Castle's thoughts on the trailer, I want to have because he showed me that beforehand. I want to have him show y'all because that thing is awesome. Your comments in the back.
I watched live with you. I did watch you live. The only thing is, I was on my smart TV. So when you're on your smart TV, you can't comment and all. So I was on with you from the beginning. So and Superman to me is probably my third favorite superhero. It will fluctuate, but anyway. But I have a cousin. He's got exactly the same name as me. He is Ioannis Spilitopoulos, but our middle names are different. But he is a huge Superman fan, and he was also had his own comic in the 80s, and, independent. He didn't finish it, which I wish he did. So I lived through him with Superman, literally his number one guy, right? And it was funny that you asked this question. I did watch the trailer, again after you many times, and I cried. I cried when the first sound of John Murphy's doing John Williams, and the scene when what got me was the scene when he protected the girl.
Yes.
You know, it was a mixture of that and the music hitting at the same time. Dude, I couldn't see the rest of the video because I was tearing so much. I had to watch it again, you know, and then I teared up when he was talking to Pa Kent. So then I watched it again, you know, and then I cried again. And because I watched it a couple times, and then with my wife, we actually tried to watch trailers for the first time, but I told her, I'm sorry, I couldn't wait. So I watched it with her, and she loved it. But then she's looking at me and I'm crying. She goes, why are you crying? I said, because one, a person that I grew up with, that the hope and everything that Superman represents, it's still going. And somebody also who's a huge part of my childhood is getting positive. I mean, people are talking about it. It's trending. I'm not that type of guy with X and whatever like that, but it's trending because of all the other people. And this just came out. I just watched it before coming on here. I don't know how they did it, but 70% of the people are positive, and the 30. So it's doing something right. You know what I mean? So people are talking about it, and I love it that it's positive because, I mean, we all want movies to do well, especially with somebody that we love so much. And I love that, I'm a DC guy. Yes, I'm Punisher and, Ghost Rider. I like all that, but I am definitely a DC type of guy. Okay. And I want DC to do well, and they haven't. And I loved Man of Steel. I loved all that kind of stuff. I'm a type of person like Disney versus WB. No, man. We all will, if freaking Batman does well, Spider-Man is going to do even better. If freaking Superman sucks, or like what's happening now, Ant-Man didn't do that well. Oh, that sucked. And then, this sucks. So they don't do as well. I want everybody to do well. And to hear that Superman was great again and all that, it just was a very powerful trailer to me. And I loved everything about it. So, especially Cat Grant. Okay. Need I say more?
Cat's looking good. I was going through my collection. For whatever reason, I decided, you know what, I'm gonna start scanning our collection and trying to get everything so we don't end up with doubles and triples of things like we have before. And my first thing that I thought of was I found my issue of Superman that had the start of Cat Grant's revenge, which is when she goes after Toyman after killing her son Adam. And I got to thinking about it. I was like, what would be just the coolest thing is if we get into this universe where we can get those smaller stories like that. Like, Marvel and Disney have Disney Plus, so they can do, special presentations and stuff like that. And I was like, that'd be so cool. But then I was like, you know what? That would mean that, yeah, but that's if they have Cat Grant. And no sooner that they did that I was thinking about Cat Grant, that's when we got the announcement that she was cast. And then my hope for what they can do with these characters,
sure,
is just it's mind-boggling. It's making me excited. Like we might get to a point where we're gonna see a live action for the Man Who Has Everything as a special, with the actors that portray the characters on the big screen doing that.
Yeah.
Because for the Man Who Loves Everything is one of those stories that not only did I love the comic of it, but when they did it in the Justice League cartoon, that was one of my favorite episodes of that cartoon. So there's just it's for a long time. I honestly felt like I was alone in my love for Superman because I always heard not just that he was corny, but there's no stakes for him. And I'm like, what do you mean there's no stakes? Every time this man takes a step outside his door, he's so powerful. He's got to make sure he's not bumping into people.
Mm.
He has to make a conscious effort with everything he does to make sure that people around him won't be hurt by him accidentally. There's that scene in the trailer that you were talking about when he saves the girl. And I knew when I saw it that I was going to hear the complaining about it. Oh, look, he just snapped her neck. And I'm like, no, because he would know exactly what to do to keep the girl safe and unharmed. And it's like you don't get that Superman's brain. It's not just his body that's fast and strong. His brain kind of moves a little faster too. He can control this, and that shot. That's what I wanted to see. I
Yeah.
wanted to see flying. I wanted to see a small save. I didn't want to just see Superman punching the bad guy. I wanted to see things like that. And Gunn so far delivered in that trailer for me. I've watched that thing. I'm telling you, I'm like a third of the views. I'm pretty sure I had that thing on repeat. When you sent that link to the trailer music for me, I went and I downloaded it.
Uh,
And I listened to it over and over because I have the John Williams score on my phone and I listen to it constantly. Like like don't get me wrong, the Hans Zimmer one for Man of Steel was cool. The one for Tyler Hoechlin for Superman and Lois, that one's cool. But I don't care what anybody says when it comes to this. John Williams, the Superman theme, it just can't be replaced to me. There's nothing that's going to top it for me. And that doesn't mean other things can't be good by any means. That's not what I'm saying. But it's just one of those themes that I'm like, there's just nothing out there. Like when John Williams put that thing together, he had just the biggest stroke of genius.
yeah.
I think because that song just it does something to you. It
Sure.
does something. It gives you that feeling of, you know, things could look bleak, but it feels like it could be all right. And that's
Yeah.
that's what I love about Superman. It's not about him punching the bad guy. It's about a dude who could at any moment rip this planet in half, but instead he's going to stay on a ledge with a girl who's thinking about ending it all. There's
Oh,
crime
yeah.
going on around him, but he stays with that All-Star Superman. I've said before, not my favorite Superman story. Okay, it's
Really?
not. But there are parts in that book, especially that one, where it's like, that's Superman. Doesn't have to be a big baddie world-ending threat. It's somebody that's going to stay with somebody who feels like they're not worth a damn to let them know, yes, you are. This world needs you. I need you, and I'm Superman. That's what I love about Superman.
One of my favorite Cavill scenes was when they arrested him and he was in the cuffs, and then when he stood up and just snapped the cuffs,
Mm-hmm.
like with nothing, and he's basically told him, "I did this for you. And you didn't have me. I did this for you because I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to cause you any problems." And for him to sit like this for as long as he did, when all he had to do was pop,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
when he did the pop, and they all jump back, and he's like, "Chill, you're good." But I love that scene when he popped those cuffs to show them, "Look, I'm doing this because I want to, not because I'm intimidated by you. This is who I am."
yeah,
I love that.
exactly. Exactly. And Randy, you're wrong for that, man.
He is the biggest troll, and he's awesome at it. I
I love,
love his
I,
comments. I don't like
yeah,
people, and I don't care. I about died
I'm,
laughing when I
yeah,
read that.
I'm, he is just like expert level. He is
Oh yeah,
expert level, man. Love Randy.
that's his superpower.
Yeah. So there's parts of that trailer like I'm kind of glad that we didn't get a whole lot of dialogue. I think we're going to get that in one of the other trailers, and I really hope that they don't do a long trailer. I hope they kind of keep it around. And like until Sean said it, I didn't realize that that trailer was like almost 2.5 minutes long.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't believe it when you told me the time. I was like, it doesn't feel like that. And I think Nicholas Holt, who I've been a fan of for a very long time, I think he's gonna be an awesome Lex. He
Oh,
looks so hate filled. He looks so hate filled whenever you see Super, that part when he's standing in the Luthor Core, because they call it Luthor Core. He's standing on that bridge and you see Superman fly by, and the way he turns around and just the look on his face, I was like, yeah, that's gonna be. And the fact that Superman's, for me at least, Superman's best villain has always been Lex, because dude's a human being, regular old human,
yeah.
but he's so smart. He's so smart, and the fact that he can outsmart Superman sometimes is just amazing. But what are some things that you're kind of hoping? Like, if you had to speculate, if you kind of had to like wish, what is something in the movie you're hoping to see?
One thing I'm hoping not to see is slow motion every time something happens. Now I get them doing it with the girl because
Mhm.
they wanted to show it, but that was one thing that drove me crazy about the Wonder Woman movies. Every stinking time she did anything, the same music would play and it would go into slow motion, and I'm like, oh my god, this is getting so annoying. I hope they don't do that. I really hope they don't do that. But as far as what I'm hoping to see, I just want to see something new. I don't want to see a story that we watched 20 times before. I just want to see something new, something good with a solid plot and a good story. If they do that, I'm going to be happy because I've already seen the trailer. I know I'm going to like the action parts. I just hope they deliver a solid story.
For me, I am looking forward to not how it ends, but what does it set up? I think they're doing it in a very good way with all these people in it. And I heard that they are not just cameos, but they're part of the story. So I'm looking forward to how Crypto is, because you guys got to remember, Crypto being in the trailer means he's going to be an important figure in this movie. Because what's the next movie?
Supergirl.
Supergirl.
Yep.
And you guys all read that, right?
I have not read, or is it Woman of Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have not read that.
Holy crap. All right. I'm not going to say. All I have to tell you is that Crypto is a major, major part of that storyline.
Yeah, that's on my list. Bearded told me I need to get on that.
You have to
Yeah.
read it, because not only one, it's great, but it is it's a beautiful book. I forget the artist's name, but she is tremendous. And if you don't know, the story is, and I won't give anything away, is that Supergirl turns 21, right? And she wants to drink. She can't get drunk, so her and Crypto fly to another planet, a red sun planet, so she can celebrate and get drunk. But something weird happens that she has to go on this mystery hunt. I'm not going to give anything else away. All I have to tell you is that Crypto is involved. So that's why I'm looking forward to, how is Crypto going from here? Like, are we going to see the actress at the end of the movie? Because to make the pivot to her movie, So that's the one I'm looking forward to the most. Like, what are they doing with Crypto? So.
Yeah. And I want to know what the damn blue powder is. That's driving me crazy.
Yeah. There seems to be, like, Castle, I don't know if you remember seeing it, but there's a shot when Superman is walking away from the crowd and the guy throws the can at him.
Yeah.
Apparently, if you look on his chin, there's like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's supposed to be like dust from a battle or something, or some kind of grease, but it looks blue. It looks like he's got blue powder right here on his chin.
His S is blue too.
Yeah.
On his shield is
Yeah.
blue. It's like, did his laundry run or what happened?
Oh, that's probably what you call metamorpho.
Hmm.
It's probably metamorpho because I know they're fighting. I have a feeling that like that's the reason why I think they're gonna have metamorpho, like why he was created and all stuff like that, and he has to fight Superman. And I think the blue is from his acid or whatever he makes up. I think that's just me.
You know,
But
Dan had a very interesting theory, and when I checked into it, I'm starting to feel it too. The kaiju. Dan got a picture of a close up on the kaiju's eyes, and they're almost the exact same blue, same look to Metamorpho's eyes.
oh yes, no, the kaiju is metamorpho.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. So, and that's why I think at the end that I think Metamorpho is going to go good because he can realize that they were wrong, you know. But yeah, that's Metamorpho, and I think they're going to move this and have it the Mister Terrifics. When you have Mister Terrific, Metamorpho, maybe Guy Gardner and Hawk Girl. I think that's where they're going with because he. But did Gunn say that Mr. Terrific is going to be a big part of this?
Yeah.
So, and I think they're going to use him afterwards. So we'll see. There's a lot of stuff, speculations, but that's what makes this fun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you do the Terrifics, that gives way to because wasn't Plastic Man part of the Terrifics?
Eggs, yes. Did you read that book? That book was great.
Yeah, when they did the new Age of Heroes stuff,
Yeah.
like I wish they would have stayed with that longer instead of I like the metal stuff and things like that, but the Rebirth and the new Age of Heroes like Sideways and Brimstone and all them
I
really
like.
dug them. But when they did the Fantastics, because I mean I don't know about y'all, but I used to watch that Plastic Man cartoon back in the day where it was live action and they did the cartoon. I love that cartoon. I've been waiting for him to come to something for a long time.
Yeah. So that would be great if that happens. But are you reading the Plastic Man, the new
No,
one?
it's been a while since we've gotten a comic that wasn't Kickstarter. I think the last time we got comics was for my birthday back in September. We had picked up the Werewolf by Night Blood Hunt,
Oh yeah.
the polybagged one, and Justice, Avengers versus Aliens or Aliens versus Avengers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I've just been reading older stuff because our our piles of to read and have read are very, very yeah.
Yeah. But you would like the new Plastic Man series. It's really good. It's real. I think it's on issue 3. It's a mini series. I think it's 6 issues. I don't know, but it's good. So when it goes to trade, you should get it.
Definitely.
See, now I get to go into this with a different perspective than I've had in a long time. Because when The Lord of the Rings came out, I had read the books a million times, knew everything about Lord of the Rings. When the Marvel movies came out, I was a Marvel nut. I kind of could figure out what was going on. But my first Superman book that I read was Kingdom Come. And that was because you recommended I try it because I told you I had never read a Superman comic. And then from there, I went to Red Sun. So when you guys are talking about like Mr. Terrific and all, I have no clue who these people are. And I'm like, that's kind of a cool thing for me because I don't know where they're going to go. I don't know what they're going to do because I don't know who they are. The only one that I really know well from reading is Guy Gardner. And that's because I just love his attitude. And I got hooked on him because he reminds me of me if I got a ring. He'll save you, but the first thing he's going to do is, well, what in the world did you get in trouble for in the first place? I love that. I love his snarkiness. So I'm looking forward, not so much the hair, but I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to that. When somebody put that meme up there from not Saturday Night Live, what was it, Mad TV, of that guy
Stewart,
with that's all I can see now. It's like I'm never going to get that out of my head now. Thank you for putting that up
Stewart,
there.
Uncle Fester.
Uncle
But
Fester, isn't he bald?
Awesome, Randy. Thank you. I'm looking forward to that. Trust me, I made sure that I did not go back and watch that bronze charity show that he had for Heroes, just in case. I did not go back and watch it because I love surprises, and I really appreciate that. And as soon, yeah, that's awesome. I appreciate that so much, man. Especially because it was for a good cause. Like getting stuff is cool, but having stuff given to me that went to the money went to a good cause. That's awesome.
I'm right there with you, Lorena. That's me too. I'm excited to see these new people and see what they do. The only thing I know about most of them is from Super Friends, which
Yeah,
there wasn't a Mr. Terrific or anything that I can remember on Super Friends. So that's the only way I know Hawkman was from Super Friends. And I don't remember the name, but there was the Indian that could grow to like 50 feet or whatever. And
Apache Chief.
Patchy Chief, yep. See, I haven't seen these in 40 years, but that's so I'm excited because I don't know anything, and I'm excited to see where they go. Now I know Superman from the George Reeves, but that's totally different than the movies because he never had super villains. They only had Kryptonite, I think, in one episode, if I remember right, maybe two. So that was a totally different Superman. And then the movies from Reeves and those, I know that stuff, but I don't know any of these guys you guys are talking about. I'm just sitting here like, teach me,
yeah, that's
'cause I
awesome.
don't know anything about them.
I'm kind of jealous. I
I
really
actually asked Dan if he'd do a show on who Mr. Terrific is, because I've never heard of him before, and that just sounds like a weird name. Hi, Mr. Terrific.
Yeah, there you go, Lorena. Fester when he's in Adam's Family Values, and Debbie makes him wear the wig.
Never saw it.
You never saw that one? Okay.
No, never saw it.
Yeah. And that was just another version of Mr. Terrific. Nope. I can't remember. I know it was played by Echo Kellum, but he did a fantastic job as Mr.
Arrow.
Terrific. Yeah.
Arrow. Yeah,
Yeah.
that guy is
Arrow.
really funny.
Yeah, Arrow did a lot of stuff and they introduced a lot of people too. Like Kelly Hu is China White, and they had the guy that was in. Yeah, I think y'all were talking about this Monday for Street Fighter. They had the guy who played Ryu was oh my god, I forget the dude's the guy on the island when all. If y'all have seen Arrow, he was the guy Lao Fei or Fei Lao or something like that. He was the guy that trained Oliver on the island, but he was Ryu in Street Fighter.
Yeah, I like the freaking. I hate when people talk down about the CW. I was like, dude, they were some of them weren't awesome, but they weren't bad. The only one I did not like, and I hope people don't kill me for it, was just because Batwoman. Oh, it was just so bad. Not because it was a girl or whatever like that, but the actress they had, she was horrible.
Are you talking about Ruby Rose when she started,
Yes.
or
Yeah, she was horrible.
I'm not a Ruby Rose fan.
Me either.
So
Me either. I don't get the. Is she beautiful? Yes, she has a beautiful face, but her acting is terrible. And then when they changed it because she left, I dropped it. But I love Legends of Tomorrow. That was my favorite show.
yeah.
I loved that show. So I hate when people talk bad about these CW shows. It's like, screw you, man. You know?
That
So
was my whole thing about Superman and Lois. I kept trying to tell people, like, I know you're scared. If you're a person that doesn't like CW, I know that you're afraid that it's going to be, overly cheesy. Because, I mean, trust me, I love from Smallville on. It's always great to me that the hero stuff started with Smallville, with Clark becoming Superman, and then ends with Superman becoming Clark. Because the Superman and Lois was the final superhero show that they were going to have for the CW. And I tell people, it's like, don't let the CW thing scare you. You got to watch things. Just hearing somebody be like Randy, Flash, loved Flash. I will say this though, when it got towards the later seasons, the reason I dropped off is because it felt like it wasn't just the Flash anymore. felt like they had too many other heroes
Right.
on there, and the show was called Flash. And I get some people's trepidation about the Superman movie, tying it all together, that there's too many heroes in it. But here's the thing: I believe those heroes are going to be in the movie. They're going to serve a purpose. I don't think they're going to be in there as long as folks think they are. I think Soups is just a rookie. He's starting out. Like, that's the most interesting thing to me. That it's not just here's Superman and then all these other heroes show up. It's these heroes were already here. Like, I haven't been watching Creature Commandos. I think it's a fine show. I'm going to wait till it's done to watch it. But if you just watching that, Eric Frankenstein was there. GI Robot was there. You had other superheroes there long before Superman ever showed up. So it's a lived-in superhero world. Like, at first, my thing was I was getting a little panicky that maybe we were going to overshadow Superman in his own movie. The argument that some people gave me didn't sit well with me. It's like, well, what is he supposed to do? Just talk to himself? Like, no. People aren't saying that there shouldn't be other people in the movie. That's not what people are afraid of. They're afraid that Superman is going to be overshadowed in his own movie by these other characters that people are excited to see as well. If there's one thing I can say about James Gunn, because I'm a big James Gunn fan, James's strength is in those team up movies. It's in those giving everybody a little spot to shine in. So I have no doubt that Superman is not going to be overshadowed in his own movie. All these people are going to serve a purpose to the story, and then it's going to be a Superman story. So, like I said, I'm excited. I don't think, oh man, just July is going to be a month, man. Like, I'm still waiting for Fantastic Four trailer, teaser, whatever they're going to do. But July can't get here soon enough, man.
Do you think Marvel saw the Superman trailer and said, "Oh shit"?
I'm hoping, and it's only for a. Let's. They're doing great over here. Like, it's something that gets me about fans is it's like some fans don't understand. Marvel folks don't hate Disney folks. Disney doesn't hate Marvel. They are Disney and Marvel, Disney, DC. Getting my stuff mixed up. MC stuff and DC stuff. They're fans of the others' stuff. It's
Sure.
like it's fans that are against each other in this instance. But if Marvel sees DC doing something well, seeing something that's getting people excited, they themselves are going to be like, you know what? Maybe we can't rest on our laurels so much. And people just being, well, it's in the MCU, so it's going to be a hit automatically. Maybe Marvel will start being like, man, we need to start putting putting our nose to the grindstone, because DC's coming now, and they're coming hot. Before,
Yes.
we didn't have to worry about them. General audiences weren't really into what they were doing. We didn't have to worry too much about it. But now, we're going to have to put some thought into what we're doing.
Competition drives excellence, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
If you have competition, you got to up your game.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm hoping happens, because honestly, a lot of the more recent Marvel stuff, I'm like, what are you doing? Are you just putting out movies now to put out movies? Come on. But
Well, I mean, it worked for Roger Corman in Fantastic Four. So,
Jeez.
yeah, that turned out real well.
Yeah. Poor actors.
and Grant Gustin was amazing. Like, the guy who played Flash, I thought he was great. I was never a fan of
Ezra
Miller as Barry. Like, I just didn't see him as Barry. I didn't like his run. It wasn't until the Flash movie where I even kind of was like, all right, he's not that bad. But I am kind of excited that we're going to get somebody else. I don't know if they're going to go with Wally or if they're going to go with Barry again. But
you have to watch Creature Commandos.
Okay.
You have to, because this latest episode answers your question. Yes.
Who is the actor in the Flash movie?
Ezra Miller.
Ezra
Okay.
Miller.
The one thing that bothered me the most about him is he looked like I can't think of his name now.
Jimmy Fallon.
The guy that it was like he's like his twin. I'm like, this is like watching Saturday Night Live. What is going on? I couldn't believe how much they looked alike. And then they did this. It's Flash, and when he runs, it's in slow motion. I'm like, come on, you're kind of taking the fun out of Flash. I get you want to be seen on camera, but it doesn't have to be slow motion the whole time. Showing Flash, that's what he's for.
Yeah, I think
I've only seen the other guy from the Superman and Lois crossovers because somebody got me addicted to Superman and Lois. And I had to go and see everything Superman and Lois after I got addicted. Thank you very much, Mr. Burns. But that's the only way I've even seen the other Flash.
Yeah. And Triple B, like the thing is about the he's talking about the Captain America. Is it Brave New World? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Or New World?
Brave New World.
The thing is, I tried talking about it, but it just felt like nobody wanted to. Like, I'm excited because I want to see Red Hulk. Like, it's Lorena. There's going to be a new one, but it just I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's like, are we burnt out on Captain America? Even though it's going to be Sam Wilson Captain America. You know, to which people told me, like, why didn't he give it to Bucky? You know, in the comics, Bucky does this. I was like, look, Bucky's already the Winter Soldier. Bucky is already known as the White Wolf. See, instead of it being the adopted brother of T'Challa, they made Bucky the White Wolf. So I was like, and plus, Bucky and Sam were both Steve's best friends. So to me, I didn't really care who he gave the mantle to first. I just knew that eventually we were going to have the mantle passed to somebody.
Yeah.
My biggest problem with choosing Sam is Sam has no super strength. Where Bucky had the serum and has the super strength, and I was actually looking forward to seeing Bucky become Cap because I loved Bucky in the books.
Right.
And I get, there's nothing wrong with Sam. I like the guy that plays Sam. But how are you going to have an entire movie based on a guy with no powers that just has metal wings and a shield? Maybe they'll surprise me. I don't know. But it just seems like to be Captain America, you have to have the strength and the fighting, and I don't know. We'll see where they go with it. I'm trying to stay optimistic, but when it comes to Marvel, I'm a little burnout because it seems like they're redoing the same stories over again with different characters. So it'll be interesting to see where they go with it. And I understand that Batman doesn't have superpowers, but Captain America has always had the super strength. So to have somebody that you're calling Captain America, why not keep calling him Falcon, but let him have the shield or whatever? Because Captain America to me means the badass, super strong. You see what I'm saying, or am I rambling?
No,
you're right.
Valid.
I mean, I am talking from a comic book store point of view. None of his books sell.
Right.
None of them do. That of him as Captain, as Captain America. None of them. So I don't know how they think that this is going to do good in the theaters when it doesn't even sell comics. I hope they didn't do it just because, for skin color and anything like that. But I'm like you. I don't think he can hold a movie by himself. Yes, it's cool, the flying and everything like that. But I want him to have him take the serum like they did with U.S. Agent. He took it. So give it to him. At least do something because, Eddie, you're right. It was called the Super Soldier Serum for a reason.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I love the guy that plays Falcon. I love him. especially if you watch that TV show, Twisted Metal.
Mm-hmm.
I
Anthony
think
Mackie.
yes. Oh my God, that show is amazing. So he's great. I do like him, but it's funny that nobody is talking about this movie. And
Yeah,
it's the next movie. Nobody's talking.
I don't mean this in a bad way about the actor, but it's funny because even though he's been Falcon forever now, whenever I see him, I still think of 8 Mile.
Yep.
And every time I see him, I think of, yep. And him on the battling with Eminem and freezing up. It's like he went from that to Captain America. How in the world did he get there?
And you see, it's sad because I love Sam.
Yeah.
Like but I've always loved him more as Falcon. And yeah, I think they are vibranium wings. I think they are.
Yes, they are.
But I've always thought that was weird too. I was like, you want him to be the symbol. He is Captain America. Why have they never thought about maybe giving him the serum? Like, was there like from a writer's perspective, was it just like we don't want to make it easy on this guy? Like I've never gotten why, you have a Captain America that doesn't have powers.
Right. Yeah, like I said, nobody's talking about this movie, but people are talking about the Thunderbolts, which is good, because that movie nobody wanted until the trailer came out, and everybody was like, "Holy crap, this looks good."
You see, that's the thing that I say about a lot of fans, though. Fans don't usually know what they want until somebody shows it to them. And the Thunderbolts to me looks just like Suicide Squad with with Marvel people. But you know what? That doesn't mean that I'm hating on it. That just means that's what it reminds me of. Kind of like Creature Commandos to me feels like Suicide Squad just with monsters.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stop me from enjoying it because I like those movies. Like it's a weird thing to me that people can get so much just like madness from trailers, because I can tell you what, those two trailers dropped on the same day and I reacted to them both within like an hour of each other. The Thunderbolts one did better than the Captain America one.
Oh yeah, I bet.
And I was like, well, I thought with them showing Red Hulk in there, which I was talking to somebody, and I can't remember if I talked about it on one of my other lives or if we talked about this last week, but there's a thing about the Eric Bana Hulk movie that had, Sam Elliott was Thunderbolt Ross in that one?
Yeah.
Where they were like, oh, the angrier he gets, the bigger he gets for Hulk. And I was like, but it's not supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be the angrier he gets, the stronger he gets. Yep. And for the Red Hulk, the angrier he gets, the hotter he gets. Yep. So I thought when they showed that spot of him putting his hand down and the ground around it starting to burn, I thought for sure that was going to get a pop from somebody. But then I was like, but then we show Bob in Thunderbolts. And when there's people who don't know who Bob is. Wait till you find out who Bob is.
Yeah.
I love that character. I have Siege. It's a Thor book about Asgard.
Yeah.
But Sentry's in it. Like Sentry's in it. And spoiler, just spoil it. But that's an awesome I've always liked that character. It's something dark about him. And he's a hero, but he's got this darkness to him. And then you have Bob.
Yeah. Mr. Nope, no.
No, he never
doesn't
did.
In the comic.
No.
Till this day, he still hasn't.
Mm. Don't mistake this for hating on something, because that's not what I'm doing.
We already.
Yeah. But there is nothing. There's nothing about those trailers that excited me the way Superman did.
Oh no!
It seemed like when I was watching those trailers, it's like we've been there and done that before, guys. I don't see anything new and exciting here. And within the first 10 seconds of the Superman trailer, we're getting crypto. We're getting heavy metal freaking music in the background. And and Eddie's hair is standing up, and he's wanting to go see Superman. And I never thought I'd say that ever, because my Superman, as you know, will always be George.
Yep.
Well, and I can't think of his name now. Who's the new one from Lois? Superman.
Tyler Hoechlin.
Tyler. God, he's
Yeah.
awesome as Clark.
Yeah.
I love him as Clark Kent.
He's so good.
He
so
is the best Clark Kent out of any of them I've seen. And I'm horrible with names, but the guy from The Walking Dead has been the best Luthor I've ever
Michael
seen.
Cudlitz.
Oh my God, he nailed it in that series.
He's
You watched that, Castle? Did you watch Superman and Lois?
I am on season 2 because I started because of Jay. So
yeah, there seems to be a lot of that going around, Mr. Burns. Thanks.
Well, I always wanted to. Like I said, Superman was like, but 22 episodes to 8. I always that's the thing. But no. I am loving it. I am. I'm a supernatural guy. I love all seasons. No, I'm finishing that up, but I just can't wait for what Eddie said. It's new. This is new. So that's something DC has now against Marvel. It's new. And I love that it is totally different, that we are already in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a beginning. It's like, I think they said it is like year 2, almost like what Batman is in the Reeves verse.
Mm-hmm.
I like it, and I do think we're going to get a costume change.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think we are too, because like I said, it's not going to ruin the movie for me. But I've tried, and I don't dig the suit.
Yeah.
I don't.
Dude, you're like, we said this before, you're like me. We're a lot alike. We are happy just to get Superman on freaking TV, like I am with the Punisher. I'm just happy. Mm-hmm. Yes, was the first Punisher, not Dolph Lundgren, because that is the best. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I love you, John. I love that movie.
I told you guys, I am seeing him. I wrote to him on Instagram. Let's see if he writes back. But he's at MegaCon. And I asked him, I said, dude, are you going to have any Punisher pictures that you're going to sign? Because if he doesn't, I'm going to go find one. I got to have his signature as the Punisher, But I forget where I was going. Mother pusser. Getting old sucks ass.
The Thomas Jane Punisher?
Yes. So I like the Thomas Jane. Yes, It was in Tampa. Yes, he only had one child. But that shit doesn't bother me. Yep. I mean, it's be happy that Frank is on screen. And he did look cool. I love Thomas Jane's, but like we talked before, Warzone was the Punisher. That was definitely the Punisher. Yeah. But you're like that with Superman. You're happy that we're getting. Could it be everything that you wanted? No. But that's where I think we're different. This community and out there, okay, it's good. It's different. Oh my God. The other thing, oh my God, it's different. You don't know Superman. This movie sucks. Yeah. And freaking, it's like, oh, dude, just let it go. It might not be your way, but it's somebody's decision. Like, I am my number 2 guy, Punisher. Number 2 is Aquaman. I love Aquaman. I got so many statues and all that, and freaking, like, I got a picture of him with Momoa. Yeah, I look. Did he look like Aquaman? No. But give it a chance. And he actually was, as we know, he's, DC's only $1 billion movie, so, which I think will change when Superman comes out. But so it didn't bug me. That's why I wish people were more open to interpretation. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, because and for me, I love Momoa. All right, I've been watching the homie since Baywatch. Okay, I love Momoa.
Yes. Oh my God.
But I thought Patrick Wilson looked more like Aquaman. The
Oh,
guy playing Orm.
yes. Yeah, but
What's
how
up?
about this? But wait,
What's
listen to me
There
on
were
this.
there were
And I
guys
hope
on
you,
Baywatch.
yeah. Oh,
I never
Look,
noticed any guys on
Jason Momoa is so handsome, dude. I couldn't help it.
yeah, he was so good looking. I hate it. And he smelled. I gotta take it out of Robbie's book. He smelled really good. But no, fuck. I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it.
We'll get trust me, we'll get back around to it.
Yeah.
Real quick. See, and Randy, here's the thing. When I was about 3 or 4, I think, is when I first saw the Christopher Reeve Superman. And it's burned into my brain the moment that blew my mind, and that's when he's gone to the fortress, he's done his training, he's having the talk with Jor-El in the fortress, and he first takes off. And he's going towards that entrance and he just banks like that. From that moment on, I was in love with Superman, and it was Christopher Reeve for me.
In the theaters or at home?
Oh, at home, like
Oh.
somebody it was a video.
Okay.
It was a video cassette. Back in my day, we had VCRs and we had these video cassette. No, it was a regular, home video or something.
Okay.
But I saw it. That's all I remember because I was only like 3 or 4 when I saw it, so I was pretty early. And ever since then, I've just been enamored with Superman. And I got into comics a little bit after that, and that's what drove me into them though, was knowing, because the way I read comics for the longest time was if they were in the Sunday paper, I got to read them. I didn't go to a comic book store when I was a kid. We didn't have too many grocery stores that actually carried comics like other people had. Like the Kroger we lived by didn't have them. So I would read like Friends, and then Friends would like, well, I'm done with this one, and they'd just give it to me, and I'd keep them. I have none of those books from when I was a kid, but Christopher Reeve was my start.
Sure.
And then I would go back and I would watch George Reeves. And then, luckily enough, I haven't seen a whole lot of it, but I did see some Kirk Allen stuff.
Oh, wow.
And I had listened to some Bud Collyer. I want to say is who voiced him on the radio show. I think his name was Bud Collyer. But I listened. Yeah, that's how much. Like, there's not a Superman thing that I don't like.
How did you find the videos of that guy?
I couldn't even tell you. They were shown to me from my family members.
Wow. See, now I'm not peeing on your party.
Yeah.
But when I was a kid and Dad took me to the drive-in to see Superman, I was all excited. And it come up there, and I love George. And it come up there, and I saw Christopher Reeve's name, and I'm like, is he trying to copy George? And then he came on there, and Clark Kent was such a bumbling doofus. I'm like, what is this? Dad, is this one of those prank movies? He's like, I don't know yet, Ed. Just watch it and see where it goes. Because I was asking a million questions. And he's like, this is going to be different than your Superman. Just give it a chance. And when it was over, I can remember looking at him going, Dad, this movie sucked. And he started laughing. And he's like, why did it suck? I said, because he's nothing like George. Or the one on TV. I didn't say George. I said, there's nothing like the one on TV. But he even stole his last name and spelled it wrong. I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I did not have love for the first Superman movie. But Superman 2, when they brought Nod or Zod and Nan and what's the girl name? I never Ursa. Ursa?
Oh, God, it starts with an F.
No.
Fiona.
Wasn't it Ursula or Ursa or something?
Maybe it was Ursa.
Ursa?
Man, it's been a long time. It's been a long time for me.
But anyway, I love that movie.
I
love that movie.
That actress. Oh my gosh.
I still love Superman 2. But of the Christopher Reeve films, that's the only one I can rewatch. To me, 1 and 3 and 4 are just bad.
You're right. Sarah Douglas is Ursa.
Ursa.
Why was
Ursa.
I thinking
Okay.
Fiona? Why?
I've
I was
never
thinking
even heard of
Fiona.
Fiona other than
Fiona.
Fiona Apple, and I'm like, that's not Fiona
No,
Apple.
isn't Fiona in Man of Steel?
maybe
Isn't that her?
maybe that's
Yeah,
maybe
I
that's
think
what it was.
I was in love with her too. Sorry, Brittany,
That's
but no,
true.
she was beautiful.
That was
But
one of the best things about the Flash, though, is bringing her back, her and
yeah,
Zod.
yes.
I still
No.
have my Superman 2 collector cards.
I have my
Oh,
Donner
wow.
cut.
I
The
loved that
Richard Donner
movie
cut.
so
Yeah,
much that I spent so many quarters on bubblegum packs to get all the Superman 2 cards.
But I am the same. I went to the theaters to see Superman. You know, I was 8, 9, somewhere around there. I can't remember. I think it was either 8 or 9. And I remembered the build up, the commercials and everything. Like, you will believe a man can fly. I mean, you say that today, it means shit, you know? But back then, everybody was talking, and people don't understand. Eddie does. That was the first serious superhero movie. Every other ones was a joke. It was, no actor would be. That's why I love Christopher Reeve, because he was a Juilliard, he was an actor, and he took this, where people thought he was going to say, what are you doing, Superman? That's stupid. Nobody would. And he did it serious. And then when the movie came out, I remember people were like saying, what the hell is this? Of course, Marlon Brando too, who was the biggest douche on the planet. But his back then his name still meant something. Mm-hmm. So they it was so serious. So that was my Superman. I don't know if you guys did this when you were kids, right? I love Superman. So that meant I love Christopher Reeve. And I want to see whatever he's in, and even though he's Superman, but, back then, typecasting, unfortunately, was real. Mm-hmm. Every other movie I saw of him, I was like, what are you doing? This movie's terrible, And so it was like, so then I followed Christopher Reeve, and then when Superman 2 came out, forget about it. It was awesome.
I almost didn't see Superman 2.
No?
Because I didn't like the first one. To me, as a kid, for some reason, that movie was just boring to me. But I think it was just because I loved the other one so much and the cartoons that it was hard for me as just a little kid, because I was only like 5 or 6 when it came out.
Right,
and for me, it didn't hold my attention. I mean, where's the action? It was more love story, sappy, gooey. When back then I didn't want that. As a little boys, girls are gross.
Yeah.
But then my brother Don taught me into
are,
going to
just
see
let
it.
you know. They still are. Okay.
But then my brother talked me into going to see Superman 2, and oh my God, it was a completely different movie. It was action nonstop. It was super fighting. It was everybody had powers and the city's in chaos and everybody's gonna die. I'm like, yes, I love this one. And then I saw Superman 3 and I was like, uh-oh.
I enjoy Superman 3.
Richard Pryor.
Huh?
Richard Pryor.
Yes. The ingredients on the cigarettes.
It was so stupid. And the one that pisses me off the most is Superman 4. Not because of what it was. What was so disappointing back then, I don't know if you guys remember this. They went to Christopher Reeve, said, hey, we're going to do another movie. And he said no. He said he is done. Okay? But they were like, okay, what would it take for you to do another movie? He goes, if I oversee the script and what the movie is about, if I think that it's going to be a blockbuster and it's great, I will do it. So when that info came out, Superman 4 is going to be awesome. The only reason why Christopher Reeve will come back if this movie was phenomenal, right? And when it came out, it was a turd. I was like, what the hell is Christopher Reeve doing? I don't understand. It was so bad.
The special effects were terrible too. It looked like cartoony when they were flying and fighting. I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah, and then you had Lex Luthor's cousin, nephew. He was terrible. He was annoying.
John Cryer.
Yeah, I do like him, who ended up being Lex Luthor. You know, but he was annoying back in the 80s. He always played annoying characters. But but then you had all the Gene Hackman's voice on. I was like, what the hell was that? It was like, what are you doing, Christopher Reeve? And I remember that coming out. And I hate that's his last Superman movie. I wanted him to come back, to do one good movie, but it never happened.
That was like a prototype Connor Kent, because it was part Lex, part Superman. Yeah, and Johnny, that teaser, yes, the teaser should have trended like it did, and it was Feora. It was Feora.
All right.
Okay.
I just found this out right before we came on.
Mm-hmm.
The trailer, the Superman trailer, hit 250 million.
But nobody wants to see it.
It is the
so nobody watched it other than Jay?
Yeah. No, Jay just watched it 252 million times. But they said it just bypassed Deadpool and Wolverine for the year. So I think it's number 6, which it just came out a week, not even a week, and it's already beating Deadpool and Wolverine. So it's going to hit, way up there, because I forget what the other ones were. I think number 1 was Spider-Man No Way Home. I think it hit 369 million, something like that. So, but people want a Superman movie. They want a Superman movie.
Just real quick. Triple B, I completely agree. Village of the Damned is awesome. I love that movie. That is my favorite Christopher Reeve movie after Superman 2.
I like that too, but my favorite thing that he did was an episode of Tales from the Crypt, where him and his wife own a diner, and Judd Nelson is like a drifter that is working for them, and Meatloaf's in the episode too.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Totally.
I love that episode.
Yes. Oh my God, I had totally forgotten about that. I forgot that was him. You're right.
Yeah.
You guys have to watch. I don't know, Jay, if you could look this up. He did a movie, and he has a goatee, Christopher Reeve. It's a movie with him, with Morgan Freeman.
Really?
He plays like it's something to do with sex work or something like that. To me, that was my favorite Christopher Reeve, because it was just totally different.
Is it called Street Smart?
There you go. Yes.
Did you say sex work?
Yes.
You can't drop that and not explain what sex work. What?
It was. I guess hookers were dying or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think, I can't remember, but he was phenomenal in that movie, because it's totally different.
Nope and Randy are cracking me up. It's like,
oh yeah,
Randy's like, Jay's got it on a loop, and Nope's like on multiple screens. Yeah,
yes,
you're not wrong. And Lorena, I got to go back to this. So Lorena said that her favorite thing about Superman 3 was the fight. That to me makes that movie. That part where he's fighting, like he's split into two.
Oh,
yes. Superman fighting Clark, and he throws Clark in the compactor, and Clark just breaks out of it. I love, like, that's my favorite part of 3.
Yes,
that is my favorite one.
I like Superman 3. I love him. What was he at the bar? He was like, he had a little beard, scruffy beard, and he was drinking. I think at the bar, that part was awesome. And then seeing it in the theaters, that the special effects, freaking, having them both there. I remember that. That part was awesome.
Yeah, four is one that if it's on, I'll watch it.
Oh yeah.
I don't hate it.
No.
Is it good?
No,
but it's Superman. It's Superman. So like I've seen. I want to find it, but there's a musical about Superman, and I think it's called Look in the Sky or something like that. I've seen clips of it, and I was like, this doesn't look like it's for me, but it's Superman, and I really want to see it. It's an older musical or Broadway play or something. I can't remember what exactly, but Crypt Keeper Lamp in the back. Oh yeah, Tales from the Crypt, y'all. That's when I was a kid. It was Tales from the Crypt, but I didn't get to see it on like HBO. I watched it on Fox, and it came on Friday or Saturday for me at like 10 o'clock. And it would play like 2 episodes. I watched the cartoon, and then we had another show called Tales from the Dark Side that I watched a lot. Like Tales from the Dark Side had this one episode where a dude gets turned into a human puppet.
Oh yeah. See, now you're speaking my language. I love this.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I remember I used to watch Tales from the Crypt on HBO. It was huge.
Yeah.
When it came out, it was, oh my gosh. Well, HBO, anything HBO back then, whatever they did, freaking was golden.
We had rabbit ears back then.
Yes. Yeah.
I didn't have HBO.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We didn't have cable at my house ever. The house I grew up in still doesn't have cable.
Oh, wow. No, why? Growing up, I was okay. I was lucky. My father did good. My mom was home. So, I mean, we weren't rich or anything like that, but I remember anything we asked for, we got. Back then was Atari, 64, Nintendo. You know what I mean? ColecoVision. We always had that stuff. And so I remember watching it late with my brother, who's 2 years younger than me, freaking watching all the HBO stuff.
Back when it wasn't soft.
Yeah.
That's true. Then you had Skinamax, and you had the masseuse. I mean, you had some kind of movies on there about a masseuse or something. I can't remember exactly.
Oh yeah.
Can't remember the plots.
I don't know.
You know what? That's the whole reason why I became a massage therapist, and it didn't work out that way. I'm sorry.
Jay, you really do got to quit watching that trailer though, because I got an email from Prawn Hub, and they're wanting to know if you're okay because you haven't been on in a while.
Well, unfortunately, they're not in Texas anymore.
Yeah, and as of yesterday, they're not in Florida anymore. Yeah, they just passed it. That Pornhub, you can't have it in Florida.
Y'all are gonna have me jumping out and going there just to see if it goes there, and I do not want that in my history.
Yeah, I mean, I had to watch Tales from the Crypt and stuff like that on regular TV back before the CW combined with UPN, which UPN used to be Paramount 20.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. UPN.
We had channel 39, and channel 39 became the WB, and then they merged to become the CW.
Yep.
So my parents didn't get cable till I left the house at like 18 or 19. So I got to watch all the HBO stuff after I moved out, and I was like, this is not the same Tales from the Crypt that I watched.
Oh no. Nope. Man, UPN, you bring back, you know what was famous on UPN? Was the Star Trek.
Yep. Next Generation.
Next Generation.
Yep.
And then Deep Space Nine and Voyager. All of them were on UPN.
Wasn't Next Generation like the first series they showed when it debuted?
Yes.
And I was there that night to see it, and I fell in
Me
love
too.
with Next Generation. Oh my
Yes.
God, I love that.
Me too, because they had DeForest Kelly on there. Oh my gosh. You know, he's the only one that I have not got a signature for from the original series. He's the only one. And I missed him by a week. He was at Cape Canaveral. So a friend of mine drove up, because we're in West Palm Beach. So that's probably almost 2 hours south of Cape Canaveral. So it was close. So we went there. It was supposed to be him and Ensign Kim from Voyager, right? So we went there and we found out he wasn't there. And they got Odo from Deep Space Nine to take his place. And freaking a week later, he passed away.
Man.
Yeah.
Renee was my favorite thing that he was in, other than Odo, because I really loved him in DS9.
He was awesome as Odo.
Was the Patriot.
The Patriot.
He was in The Patriot with Mel Gibson.
Oh, the movie.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I loved him in that movie. I loved that movie. Like,
that movie. Oh, you're bringing back memories now. I remember him from Benson, from the TV show.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
You guys are really going old school now.
Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah. Because that's how my wife and I met, is because of Star Trek and all. She was a huge Star Trek Voyager fan, and I am the original. You know, I'm old school. We met in a chat room back then. You know, she's gonna kill me. You know, 99. Back then there was like chat rooms, and Sci-Fi Network had the original series all redone, and I think added scenes, and William Shatner hosted it. And so when that went on, there was a lot of chat rooms. And I remember there was a South Florida Star Trek room. So, and then her and I started talking. And then she sent me a picture. And I was like, there's no way this is you. You're freaking, there's no way. And I had to remember, I'm going back. When I met her, she asked me to send her a picture, and I just got divorced and everything. And I was like, I was at my heaviest of like not good. And I remember I had to try to look for pictures to send to her to make me at least look halfway decent. And then we talked for 2 months on the phone. We never met each other. And the only reason why I waited 2 months is so I could lose weight to see her and everything. So Star Trek is very, very big in our house, because if it wasn't for Star Trek, we would never have met.
Folks, do not let Castle fool you. Go check this man's Instagram. See what homie used to look like. Holy hell! Like Jason Momoa, who?
Yeah. See, I have this picture. Let me see if I can get it. Jason, like I said, we met Jason Momoa. And when he first saw me, like, because we actually took a picture together because my wife wanted it too. So I was like, like I said, I'm not jealous at all. Let her have her fun. But when we first met each other, he looked at me. He went like this. He just looked up and went, and he was just so cool. Let me see if I can grab this. Hang on.
All right.
Well, I'm glad he's wearing pants.
That costs extra. Yeah. That would cost extra. Here's our picture. Let's see if I can get.
Here, hold on. Let me see if I can make you. Let me make you a little bigger here. Let me put you.
Oh, by the way, Castle, hit your F key on your keyboard.
I don't have a keyboard.
Oh, because that's. Do you see the little square in the lower right corner? Because if you click on that, that's how you get full screen. I figured it out.
Where on this? Well, let me show you this, and then we'll look at it. So God damn it! You see where my wife is? Okay, is she near me? No, she's near the fish man.
I'm noticing where Fishman's hand is too.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed, motherfucker. Oh, I'm sorry, Jay. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. Brittany! No, he was so cool. He really, really was.
That's
And,
always good to hear, man.
Oh no, he was awesome. And and then Brittany's like right near him, and she said to him, "Oh my God, you smell so good." And then she walked away, and I looked at him and I said like this, "Fuck, you do smell good." And I just walked out. He was so good. He was so good.
Okay,
All right.
Caswell, I was being facetious earlier when I said how tall you were. You're about 6'7".
I'm 6'7".
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And the times that you saw the pictures on Instagram, I was 304 pounds,
Whew.
something like that. So yeah. My body's feeling it now. But all right. So Eddie, where to make this bigger?
There's where the chat is showing up. You see that little square, that white square in the lower right corner, or do you not have that?
I do not have that.
Yeah, he might not have that because he's on the phone.
No, I'm on my iPad.
Oh, the iPad.
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. And you can't bring up a keyboard on your iPad and hit F? You should be able to.
Let me see if it would let me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the show.
No, this is awesome. No, let me see if it will let me. No keypad, because I was going to see if I could join the chat to see if it would let me. But
I haven't figured out how to join the chat other than opening up a browser window and going in through YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, see, and since I don't know what's on the other side, what y'all see, like on my end, you see the 3 circles that have us in it. Like, do y'all see that? Like underneath that, there's like a folder for me. There's a design, captions. All the way at the bottom of that has a chat button.
You see circles?
Yeah, like I'm at the top.
Oh, I got rectangles.
I got rectangles.
Yeah, I got circles, I guess.
Woo! Aren't you special?
Tonight, kids, we're going to learn all about geometry.
Yes. And you're never going to use it.
Yes.
Yeah. You're never going to have a calculator in your pocket all the time, right?
Right.
Is that a calculator in your pocket, or never mind?
Now, are you happy to see me?
Well, since my phone's on the table next to you, Ed, I'll let you draw your own conclusions.
Oh, boy. I thought I felt something vibrate.
That was me.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Put the mobile picture down and concentrate, Castle.
Goodness. Well, Triple B's got it kind of, got a good idea. If you can't join the chat, that's kind of weird that it doesn't let you join it on that side.
No, there's no way to do it through the program that I've been able to find. I have to open up a browser.
Huh.
And tab over to it. And it's harder to do it because I got the webcam going today, so I'm not using my smart TV. So that's why I couldn't type, and I just got done getting the keyboard to work so that I could join through a browser. So now I'm looking at my TV to chat and this to do the show.
Yeah, what's weird is that usually when I'm on somebody else, they send me the link, and it's for StreamYards.
Yeah.
And it won't let me do it. I have to copy it and then open a new browser, and then it will do it. Like this, I'm telling you, what I'm seeing is probably like this big.
Yeah. And that's what I was seeing too until I noticed that little square and clicked on it. And then when I hovered over the square, it said F key. So then when I hit the F key, it went full screen.
Yeah, see, usually it's because I have the chat overlay on. Like when I turn it off, we get a little bit bigger.
Yeah, now we're a lot bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Oh.
Never.
But I'm going. Where is it? No.
Yeah. Yep.
Jesus.
But I'm lucky.
Has polyps. You got to say the whole thing there, Jay.
Has polyps. My goodness.
My polyps have polyps.
That was a day. I'm waiting for that one to come back.
That was a good bot.
Dude, there's so many in jokes between all the shows that I keep up with. Like all the shows have some kind of in joke that y'all are only like somebody will bring up callers on another show.
I was just gonna say that, and
And
nobody
they're
knows
like,
what I'm talking about.
Nobody knows what that means.
And also, it's speaking of the EXP,
Mhm.
what got me more with you was the Tuesday night show, which, Jay, I know you hear it, but, and I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, you know, that show is probably the best show on EXP.
I love that show. I miss it so much. The one that he did with Dan. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Yep.
Yes. That show was my favorite. The two Dan shows were my favorite. And no, Jay, it's not just because I had a man crush on Dan's work. I actually loved your take on comics because we have similar tastes. And you helped make that show my favorite show. And I'm not just blowing, vape up your Yahoo.
See, I'm blowing smoke, he's blowing bacon. What the hell?
I'm eating gummies, so it's all
bacon. You got smoky bacon up your ass.
Smoky bacon up my ass. Jesus, polyps.
Speaking
of
do you hear a banjo playing? What?
The funny thing is, I was really never supposed to be on that show.
Really?
What was it called again?
The one before was called In Stores This Week.
Yes, that was it. I loved that show.
It was. I think Kyle couldn't do it that night because that was how that started. Apparently, that was Nick doing the show. Nick did that.
Really?
And yeah,
I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I think back when the experience for those days were just one long stream. They didn't break them up. It was whoever hosted the one show when their time was up, they do one of those newscasting things and push it to the next person. But apparently that show started out with it being Nick, and then Nick asked Dan to join, and then it turned into Dan just doing it. So then Kyle got on with them. Well, for some reason, this was right when I started working live shows because I didn't work live shows before. And he was like, "Hey, do you want to be on? You want to be on the show with us or with Dan because I can't be on it or something?" And I said, "Sure. What do I have to do?" Like, well, I'm going to send you a link. There's going to be books in there. They're books. Try not to be too spoilery because they're books that haven't come out yet. And I was like, okay. So I read them, and I've always had to write notes. Like, I love comics to death, but I can't remember a lot of things. So I did the show, and Dan was like, "That was a lot of fun, man." He goes, for your first time doing something like this, pretty good. We had a little bit of a crowd there, but then the next week, Kyle was like, "Hey, you want to do it again?" And I was like, "Okay." Well, this time, I sat and I waited that day, and it was like an hour before the show, 30 minutes before the show, something like that. And I said, "Hey, man, I haven't gotten the books yet." And he was like, "Dude, it's the same link." So that show, I had 30 minutes before the show to read all the books. Now, that one was the thing I liked about that one was the fact that we all read the same book, so you all got the same, you all got different opinions on the same book.
Yes, that's what I loved about it.
Yeah. And Zenoscope,
and Zenoscope, yeah.
I'm trying to push you guys to do it now. The hell?
We really don't get too many Zenoscope books in the list now.
No, I get the link too. Yeah. I get it from Dan, and I see it, and I'm like, damn, no Zenoscope. What the hell? They stopped sending it to you guys, or did you guys stop asking?
I don't know, to be honest with you, because I just have the link. Like
Okay.
that's why you'll see sometimes Kyle gets Mad Cave books. I don't get those. Kyle gets Mad
Okay.
Cave and something else. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But we used to have Image, and I was really upset. We still never really found out what happened with that because I got to read the Ghost Machine stuff. And hold on, pounding monster, so making me burpy. So I got to read the Ghost Machine stuff, right? And I was getting into because I didn't read Geiger the first go round. I didn't start reading that until we started reading. They gave that the Ghost Machine first, where it had all the different stories in it, to where this is what's coming out. And I got to read most of the number ones that were coming out. They were all the Jeff Johns ones, like Red Coat and Rook and all that. And then we stopped getting them. And Kyle never got a straight answer why we stopped getting them. So I was just like going through, because though that link saved everything that came before it. So I was like, well, if I'm not getting newer Image stuff, I went through it and I got trades and stuff off of it. So I was like, well, I still got all this stuff I can read. Yeah, hold on. Let me say, yeah, Randy, it was the Fat Jacks. I'm pretty sure I saw you there first. Fat Jacks was a show that I didn't start working until like I got to work one show with Brendan, I think was the guy before his name, before Elias and Lucas took over.
Yes. Yeah.
I only got to work one show with him.
He
Yeah.
was great.
Yeah. And then it was Elias and Lucas, and then it was Elias and now Zach, I think, was the last set of people they had on Fat Jacks.
Yeah. They were, I hate to tell you, that's where Round Guy and I met, was on their show. And also Nancy's. Mm-hmm. I remember us both being on that show on Nancy on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, man, Fat Jacks, they were, I hate to say this, they were horrendous. They were really bad. Round Guy, I know, can definitely back me up on this. They would take 3 to 4, 5 months for you to get your books. You know, I remember, I forget his name. Was it Mike?
Mike, the head guy?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, it was Mike.
I kept on emailing him, and I felt like a douche because I was emailing him and I wasn't getting anything. So I emailed him and CC Nick, right? Mm-hmm. And then I got an answer. But he lied, saying that the books were sent out already. Sorry it took so long. He didn't send them out. And I got them maybe a month later. But in the package was 3 or 4 hardcover Thor graphic, like omnibuses.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I felt bad. And they were just saying, he wrote a note saying, these for sorry it took so long. So, but I didn't buy from them for a long time because of what happened. And then when they moved to other people, it just wasn't fun anymore. It was just, I hate to say it was just boring, which I understand now why they're not there, doing it anymore. But because that's what I like about the other sales. You need to have more energy, more fun, more, you know what I mean? And that's why I like the other one, especially the Monday and Wednesdays. Yeah. Especially Mondays and all. But that's why I like it. It's being different. But do you know, it's funny that I mentioned it, that on Wednesdays, you know who I just heard from 2 days ago? Was Alec from AR Comics.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He wrote to me and said, hey, I'm sorry. He got like a new job and moved and had a new kid. And I guess comics is not a part of his life anymore.
Oh wow.
I was like sad to hear that.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
happens.
yeah, like it was kind of weird because I started watching. I started watching this stuff because I try to support everybody that I can. There's only so much stuff I can watch though, but
Sure.
I tried to support him for a little bit. And Stevie, like, let me tell you about the trailer, man. I've watched that trailer so many times, and I'm going to continue watching it so many times. And when I get a new one, I'm just going to have it on a playlist. I'm going to play those trailers back to back. I did the same thing with Deadpool. When I found out that there was a Deadpool animated, trailer that Blur Studios did, Tim Miller, they put together to try to send it to Fox. I found the I don't want to say bootleg, but I went and I downloaded the weird shaky cam version of that first. No sooner than I did that, the next thing you know, they're releasing the regular the regular one, like the one that they did. They released it, and when they did that, not it felt like it wasn't even a week later. Fox greenlit that Deadpool movie. I've watched that first trailer. I don't know how many times. I've watched. There was supposed to be a Deadpool cartoon done by Donald Glover. That they have a little oh my goodness, I don't remember the word animatic I think is what it's called, of that trailer. I've watched that so many times. This Superman trailer has me so hyped that I watch it about 5 to 10 times a day, and I don't get bored. I don't get bored with it. I
How
don't get
were
bored with it.
What's the
how were
countdown to
you?
the movie?
Hmm?
What's the countdown to the movie?
Let's see. Ed told me 204 days on Thursday when it dropped.
Hmm.
Oh, Stevie, I love it so much.
Oh
Like,
yeah, it's
I don't see me not loving this movie when it comes out.
right.
I
It's
really
so
don't.
beautiful. That's what I would. That trailer is just beautiful, you know. But let me ask you this, Jay: how
Mhm.
were you seeing James Gunn's vision before the trailer and before the teaser of the trailer?
I was in the camp. Here's what I'll tell people. I've said this from the very beginning. So what was it? 2 years ago now, when they first announced that Gunn and Saffron were going to be going to DC, 2 or 3 years, something like that.
Damn, it's been that long.
It
Wow,
feel at least it feels like it's been that long.
wow, wow.
So I don't think I'm working that day. I think it's a day that I'm off. And Kyle messages me. He goes, "Hey man, Dan's about to go live. Do you want to jump on? There's some big DC news." I said, "No, but if you need me to run the show, I'll run the show." He goes, "Okay." I said, "What's the news?" He goes, "James Gunn is going to be joining DC, going to be joining Warner Brothers." And I jumped out of my chair. I was so excited, but I was excited because I was like, "We're going to get a Henry Cavill, James Gunn directed Man of Steel.
Yeah, yeah.
We're going to get that Man of Tomorrow sequel." I was so excited about that. And I had said before we started putting videos on YouTube, I used to do practice vids where I would just rant about stuff. I did one around the time that rest in peace Stan Lee passed.
Hmm.
And I had said back then that DC needed a DC Studios just like Marvel had Marvel Studios. I've been saying that forever, and have people that love comic books be in charge of it, not Suits. I mean, you got to have Suits for all the other crap that goes on with it, but have people that love them. At the time, I was like, Kevin Smith and a couple other people. Because say what you want about Kevin Smith, whether you like his movies or not, I do. His comics are phenomenal. He's a very good comic writer. Kevin Smith is. But we get on there, and then we had just had Cavill coming back, saying he's going to be back as Superman. So again, this was like a marriage to me, like a fantastic marriage. And when I heard he wasn't going to be it, I got salty. Like I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say, well, I was 1,000% behind this. You know, as soon as I heard that, I was just like, whatever. I was salty. Not to the point where I'm like, I'm not gonna watch this or I'm gonna talk bad about it. But it was just like I was really excited to see Henry Cavill, because Henry Cavill himself wanted to be that beacon of hope. You know, he wanted to do that. But the direction they were taking him, they were doing something, they were going to take too long. They were dragging their feet with it. It had been at this point 9-10 years since we had Man of Steel, you know, but it took me a while. In talking to Kyle, you know, Kyle's like, you can't be angry. I was like, I'm not angry at Gunn. I don't think Gunn fired Cavill. I don't buy into that. It just, he had a different vision, and this is what happened. Now, when he started announcing some of the other casts, and the other casts were older people, my brain started going back to, well, why couldn't we keep Cavill then? If we were having these older people, you know, portray these actors, why couldn't we keep Cavill? And then finally, I let it go. You know, I wasn't going to hold anything against Gunn. I wasn't angry at Gunn. I was more angry that I wasn't getting what I wanted as a fan. Like, people do that. I am not. I'm a person that keeps it to myself, though. You know, I don't go online and type up, you know, diatribes of how this is stupid or anything. But once I started seeing, like, once I saw that he got David Cornsweet, who to me looks like Cavill, but then again, but here's something that I didn't say earlier, because Ed and I were talking about this. Yes, he looks like Cavill, but Cavill to me looks like Superman.
Yeah.
So kind of like by proxy, by electricity, we at least have somebody who has that Superman look.
Yep.
Now, we got the first photo of, you know, the suit, and again, I'm not going to dog the suit. I'm just telling people it's not for me. But it's not just because it's not what I'm used to. It's because I don't like the new 52 suit. And the new 52 suit first took away the trunks, but also had the collar. I'm not a fan of the collar. I like the Rebirth suit. The Rebirth suit is the kind of the classic one, but still left the trunks off. The trunks thing to me doesn't bother me either way. Trunks on, trunks off. I don't care about that. And as far as, like, before the trailer, I was just like, you know what, dude? It's a Superman movie. You know you're gonna love it. You know, this is not gonna be like, people don't, like, they think that this movie is gonna be like how he did the Suicide Squad. You know, they think it's going to be like how he does some of the other movies. I'm like, I don't see James Gunn doing that with Superman. He does that with the other stuff because, I mean, it's B, C, D list characters that, you know, people don't like. Peacemaker. I knew who Peacemaker was, but it's not like I read or collect Peacemaker comics.
No, nobody did.
I know Vigilante. I know of Vigilante, but you know what? I actually enjoyed what they did to Vigilante in Peacemaker. But then again, I'm a Deadpool fan, and that's who, if Ryan Reynolds ever retires, that's who I want to replace him, as Freddie Stroma. I want Freddie Stroma to replace him if that ever happens. But I just started getting excited, and the minute that I saw that opening for the Fortress of Solitude, which I'm guessing that's what that is, that little shot before they do the motion poster, and it said "Look Up," I was already like, okay, that's all it took. It was seeing something like that. Triple B, you have a great night, and Stevie, I loved the Snyder Cut. I did. There were still things that they could have done differently in that, because I can critique things I love. There was things they could have done differently that, but I still feel like there's still some elements, but I still feel that is a totally different movie than the theatrical Justice League.
Yes.
You're not wrong.
Not at all. Not at all. You brought up Kevin Smith. Did you ever see this? Did you ever? I don't know if you could see it.
Is that the Death Superman Lives?
Yeah.
I don't have that. I have it by other means,
Okay.
but I have it. I started watching it. First of all, I was a big John Schnepp fan.
Oh, really?
I was. John
Hey,
Schnepp was hilarious to me.
he's my friend.
Oh,
He was my friend.
oh man.
He actually was going to fly me out and be on his Collider Live Heroes show, because I met him in MegaCon many years, and I actually have a picture of him. He actually signed this. This one's signed by him.
Let me make it bigger. There we go.
Let's see. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see. I can see it. It's is it like kind of gold or silver?
Yes, it's gold. Yeah, him and I we met at MegaCon, and he also was 6'7". So, so we were the same height and all. And it was a week after his birthday when we were at MegaCon. I was like, dude, is there any way, like, he was by himself at a panel, and I was like, dude, is there any way that maybe after the convention is over tonight, that my wife and we could buy you a birthday drink and all that? And he was like, that would be awesome, So we met that night, and all the way to the morning, we talked about really funny shit, like all his comic, background history. We also talked about drag queens, RuPaul Drag Race. He was a big fan, and so was I. So we got talking to that. We got talking to heavy metal and all. And the rest of that weekend, I just hung out with him and everything. And him and I used to Zoom, just talking shit. And because he would call me Florida Sweat Guy, if you know what sweaties.
The sweaty.
Yes. Yeah. And dude, and we were talking back and forth. He goes, look, I already talked to, I forget the owner of Collider. I'm going to have you fly out, because I never met anybody that had as much knowledge as I did, as he did. And he was like, if you're on the show, do you think you want to be on it all the time? Because they were looking to expand that Collider, channel at the time. And the owner approved it. So I had to do I was working at Fire Rescue at the time. So I was trying to get stuff done. And then he went to a convention in Las Vegas and everything like that. And after that, Las Vegas, he talked to me, and I even got, it was on YouTube. He messaged me, and he was like, hey, I just got done with the Vegas convention. I'm a little tired, but as soon as I get done, I'll reach out to you. And do you still want to do this? And I was like, absolutely. And I think, I got something up here. I'll show you. I said, absolutely. I think 2 weeks after that, he died. Yeah. He had a stroke. Crazy. He had a stroke. And
that's brutal.
And what was upsetting to me, this is like really, really hard on me. When I was with him, hanging out with him, he every once in a while, he would touch his arm and squeeze it, and I asked him, and, I was joking before, but I really was a massage therapist for like 20 something years and everything. I had associate's degree in it. I did the tissue, neuromuscular work. So I wasn't just, if you wanted a foo-foo massage, that's not me. That's not me. Okay. Dude, if I freaking did a massage and it was at night and freaking candles and you had Enya playing, dude, I'm falling asleep on you. while doing the massage. So that wasn't my cup of tea. So I noticed him squeezing his arm. And I was like, dude, are you okay? He goes, no, every once in a while I get a little yip. And eventually what happened is a couple weeks later, months later, after he died.
Yeah.
He died, and what was sad was, I think his name was Jose. I can't remember. But the guy that owned Collider freaking emailed me back and saying, I'm sorry. I know John was talking to you, have coming out here, but we're going to cancel Heroes because of John. But they didn't cancel. If you remember, they went with, I don't know if you know the guy, Coy Johnro. I don't know.
Yeah, I know of Coy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's a douche, just to let you know. Yeah.
Wow.
He's not a nice guy. He's one of these that he knows everything, So he actually emailed me saying, hey, we're not going to do it and all stuff like that. And so it was a bad thing. I have this thing, his girlfriend at the time, or they were supposed to get married, fiance, sent me this. Hang on. You're going to see my ass. Sorry.
Hey, all right.
So this was his favorite character.
Oh, take
Dr.
Take
Strange.
it easy, Randy. Thank you for being here, brother, and happy holidays to you, man. Be safe.
So they had a thing of him playing, him being Doctor Strange. That was his favorite character. So I got it on metal.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it's funny that you said that you liked him.
Yeah.
So how do you know him?
Collider stuff. And wasn't he the one who tried to get the Zenoscope?
Yes,
Zenoscope
the
cartoon
movie.
started? The movie, yeah.
Yep, the cartoon, the animation. Yes.
Yeah, I saw him, and it was just like, the things I remember the most is Sweaties and Bringing the Filthy.
Bringing the Filthy, yeah. He was what I liked about him is that he also hated his height and everything. So we got along so well. Of course, we had comics, but there was other stuff. Yeah, like he hated being tall and being like hated being the center of attention, which I do too, And so we had a lot in common, and it's just unfortunately, freaking died very, very, very young.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It was really, really upsetting because I was so excited, like watching him talk about the death of Superman Lives, and then seeing some of those scenes, and then whatever, I think it wasn't Bonaventura, or maybe it was, but it was one of those guys. And the reason why we get the giant mechanical spider in Wild Wild West is because that guy wanted Superman to fight, like Nick Cage's Superman to fight a mechanical spider.
Yep. A large mechanic. That's why it's in the Flash.
Yeah, the scene with Nick Cage as Superman. Yep. That's why he's fighting it, and that he wanted Superman to have polar bears as his guards.
Oh yeah, it was ridiculous.
Superman Liz would have been wild.
It would have been terrible. It would have been horrible. Like the suit that Nick Cage had was alive. It was an alive suit, so it was like Kryptonian, Sentinel, something like that.
Oh, I would have loved it. I still would have loved it. And I think what would have made me love it though is Nick Cage is such a Superman fan.
Yeah.
And having somebody who's that big of a fan play the character.
Absolutely.
I don't know. There's something about that gets me, because it's like his son's name is Kal-El Cage.
Yes. You know what? I wanted to name my son Kal-El. My ex-wife said, I'm sorry to say this, Jay, but she said, fuck you. Yeah. So I was like, oh, come on, but
Yeah.
yeah, Nick Cage, he's awesome. But yeah, he was, because I didn't know a lot of the stuff about what could have been through Schnepp and all stuff like that. So, but I'm glad somebody else knows him, and also that makes me feel good.
Yeah,
He was a very nice and very good with the comic books, and he died right before. I don't know if it was Endgame or Infinity Wars, but he died right before them, and all I ever could think about was like, damn it, he's missing these movies. You know what I mean? So it was like really, really hard. Yeah, it took, even though I only met him for a little bit and knew him for a couple months, and I knew it could have been something more, and then, that he's not here.
Yeah.
That hit me like really, really hard.
I mean,
So,
I can definitely see that because, like I said, just seeing him on screen, never meeting the guy in person, like I wasn't devastated, but I sure did feel the loss when he passed.
yeah,
Like,
isn't that weird when we do that with somebody we don't know? But he was very, Collider Heroes was their number one show, number one views, number one everything, and that was because of him. You know what I mean? Let's face it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then after that, then I heard Collider screwed a lot of people and just let them go, and now they're just a little channel and everything. The owner of the channel is not a very nice guy. He isn't. So, yeah, it's a shame.
It's strange. Yeah, it's strange because you see people on your screen and they're one way on the screen, and part of you is like, man, I hope this person, if I ever get to meet this person, I hope they're pretty much like they are on the screen that I see them. Like I've been fortunate enough now to people that I've wanted to meet have lived up to my expectations. Like I got to meet Garrett Gunn and Dr. Christina Blanche. Dr. Christie has a store called All Yeah Comics in Muncie, but she was writing Good Boy with Garrett Gunn, and they did a Good Boy World Tour, and they stopped at Space Cadets when Space Cadets was in their old location here in Texas. And I've been talking to Garrett and Dr. Christie for a long time. Jenna one time brought home his book Warcorns. And this is back, when we had the channel. So I had an Instagram and I just happened to share it on my Instagram. Y'all, if you haven't read Warcorns by Garrett Gunn yet, some writer guy is what his handle is, you need to check it out. This was the first time that a writer of something that I put on Instagram ever said anything back to me. Like I've had a writer named Edward Davis who wrote a book called The Mortal Era. He actually had sent us, before we got started, he had sent us PDFs of his stuff. And I talked to Edward not as much as I used to, but I do talk to him still sometimes. But I got to meet we got to meet Garrett in person, Garrett and Dr. Christie, and Garrett is another huge man. Like I got a thing for tall dudes, I guess. Big dudes I got a thing for, I guess. But just one of the nicest guys. And Dr. Christie, same way. Like we get there and Jenna was telling me beforehand, she goes, look, I know we're friends with them, but let's not bring every book we own from them for them to sign. And we get there and Garrett's like, what's this? I said, well, it's stuff we brought for you to sign. He goes, I know you have more of my stuff than this. He goes, and you don't live that far away from here, right? I said, no. He goes, go home and get the rest of your stuff.
Aww.
Because I'm signing everything you bring me. And sure enough, all medals, just everything that I had, he and Dr. Christie spent most of their time there signing everything we had. And then we went out to dinner with them.
That's awesome.
Like they were great. And I got to meet Carlos, and I always say his last name wrong. Carlos Ferro or Ferror. He does the voice of Dominic Santiago in the Gears of War games.
Oh wow.
Yeah, got to meet him at Comic Palooza. You want to talk about a super cool guy? So nice. Like I didn't buy anything from him at first, but I'm standing there waiting to talk to him, and he sits there. He has a conversation with me. Doesn't say anything about, hey, are you going to pay for something? Or are you going to buy something? Nothing. And I was like, you know what? My wife is a huge fan. This was back when she was working at Space Cadets, so she was actually working at the con. So we got somebody to cover for her. She came up there. I sent her up to the front of the line, and I'm just standing back there. I've already had my turn in line, and him and his handler are looking at me. He's like, "Dude, come up here. Go ahead. There's nobody else here. Come on." I walk up there. Jenna gets to talk to him.
Oh,
Jenna was even a bigger fan than I was because that's the character she played in the games. So we bought her a signed picture with him. And it's not of him though. It's of the group of the Gears, like in video game form. But he signed it. What's up, bitches? And just one of the nicest guys.
oh,
I love
I love hearing that.
Yeah, I love when somebody who you've seen on screen ends up being, because I hear horror stories all the time. Don't meet your heroes. Don't meet your heroes. And I'm like, everyone I've met so far that I've wanted to meet has lived up to the expectation that I have.
Oh, that's awesome.
And that's you guys included.
The
Aw.
one for me, I would say, is that back in 94, 93 or 94, can't remember. I just got out of the Navy, didn't know what I was doing, so I was hanging out with my friend, and we went to, oh crap, I can't remember the convention. Screamfest. Screamfest. Okay, my friend knew the owner of Screamfest. It was in New Jersey. It was the Meadowlands and all. So, and we were just walking around, and he introduced me to him. He was an older gentleman. I can't remember his name. He goes, "What are you doing tomorrow?" I was like, "Nothing." He goes, "Is there any way you could be a bodyguard for Elvira?" And I was like, you know what? Let me think about it. Okay.
Don't take this personal, but
Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. So he goes, he told me what I was going to do. It was nothing like body guard. It was nothing like that. It was just being her bitch. That's all it was.
That's fine. Yeah.
That was totally fine. So
I aspire to be Elvira's bitch. So.
Exactly. So she came up, and oh my God, dude, she wasn't Elvira, right? What I know now, back then, I didn't know who. I knew who Elvira was, but I didn't know who Elvira is. You know what I mean? I didn't know at the time that was Cassandra Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
I just knew her as Elvira. So she came up, and she looked like still, oh, Jesus Christ, still gorgeous as hell, right? And so we went to go meet her. And I remember Charlie. Charlie was his name. I was like, "Charlie, where's Elvira?" He was like, "Dipshit, she's right there." And I was like, "This blonde bitch is Elvira?" And Elvira was like, "It sure is." I was like, "Oh, crap." I just blew it.
Wah, wah.
She was the nicest, dirtiest person that you guys could ever. She was a sweetheart. She was. I remember when she went back a couple hours. I was with my friend walking around. Oh, and that was the time. Oh, I got to tell this later. I know people are gonna think I'm lying, but fuck them. But so we shopped around a little bit, and she came. Charlie got me. Said, "Okay, You're going to be right there. I was like, no problem, man. No problem. She sat down to do her signings. Dude, she must have done signings for hours, right? And I was like behind her, and she would be like, hey, hey, honey, can you do me a favor? Can you get me an ice pack because my elbow is hurting? I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. Went to go do that, and she's signing away with a freaking ice pack on her elbow, right? And she's giving everybody the time, nothing. And I remember we were closing, right? She still had a line, and we were closing. And then she was like, can you do me a favor? Can you follow me? I'm going to talk to the people. And I was like, yeah, sure. No problem. She went out, went to the end of the line, talked to the person, said, hey, look, please tell people after you, I can't sign anymore. And he was like, okay. She went to everybody after, back, and she goes, do not worry. Doesn't matter how long it takes, you're going to get a signature. It was like 2.5 hours after they closed that she signed and never bitched about anything. The only thing that pisses me off is that the guy, Charlie, said, look, you could do this job, but there's 2 things you cannot do. And I was like, what? He goes, you cannot ask for an autograph and you can't ask for a picture. Oh. So I was like, back then, selfies wasn't invented yet, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? So but she was the nicest, like I said, the sexiest, the dirtiest freak. And when I mean dirty, I mean like foul mouthed. She was just like on the borderline, like she wasn't over the top, but she played right a little. Yeah. She was very innuendo type person. She always was just very playful. Dude, she was awesome. So, I was so very lucky to be that and all. So I was like, that was a dream come true, but I don't have anything to prove that I was there except for my friend who knew Charlie. So it was just like, that was amazing. So that part was.
You just took one of my life highlight stories that I used to brag about to my buddies, crumpled it up, spiked it in the trash, and pissed all over it because I got to meet her twice at Motor City Comic Con.
Really?
And yes. And one time, this was a long time ago before the Comic Cons took off, before the Marvel MCU. Right. And one time there was nobody around, and she's like, pull up a chair and let's bullshit. I'm bored.
Oh my God.
And I got to talk to her for like 20 minutes. And I used to go around all puffed chest, and now you just wah, wah, all over that.
No, that's cool.
That story's trash.
No, I wish I sat down. I never got to talk to her. I was just, she would just ask me, can you get me some water? Can you get me and of course the talk came, I was like almost as tall as her hair. So she was like, how fucking tall are you? And then she goes, oh, I bet you. And like I said, it was innuendos. She would be like, oh, I bet your girlfriend would love to climb you. Just stuff like that. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Oh, like I said, she was the best. But the one story I have, and I'm sorry, Eddie, I don't mean to take all the time, but
no, brother, okay. I'm having a blast. Do it.
Okay. The one story I have, and this blows people away, and it does me too, because it really hurts my feelings, which you'll know after the story. So I was stationed out in San Diego. I was a Navy guy, and I was in submarines. Okay. And our submarine needed to be worked on. So we had to go to San Francisco to get dry docked and everything for them to fix it. So this must have been 1990. So me and my two friends, the three of us, were walking around San Francisco. We were all in uniform, that white, stupid fucking uniform with that corny hat, Popeye, wannabe, seaman, whatever. Okay. So we're
Wow.
walking down the street on the left-hand side. We're walking. And we see this gorgeous freaking blonde coming our way. Okay. And we were typical 19, 20-year-olds. She saw us. She freaking walked to the other side of the street, right? And we're like, what the, we were being typical 19, 20-year-olds, like talking to her. So I was like, my back was like, like this, where I was talking, and all of a sudden, I hit somebody. And I was like, oh my God. I turned around, this guy's on the floor. And here I am. I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm a seaman recruit. I'm gonna, So I went to go pick him up. He got up, and I went to say, sorry, sir. Sir, I am so sorry. I don't mean anything. He goes, you were looking at that woman, weren't you? And I was like, yes. He goes, well, so was I. So I was like, okay, I'm so sorry. And so my two other friends, we would talk to him for like 5 minutes, maybe. Of course, he was asking, you guys are in the military, blah, 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 blah. And just like that really nice guy walked away in a limo and drove off, right? So we didn't think anything of it. Just like, oh my God, this guy was cool. He was good looking. It was like nothing. That was it, right? So I can't remember, man. It was maybe a couple months after. At that time, and when I was in the military, I really had to get away, like maybe once a month and everything like that. That I used to rent a hotel near the base and spend the weekend there. I used to go to the comic book store, to Blockbuster Video, and the movies by myself. It was one of my times just to decompress, So I went to go see Rocky V. Okay. So I know, terrible movie, terrible movie, but I still love it. Tommy Gunn. So I'm there sitting there watching, and the trailers come up, and they were like, Dolph Lundgren's next new hit, Showdown in Little Tokyo, and introducing Bruce Lee's son, Brandon Lee. And I went to look at that screen, and I was like, holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I was like, I watched the movie. As soon as the movie was over, went to go see my friends. I said, you're not going to believe who we ran into. They were like, who? Freaking Bruce Lee's son, Brandon Lee. And they were like, no way. So I bought their tickets to go see Rocky V again. Right? And the trailer comes on, and I'm looking at both of their faces, and they were like, holy shit, that was Brandon Lee. Wow. And I was like, so we met Brandon Lee again, 5 minutes, you know what I mean? And then I followed his career, and unfortunately, when The Crow happened and he passed away, oh my God, I was devastated. But that was my two little things of Elvira and Brandon Lee.
You knocked Brandon Lee on his ass.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm happy to say that. Super nice guy. Super nice guy.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. When you're like 54 years old, you do have a couple of good stories. So
Thank you. I'm not the oldest person in the room for a week.
I know.
Thank you, brother. Okay? I appreciate that.
No, that's all I got. I am tired of being the freaking oldest. I am. I don't know what happened when there was a time where I was the youngest, wherever we were, work, out partying, whatever. I was the youngest. And all of a sudden, just like that, I was like the oldest. I'm like, what the hell just happened?
Nope.
Because even Brittany, Brittany is 54. She's 6 weeks older than I am. And I never let her forget it because she's an old bitch. And she's going to get Social Security before me. So, you know what? But yeah.
I feel you, brother, because I'm the youngest of 12 kids. So I
Oh.
was always the youngest of everything. And now everyone's younger than me, and it pisses me off.
No, I
Look,
know. Like, Jesus Christ.
I'm
Where
a
I work, the three guys are 36, 37, and 38. Freaking hate them. I hate them.
I'm gonna tell you the same thing I tell Nick though. You're barely a teenager older than me. Okay? So you're not that old. Because if you're that old, then that means I'm getting that old. And
How
I
old
and I
are
don't
you?
want that. I'm 42.
Oh, fuck you, man. You're not old. All right?
Yeah,
Fuck.
he
Well,
deserves
neither are
two.
you. Neither
No,
neither are y'all. Because you're
no, I tell
barely a
Right.
you, man.
teenager older than me.
You know what? People told me once you hit 40, you start feeling it, right?
Mhm.
I was a late bloomer. I was really. I know you guys. You're going to think I'm lying, but I actually am not. I got beat up. I want to say almost every day in school, in middle school and high school until my senior year. I got picked on. I got bullied, big time, right? Um, I tell this story is that this was my life in a nutshell in school, right? I'm walking home from school, and I'm just minding my own business. And then all I hear in the background is saying, you, and I'm not going to say it, but the F word, would explain gay people. I'm not going to say it. You F, John, we're going to kick your ass. And I look back and there's like 6 or 7 guys like running toward me to kick my ass for no reason whatsoever. Right. So I'm running and I'm like, holy shit, I'm running my ass off. And then I see these 2 girls talking to each other. And there was one girl, I still remember her name, Erin LaCapria. I was like so in love with her. It's just like, uh, you know, and I'm running and she actually said, hey, John, how you doing? And I stopped and I'm like, I'm doing fine. How you doing, Erin? Oh, we started talking. I don't even know what it was. And I said, I look back and I say to people after me, I'm like, Erin, I love talking to you, but I got to go. So I'll talk to you later. And dude, that was my life, right? Until I hit 30 and met Brittany and everything. And then I started like developing. So I was always a late bloomer, so my 30s was my 20s. Brittany and I, we used to go out, we used to go clubbing, we used to have a lot of fun. That's what you did in the 20s. We did it in the 30s. So when 40 hit me, I hear all these bad stories. Nothing happened. I was like, oh man, I'm good. Man, when 45 fucking hit, I'm telling you, it was not good. So, and then unfortunately now in my 50s, I still try to think young, try to act young, try to act good, but my body, unfortunately, because of the military and everything and what happened, it's catching up to me. Like, I'm going to need a total knee replacement here soon, and I'm regretting it, but I'm going to have to do it. So, and that's what happened with the size and everything. I got too big. You know what I mean? Like I said, I was 304 pounds. I was 11% body fat, and I was almost ready to go. I was going to try to do amateur bodybuilding. I was like almost there, but dude, it was so much hard work. It really was. It was too, I was too tall to be a bodybuilder because I don't know if you guys know, actually to build muscle, you have to break it. You have to tear it. You have to tear your muscle so you can replace it with more. You know, and I was competing with these 5'6", 5'7" guys, you know, which all they had to do, and they get, and, you know, they get big freaking muscles. And for me, I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, you know, I was happy, you know, because I couldn't do any other sports because of my knees, you know. So basketball was out of the way, volleyball was out, you know, which I both, you know, both sports I loved. I couldn't do anything. And I met somebody who said, hey, with your freaking height, why don't you work out? So I was like, oh, okay. And then my body took to it, you know, and I'm not going to be, you know, dumb and say I am being innocent. I took every steroid you could think of, you know what I mean? And, but I was monitored. So thank God for that. But I just got too big for my joints. I got my elbows, my shoulders, obviously my knees, my hips. It was just, I was just getting way too big and everything. And it was uncomfortable too. It really was. You know, I would be sweating in the shower.
Ooh.
That's how bad it was. Oh, dude, it was, you know, I'm not going to lie. It was nice for the ego, you know, because I got stopped constantly. But you got to remember, when I was younger, I didn't get any attention. Oh, how you doing?
She's here.
Yeah, I had to take some time to go eat.
All
it was good food.
So I got to be nice now. Okay.
Oh,
Did you lick all the red powder off the chicken again?
Shut up. It's good.
Yo, it's super funny that you mentioned that, Castle, because if I remember correctly, you were talking to Damien, and I think you told the story of you getting picked on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I watched that one. I watched that one.
Did you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You were on it, so I was like, man,
that was my first time ever being on YouTube.
Hey, you did a great job.
Ah.
Lorena says hello.
Hi.
And,
Hi, Nope.
And Nope. But because my first thought was, somebody picked on Castle?
Oh, Jesus. If I showed you pictures, dude, you would, one, you would make fun of me. And two, you wouldn't believe me. You know, because I grew, and I'm being honest, I grew till I was almost 21.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Look, when I say I'm a late bloomer, you know, literally, and I found basketball in my junior year, late junior year. I found that I was good at basketball. So, and then playing basketball all the time, actually, and I did not know this, you know, like I said, I'm a nerd. I was a band geek. You know, at that time, Eddie can tell you, reading comics, not cool. Wearing a freaking Superman shirt, not cool. You know what I mean? But I still wore them. I still read, you know, because I still had stuff from the guys that were living in the basement. They would make me, I remember the guy making me a thing button. And I remember bringing it in school, and freaking, and a guy grabbed it, ripped it out of my shirt, spit on me, and threw it on the ground. That was my life in middle school and high school.
Crazy.
You know, and comics was my getaway. You know what I mean? It literally was my, you know, getaway. You know, I didn't have that many friends. You know, my life revolved around He-Man, G.I. Joe, Super Friends, Transformers a little. I wasn't that big in Transformers at that time. You know, so that was my life and all stuff. And then for some reason, when I got into basketball, I started to fill out a little like that. And I was getting attention a little bit, but I was getting more attention because I was good at basketball. You know what I mean? And I took that and I took that basketball train all the way to the military, to the Naval Academy. Almost made it. I'm not going to tell the story, but I was this freaking close to making it, but I was too dumb. I couldn't pass the test, So, yeah. So then later on, when I met Brittany, she was also a late bloomer. That's why we get along so well. And then we just started going out to clubs and partying, but all in our 30s. So, and I was like, oh, this is what I missed, So it was a lot of fun and all stuff like that. And of course it had to end. It got to be way too much. But then I went back to freaking comics again, because I disappeared for a little while and all. And then I went into fire rescue, and then I got into it again. And then I started drawing, so drawing was always a big thing. I always wanted to do it, but I realized that, like, I could draw Eddie as a character. I could draw you as a character, but if you asked me to draw this, it looked like Stevie Wonder drew it, so and I couldn't tell a story if my life depended on it, drawing. I was always a splash page drawing, and so I got into that for a little bit, and I hate to take all this time, but I got a funny story that I was in the submarines, and sometimes we were always out for a couple months or anything like that, and I used to draw people's girlfriends, right? But I wasn't the guy. I wasn't the type of artist like you would see, who does like guys that did characteristics, but yeah, I wasn't like that. I was more like a cartoony. It wasn't realistic. It was little stuff. So I remember my friend, he was like, hey man, can you draw my girlfriend for me? And I was like, yeah, how do you want, what do you want me to do? Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I would draw $50, $60. I can't remember how much it was. So, and then I had another guy come up to me. He goes, dude, man, I just met this girl. It would be awesome. I want to show her how much I like her. Can you draw her for me? And I was like, yeah. He freaking showed me a picture. God damn it. It was the same girl that was dating my other friend.
Oh my
I
God.
was like, I didn't know what to do. I was like, oh, damn it. Should I draw the same picture as I drew the other one? Should I say something
Just
or anything?
get the picture back and go to a Xerox machine.
Shut up. Oh, damn. No, those were the good old days. Yeah, but, shit like that. So I used to draw a little. I wasn't that good on it. There's a couple things that I have. I don't know if you saw that picture that I gave Robbie.
Yes.
Yeah. That one, dude, man, that one is 1989, 90. I still have it. I still have the drawing. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. But it's the Punisher versus next to Ghost Rider.
Mm-hmm.
A guy came up to me and said, hey, can you draw this for me? And I was like, yeah, sure. $50. And I drew it. And he came and he was like, dude, this is awesome. He goes, but can you color it for me? I was like, all right, freaking $50 more. He goes, okay, no problem. He went on he was out to sea for months. I never got to see him, never saw him again. So that's how I got that picture. and I still have it. So that and then I made it into metal, and I gave it to Robbie. I think as a Christmas gift. I can't remember.
Yeah, he's got it hanging up behind him.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Got it hanging on the wall. Yeah, it's. I asked. I said it was weird to picture you being picked on because it's so strange to me that as somebody who's basically, one time I was 5'5". I'm not that tall anymore. I have shrunk since then. But as somebody who's always been short and has been a nerd, I was picked on a little bit, but never a whole lot. Like I wasn't a kid that got beat up a whole lot. Like I've gotten into fights. I hadn't won every fight, but I wasn't somebody who got picked on a lot. I was friends with everyone, like any kind of class, like any kind of clique in school I was friends with, and I read comics, and it amazes me, especially with my mouth, because yeah, I'm I'm a very smart ass person and very very sarcastic at times. So the fact that I wasn't beat up a whole lot more when I was a kid always amazes me. But I'm sitting here thinking, when Castle was telling that story, I was like, who the hell was picking on Castle? Like,
Oh, dude,
You'd be
I was this
surprised.
big. I was this big. I was very, very, very skinny. Very skinny. Glasses since second grade. So, and I swear to God, I'm not exaggerating. I probably broke my glasses once a week, once every 2 weeks. Kids would just come up and grab it and just break it and put it back on. Oh God, yeah. Oh man, and I was a stupid nerd. Okay, I was not very smart. So I would have people sit next to me and say, "Hey, gringo," because I grew up where there was a lot of Puerto Ricans, and it was that one part that I did like. It was a mixture of black people, Puerto Ricans, and whites or others. And people, I was like, man, don't cheat off me. You ain't gonna do good. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. They were like, freaking move your arm. I'm like, hey man, I'm not gonna. All right.
Please don't beat me up when you fail cheating off of me.
Oh no, it happened. It happened. They would come to me and they got a D plus, and I'm like, dude, what do you want me to do? I just told you not to cheat off me. Oh, you did it on purpose, and then I would get beat up. Yeah, you know what I mean? So it was all the time. I think that's what makes me more humble, because I've been there, and I told myself I would never want to be a bully to other people because I know how it feels.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like I said, I didn't kiss a girl till I was 19.
Wow.
And I, not to let I lost my virginity at 22. Yeah. So like I said, I didn't have that much experience, and comics really saved my life, because I read Stan's soapbox, every time. Yeah, I was a more Marvel guy back then than a DC than I am now. But that was like my whole life. Comics were spread all over my bed, and my parents were like, "How are you going to sleep?" I was like, I just want to see every cover that I own. I just loved that. That universe, that stuff where, again, today that's cool. Back then it wasn't.
I got lucky, I think. I got lucky. So I was always into comics, and I always had a comic at school reading. And people would be like, hey, you're reading a comic, and they would try to like take it or something, and I'd just rear back and hit them and be done, and they'd leave me alone.
See,
I got lucky. And then my friends started bringing their comics, and nobody picked on them. It was like I was there the way I was raised. One hit, everybody's done. They leave you alone. I wasn't the bully, but I was the bully to the bullies.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes me sad because Jay says the same thing. I'm like, I wish I would have known all y'all when we were kids, because I would have had your back.
We had very similar stories, Castle, just in reverse. Because I grew up and got big quick. So by the time I was 10, I was almost 6 foot tall, and I was already like 200 pounds. But I grew up, because I was big, my dad always told me, do not bully people. Do not take advantage of them because you're bigger than them. You be a gentleman. And that got
Oh.
so at school, I got picked on all the time because I
Oh.
was big,
Oh.
quiet, and shy. So they
Yeah.
loved picking on me.
Yeah.
Well, then my dad got sick and passed away when I was a kid.
Oh.
And something in the brain snapped. And I went into school. I had to miss 2 weeks when my dad passed because I had a lot of stuff I had to do and I just needed, time to process.
Wait, Eddie, do me a favor. Talk about something else because my iPad is about to die. I gotta get a charger.
Okay.
I want to hear this story. So talk about something else.
We'll take a quick pause.
This one
Yeah,
time at band camp, no.
Yes, exactly. Tell me that first time with your flute, okay?
To this day, when I blow in,
It does this whole thing. It makes me kind of sad because, like, I'm 5 foot. I've been 5 foot since I was like 10. And my grandfather always said, you're going to get picked on. You're the smallest of them all. My 6 brothers and sisters, they're all at least almost, a foot taller than me? They're tall. Everybody in my family tall but me. And he was like, you're going to have to figure it out. So I figured it out and I kind of like pushed that into school too. Does make me sad. I would have beat up the people beating you guys up. I would have.
Well, most of my fights was because somebody was picking on someone else.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
why-
that's why we.
That's the only reason I really got, like, I didn't get into fights because people were picking on me, because most of the time when people picked on me, it was a shove, and when they find out, oh, he's going to shove you back,
Yeah.
that was pretty much the end of it.
Yeah.
But it was seeing people pick on people smaller than them, being a small person myself,
Yeah.
that's what got me in trouble and got me into fights.
Yeah. And then for the many years that I did biker bars, being a bartender, really had to know how to pull my own weight.
Do you want to sit down?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, but yeah, like
I thought for sure you were going to put your thumb out.
But there's a heck yeah, I was bullied. I said, oh no.
What?
And Dope was bullied too. Grossberg, people kept missing. No.
I can do this for real now.
Oh my gosh. The face. Ah.
Hey,
Von
I'm not that ugly. Behave yourself.
Well, I don't know. We've kind of talked back and forth for years. I don't think I've ever seen your face.
You were probably not, because I
Yeah.
try to keep it off the internet as much as I can.
Well, this is lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But man, that just makes me so sad for everybody. Like, oh no, it's not fair.
Well, it's
Not fair.
exactly what Jay said. It's because you didn't fight back that just promotes them to bully you more. But
Yeah,
I was
I
always
guess.
taught, don't fight people that are smaller
Yeah.
than you. Don't be a bully. So
Yeah,
that was
well,
just
yeah.
in me to not be that way. So
I
I just
mean-
took it.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. I really,
Yeah,
because like,
It
Oh.
makes you who you are.
oh, okay, you meshed with it. Yeah, I was friends with like everybody in the school. They just didn't like. I was just kind of. I was always invited to everything, but then I kind of sat on my own.
I thought she was gonna say that she like knew karate and used to kick the crap out of people. When I read I was a ninja, I was like, holy shit, what?
Oh, snap. But yeah, I think I learned most of my stuff because I went to biker rallies since I was like 6 months
Have you
old.
been to
was my first
Sturgis?
biker rally. Yeah, I've been to Sturgis twice.
I've been there a few times too.
Yeah, and
fun.
then the Lone Star rally a couple of times. There was a Bikers for Bikers they had here in Magnolia, and then they moved it out to Beeville. And then because I don't have it anymore, but I used to have my liquor license where I could sell it. And they always put on charity events. So I would put out like a tip jar. We'd give it to whatever charity we were raising money for. And I just served drinks. And old biker men, 5 foot, little nothing me at the time. The part of my contract for this was I was given a baseball bat for each day. It was usually a wooden baseball bat. Because I knew by the end, like by a certain time of night, they were going to get rowdy and I would end it.
Mhm.
I'd had to end that fight right there. No fights at a charity biker rally. Put it away. Put it away.
That's hilarious.
And so I moved, everything that I learned from my grandfather, the big old biker man, biker his entire life.
So do you ride then?
I used to. I had a 2006 Honda Shadow. Loved that thing. I really did. But I don't have very good use in my left hand. So can't really ride if you can't use both hands very well, you know?
A friend of mine in high school went into the Air Force and got stationed in Rapid City,
Oh,
South Dakota.
okay.
So I've been out there several times to visit him, and we've gone to Sturgis. It's a lot of fun. It is so crazy to see it live. I mean,
It's
you hear about it, but it's
yeah.
crazy to be a part of it.
The first time I went, it was I think it was 2001. And I was like 12. And I'm on the back of my pop's motorcycle. We're all the way in Houston, Texas, and we rode the whole way with my
Oh, nice.
grandmother in the truck coming up behind us. I remember the more athletic kids targeting the less coordinated, like say dodgeball, but those were usually I feel that. Oh, but no, man. If I would have been y'all's friends back then, like,
I want to hear this.
yes, I'm ready. Are we ready to hear his story, Castle? Or are you still?
What do you need?
Are we ready
Go
to hear?
for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
Right. Yeah.
Go for it, Eddie.
Oh, so like I was saying, we had
Okay, I'm
similar,
done.
but okay, go ahead.
I'm kidding.
Like I said, we were similar but different. I grew up quick, so I was taught and raised, you don't take advantage of people, you don't bully people. So I took it all the time, and I got bullied all the time. Well, then when my dad passed away, I missed a couple of weeks of school. And when I went back, I had all my assignments and stuff. My mom picked them up, and I was doing the work at home. And when I came back to school, it was the first day back.
Mhm.
I gave my assignments to my history teacher, and he said, "I'm not going to accept these." And I said, "What do you mean you're not going to accept them?" I was quiet. I never got into any trouble or anything. And he's like, "You didn't need to be gone 2 weeks just because your dad died. That's ridiculous." And everything in me snapped. And the next thing I know, I have him pinned to the ground, my forearm against his throat, and I'm just punching the hell out of this guy's face, the teacher. And like 4 other students in the class came up running, grabbed me, I threw them off me, and they ran to the principal, had the school police officer come to class, drag me off him, and take me into the office and say, "What is going on? We've never even been in trouble before." And 4-letter words that I never spoke started flying, and it just
Oh my
everything
god.
snapped.
Yeah.
And they're like, I said, "Don't you?" They said, "We're going to call your mother." And I'm like, "You're not going to bother my mother. She's going through enough now." Well, I said, "If you call my mama," and I started going off on them again. And they're like, "You need to calm down." And finally I calmed down, and they said, "Now tomorrow, when you go back into Mr. Berg's class," I said, "Yeah, you put me back in that asshole's class and you'll be dragging him out of here." And they're like, "Okay, we're going to put you into Mr. Blessinger's history class." And from that point on, I completely did a 180. I was the anti-bully, like you were talking about. If somebody was picking on somebody, I was open mouthed. I would kick their ass, but I quit growing. So once we got later on into high school,
And
I
everybody
had
caught
already
up.
leveled off and everybody caught up, but still it was the same kind of deal. But
Yeah.
I used to escape into comics. And when my dad passed away, Stan Lee became my surrogate dad pretty much,
Yeah.
because it was the same kind of lessons and that's what got me so into comics. So it's just funny because it seems like the people I become the bestest friends with, we have them similar things that who would have thought? Like the comics. And didn't you say you were a bouncer too,
Oh,
Yes.
Castle? Yeah, because I
Yeah.
was a bouncer. And it's just funny how all of these things kind of like mesh, but yet at the same time we're mellow, chill, and can get along with anybody. Oh my
Yeah.
God! For a minute, Jay, I thought you were wearing a red cape, and I'm like, you're taking the Superman thing a little far.
With a Deadpool shirt. I like
That's
it.
still in the closet. I haven't
Oh.
busted that out just yet.
Oh God, I thought you were wearing one. I was about to die. I was like, oh my Lord, he put a cape on. He needs help.
I was gonna go get a towel, but I did that
That's
all
what
the
she
time.
said.
The
Yeah.
safety pin around you so it would stay on. The knots never worked for me, so I had to use a safety pin.
Neck's too thick.
Yeah,
Little bulldog I got over here.
You could always staple it to your chest.
that's true.
Come
Well,
on, be
I
a
mean,
man. It's just a little
I
staple.
already got a scar there from some girl when I was a kid. Dug
Your
her
wife's
nail.
there. Watch it.
Hey,
I know the story.
I was young. I was picking on a girl because I liked her, but she was picking back. So it was one of those mutual things, like how I pick on her.
You can pick on me, but I pick on you back.
This little girl,
No.
something I said, I smarted off to her or something.
Oh.
I probably said something smart ass because that's what I do. She dug her nails into my chest and pulled down, and I've got a scar there that's been there since I was about 6 or 7. That looks like somebody stabbed me with something and just ripped it across my chest.
Well, see,
Mm.
now that should have become a Wolverine story. You blew your chance.
Oh, that would have
Yeah,
been
you
cool.
blew it.
Yeah,
There was
wasn't
this time I
Wolverine.
was fighting Wolverine, and
Yeah.
Or X-23. Doesn't
you
matter.
tore my red cape off and left a scar.
6-year-old girls are just as scary as Wolverine, man.
Girls are
That's
scary
true.
no matter what age.
Yes, nope, they do. Because I've thought about getting them for Jay.
And I totally wear it with a detachable cape.
Yes.
Yeah,
You're
I
wearing
totally
your
do.
underoos right now, aren't you?
They are blue.
Oh my lord.
Please
I got
tell
some-
me they don't say up, up, and away.
I don't think. No, not these ones. Not these ones.
Mine says up, up. Okay, we're done.
Yeah.
Oh,
Up, get out. Right.
But it is crazy to see how far comic book culture has come. Like, I do remember people getting picked on for it, and now it's like the most popular thing to do.
Oh yeah,
And I'm
you were
glad
a
that
nerd.
happened.
You were a nerd.
Yeah.
No?
wore
And now
that
it's
name
popular.
Yeah.
That's why these people who complain and gripe about comic movies before they even come out, I'm like, just appreciate that you got them. Because we didn't have stuff like that.
What's funny is I was driving somebody the other day, and
that's scary enough right there.
Thanks.
She's a great driver.
I am.
I'm an excellent driver, Charlie Babbitt.
And they didn't know The Boys was a comic. And they were like, well, what company? And I'm like, Dynamite. And he's like, is what? Like, he only knew of Marvel and DC. He didn't know, like, other companies. He didn't know The Boys was a comic. He didn't know, what else was it we were talking about? There was another show that we just watched. That's, The Dead Boy Detectives.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't know that was a comic.
Just about anything anymore came from a comic.
I love that show. I can't believe they canceled it.
Yeah.
People didn't know Paper Girls were about a comic.
Exactly. They didn't know The Runaways was a comic. And I'm like,
I loved Paper Girls too. I was so mad they canceled it after they left it on a cliffhanger.
Yeah. And there's quite a few animes that are comics and then got turned into mangas and then got turned into shows.
You know, speaking of The Boys, you know what one of my biggest flexes are to people? That? When I'm like, one of my bosses, because I have a couple, because it's Miss Jen, it's Nick, and it's Kyle, and there's another person that's on behind the EXP. It's like one of my bosses is the
owner
of Dynamite and the executive producer of The Boys.
Invincible. That was the other one we were talking about. He didn't know it was a comic.
And they're like, you know that guy? I was like, yeah. Work with him every Friday.
Isn't that crazy?
It really is. It really is. When I tell people, like, I have Nick Barucci's number in my phone.
I still do too.
Nick calls me. I talk to Nick.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a really nice guy. So
my greatest flex is I almost made Jim Lee cry.
Yeah, I think I told that story before.
Oh, if I ever meet him again, he probably won't remember me, but he'll be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This was the situation.
That was another one when we were talking about meeting people, meeting your heroes. Jim Lee. What a nice dude.
Yes.
What a nice dude.
Even though I almost made him cry, he was still really nice and thanked us for coming out.
Shame on you. And I thought you were the anti-bully. What's wrong with you?
I didn't mean to.
And the other person who wasn't nice is Rob Liefeld.
Oh.
Yes. I met him twice so far.
He can't draw feet.
I've been lucky.
Okay. Now, both times he was just... I wouldn't say he wasn't a nice guy. I just say that
he was indifferent.
He just acted like it was a job, you know, and he just wanted to get through it. It was at a convention, you know.
Okay.
So
Yeah, they get tired. Conventions are tiring.
Yeah, it was. The only thing I did feel bad for him because Jay, it was that same convention that I met Schnepp at, and Schnepp had a Collider Heroes panel. So he asked me to go, and he asked Rob Liefeld to go. Right. So I went to Liefeld's table to get him. He signed something, and I asked him. I said, "Oh, you're going to be on John's panel?" And he goes, "Oh man, I'm going to have to not go." I was like, "Oh, okay." So then I went to John after, said, "Hey, you know, I can do the Collider. I can do it if you want." I said, "But I heard Rob's not coming." He was like, "What? Rob's not coming?" And he was like, he didn't even tell him and everything. And then afterwards, it really pissed me off. Afterwards, when John died, Liefeld put this post of, anything he asked me to do, I was always there. He was a great guy. I was like, you son of a bitch. you dumbass. He was all fake. So, you know, I didn't like, right from then I was like, this guy's a douche. So forget about it. So,
I think I've been very lucky. All the writers and artists have been amazing that I've met. I can't think of. I met Stan Lee one time, but I think he was too tired. It was just before San Diego Comic-Con back in like late 90s, early 2000s, and he was at a coffee shop, and I just happened to be behind him, and the only thing I could say was "I love you." And he was like, "Well, thank you," and he got his coffee and he left, and I was like, that's all I could say.
I know.
He was with a couple of people there
that
too.
moment over and over again, like saying, "Oh, why didn't I say this? Why did I do
this?"
Yeah.
Yes, but it just happened to be. It was him. I think I'm trying to remember. There was a couple people with him, and I just happened to like. I was a kid, and all I could say was, again, "I love you."
Yeah, exactly.
And then later on, I go to my dad, and I'm like, "Dad, why couldn't I talk?"
Yeah.
Like, I'm usually really chill and cool in situations, and like meeting famous people, I'm really chill and cool because I've met a few, but just something about Stan Lee, just like my brain glitched out.
Yeah, but
I was just like,
I met everybody the Star Trek because we used to do conventions. Oh, a lot of Star Trek conventions in the in the early 2000s when Star Trek was like going full guerrilla with all the TV shows. And we've met everybody. I met Shatner a couple times. Every time I met him, he was great.
Yeah, I've met him twice. He's great.
He was freaking fantastic. Probably the most famous night we had a convention. It was up in Philadelphia. Now, you got to remember, Brittany and I are zero Star Wars fans. Zero. Okay? I have not watched any movie. I have not watched anything. It just doesn't appeal to me.
Doesn't resonate with you.
Yeah, no, because I was a big Star Trek. You know, back then, I don't know if it is now. Back then in the 80s and 90s, you couldn't be both.
Yeah.
You were either Star Trek or Star Wars. And we were huge Star Trek fans, right?
Yeah.
So we are, I can't remember. We went to somebody's table. It was this guy. He was in a couple episodes of Buffy, the Vampire Slayer. Okay. Yeah. He played a monster. He seemed like he was a really great guy, really party animal, everything. And he was like, "Hey man, you want to come back to my room? We got a bunch of friends, you know, hanging out. You guys would be awesome." We were like, "Okay." So we went up there to his room, and we are just shooting the shit, just drinking and having fun. And all of a sudden, 2 people walked in, and I was like, I knew one guy, I didn't know the other, right? The one guy, I was like, Brittany, that guy looks familiar. Who is that guy? She was like, holy shit, that's the soup Nazi from freaking from Seinfeld. Okay. And he was a total douchebag. He was a total idiot, right? And
well, he was a Nazi. What do you expect?
Yeah, exactly. So this other guy comes in. He's good looking, short, but really muscular and everything. He talked with an accent. Again, we don't know who he was. We're freaking drinking, and we're having a great time. And all of a sudden, he yells, "Holy shit!" And we're like looking at him, and we're like, "Look, I'm on TV." And we looked at the television, and it was the Mr. and Mrs. Smith movie.
Oh yeah.
This guy was the bad guy. And we finally realized who it was. It was freaking Ray Parks.
Oh my God.
From
Ray
freaking
Parks.
Ray Park.
From Darth Maul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was him.
Oh my God, I love him.
Yo,
And Toad.
And Toad. I know him as Toad.
yeah, he was such a great guy. And to see him so excited to see like he's on TV. It was really, really awesome. But you know what pissed? So we hung out the whole night. You know, we were just having a great time. Everybody was signing autographs for nothing. So we got a couple of him, you know, and he was like, "Oh my God, you guys are great. You guys are so much fun," and all shit like that. Because you got to remember, I'm 6'7". My wife is 5'10", 10 and a half. But she always wears these fuck me heels. So it always makes her like, 6 something. Oh, you guys are great and all shit. And a couple of years later, we were at Florida SuperCon. And we were just there, just chilling. And all of a sudden he was there, right? And we were one of those idiots of coming up. Hey, do you remember us? And all that. He had no clue who we were.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
Oh my God. But he was a nice guy. He was really nice. Every Star Trek person that we met were awesome, except for he wasn't bad, but he was a little like perturbed. I don't know how to say. He was Q, John Delancey.
Oh yeah, Q. Yeah.
Yep. We met him. He was a little out there. My favorite, oh my God, my favorite was Deanna Troy.
Okay.
Oh my God, she was beautiful.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God. And all I had to tell her, because I knew it, I had to tell her that I was Greek, because she's Greek. She's half Greek and half something. And she just started talking to me in Greek. And I cannot speak it that well, but I can understand it. So I caught every, oh my God. I was just, Brittany was just standing there like, okay, I'll let this go. All right. But the one person that ended up being the freaking biggest dick on the planet was Brian Thompson. He is the guy that played, you guys know the Cobra movie? Yeah. He played the bad guy.
Oh, okay.
You know, the guy with the weird face?
The guy with the weird face.
Yeah, he's a dickhead. I don't care saying it because
my gosh.
He was a total douche nozzle.
Oh, man.
You know? Yeah. What else was he in? He played a lot of bad guys in the 80s and 90s, but he was just a dick. But
so I had Jay come and get something when you're done.
Uh-huh.
When you're done.
probably the best person we met with Star Trek was James Doohan.
Oh,
You know,
James Doohan?
Scotty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
James
We
Doohan.
met him at the same convention at Florida SuperCon, and I'm in line, and granted, there's no line for him. Zero. You know?
No.
So we went there, we're standing on line, and we saw people taking pictures with him. He didn't charge anything. People just went behind the table. Somebody took a picture. Cool. So I was like, Brittany, you got to do me a favor. You got to take a picture. Okay. And she was like, yeah. She knew who he was, but she wasn't interested. You know, like I said, she was a Voyager fan, right? So I get to him, and I was like, oh my God, sir, it's so great to see you, blah, 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 blah. And he signed it, and I remember, we still have it. He was so old that his signature was like almost a line.
Oh.
He couldn't, So I went to him, and I said, sir, is it okay if I take a picture with you? And he was like, yes. So I gave the phone to Brittany. So she took our picture, and I was like, dude, sir, thank you so much. This is a dream of mine. And all he said to me was this, doesn't the pretty lady want a picture? And I'm like, and I went to her, and I was like, first she said, no, I was like, no, you fucking do it. God damn it. Yeah. So she was like, oh, okay. So we switched places. I took a picture, and he freaking kissed her.
Oh.
And she was like so sweet with him. You got to remember, he was I think he was 80 something years old, and he had a 8-year-old child. Yeah. Like he was very famous to be, he liked the ladies, and it was really, the one part that was sad is after he did the signature, they go on stage and they, you ask questions and all. And he almost like what I was doing before, he would be telling a story, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden he would stop and he would look around everybody and would say, what was I saying? What was I talking about? And it was also what actually was more sorry was everybody, after he said that, everybody was like, oh. And then he died like a couple months later than that,
Oh my God.
So,
before you show that off, were you talking about Brian Wilson? Did I hear Brian Wilson?
No, Brian Thompson.
Thompson.
Was that the guy that was also in like the first season of Buffy? If that's the guy I'm thinking of?
He was the bad guy on Lionheart. I had to look him up.
Yeah.
I knew the name sounded familiar, but I
couldn't
picture him. And when he said messed up face, I was like, oh, okay.
See, that reminds me of the dude that played a vampire in the first season of Buffy.
Never saw it.
No.
Which one? I have seen every episode multiple times. You got to be more specific.
He was also in an episode of Star Trek, and he was also in a horror movie back in the day called Nightwish.
He was in the Terminator.
Here, look, if you can.
And Fright Night too.
Here.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah.
His name is Brian Thompson.
Yeah. He was in like 2 episodes of Buffy.
Right. You thought he was going to be like the big bad?
Yeah, he was not.
And he wasn't, but he was also for horror movie fans, there's this movie he was in called Nightwish. And if you've never seen Nightwish, see if you can find it, because that movie's a trip.
No, he's a dick. He's a dick. Don't watch it.
That's what he was saying.
Oh, okay.
Didn't he also... Wasn't he in one of the Star Trek movies, the Next Generation movies?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was also on the series Enterprise. He played the Romulan.
Oh, yeah.
Had the cloaked ship that could
fly. Right. I remember now. We got there. We got there.
I didn't
Yeah,
know his name, but when he said messed up face, I had to see who he was talking about.
Yeah,
So
he's
I had to
Okay.
see his picture.
Well, we're done talking about the dicks. Huh.
Yeah.
Let's talk about two amazing people.
That was my nickname in high
Beavis
school.
and Butthead.
But everybody else was so good. You know, especially we met Will Wheaton. Oh my gosh.
I've heard mixed things about meeting him.
He was super nice. He had no line. We went up to him. We got his signature. We said goodbye. And he goes, no, hey, wait, don't go. Just
chill.
You know, yeah.
You should have said,
we
shut up,
talked
Wesley.
We talked to him for like 20 minutes and all stuff like that. He was awesome.
All right,
He
go
was a
ahead, Jenna.
nice
You
guy.
said you wanted to talk about me. Go ahead.
Oh, well, you know, there's you know, Ed being Ed. Eddie is the best. Yes, he does. No. My two favorite stories of meeting people, and one of them I didn't actually meet her, but she almost made me cry tears of joy. And it's because Jay needs to tell the story of.
Well, see, and then I already told you other story because I didn't know if you're going to be in.
Oh well, yeah.
You have the picture now.
Yeah.
So we're at.
By the way, I'm dressed up as my biker version of Harley Quinn.
Yes.
I've posted pictures of that before. I had the leather jacket, the big boots. I had the red and the black hair, diamonds
What did you
across
just
my
say?
face.
Big what?
Yeah, you said boots, right?
Boots.
Oh,
B-O-O-T-S.
Okay, all right.
Boots.
Wow.
My
My ears did not hear boots. I'm like, because you even put your hands there and you're like, I had these big
No, boots. Boots. Big boots.
Got it.
Like spikes and stuff. Like
I got it.
And then we had spent months making this jacket, and we just had spray painted all the Harley Quinn, painted the name down. It had diamonds all over it. Wish I had it.
We designed it.
Yeah, we designed it. So I'm walking around Dallas Fan Expo, not last year, the year before.
Yeah, we didn't.
The year before, and now Jay can take it away as I've set it up.
So we're walking, and I happen to notice that we're walking
past the celebrities going to the food.
Walking next to Tara Strong. And Tara Strong looks at Jenna and is like, nice, what I can't remember.
Cute outfit.
Cute outfit is what she said.
In the voice.
So Tara Strong was
really?
Tara Strong.
She's one of the
voice of Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
And everything else of our childhood.
Yeah. And she's gorgeous.
And then I looked and she smiled at me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then later on in the con, she gave me a thumbs up, and I was just like,
yeah. We were walking next to.
Was she in Loki?
She's Miss Minutes.
Yeah, she's the voice of Miss Minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the voice in the first season.
Yeah, and then she's Timmy Turner, and oh my God, she's everybody.
No, she's a bunch. Yeah. But we were walking next to her, didn't even
realize it.
And then I looked and I was like, "Holy shit, that's Tara Strong!" And then she said what she says to Jenna, and then the rest of the con was just like
I was floating on air.
Yeah, just gravy.
Because she's so great. Like,
oh, that's awesome.
And then at her booth is just this long line because, again, she's the voice of my generation because she's in anything you can think of. Like, she was in
Powerpuff Girls too.
She was in the Powerpuff Girls. She was in Teen Titans. She was in My Little Pony. She was in oh my God, like everything. I can't think of a kids TV show on a Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon that she wasn't in.
Is she as pretty in person?
She's prettier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really? She's gorgeous.
Something that somebody who looks like that is known for her voice.
Exactly.
Right?
Has she ever been in anything with her face?
No. I don't think she's been in anything live action. She's on TikTok.
She hasn't. I remember them talking about her maybe being Harley Quinn on the Gotham TV show. She was supposed to be. Something happened. But she looks like Harley. I mean, she could.
She could be Harley.
She's beautiful, and and it's amazing that all she's known is for her voice.
Maybe she can't act.
She can. She's the voice.
Yes,
well, I know, but there's difference
everything.
to be a voice actor.
You got to be an actor.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, yeah, I know,
So-
but that you know what I mean, though. Maybe.
I know exactly what you mean, you horn dog mother pusser.
Oh, shut the front door, Castle.
You lit liquor.
Take your Elvira bouncer badass back to Harlem.
I know. I wish I could. I can barely walk now, so there's no way I can do it. So,
But Jay said he already told you the story of meeting this guy.
All I see is glare.
yeah, who is it?
So that is Dom from a game called Gears
Dom?
of War. It's Dom.
Oh,
I got to meet Carlos.
Dom. Okay.
yes.
I got to meet the voice actor. There was no line there. I was so surprised. And that was like right after the fourth game had come out. There are 5 games out. There's comics, there's books, there's everything. So it's not a spoiler, but he was actually taken out in the 3rd game. And I had played this character, Dom, in every single one of the games. And so that was my character. And I was working the booth. So there was no way I was going to get a chance to even meet him. And I was just like, oh. So I sent Jay over there, and he's just sitting there chit-chatting, hanging out, and doing all kinds of stuff. I'm working like crazy. One of my coworkers who's just at the con comes up. She was like, hey, have you met Carlos yet? And I'm like, no. She's like, well, I'll watch the booth when you go meet him. I was like, all right, bet. And I just took off running. I even forgot to leave the fanny pack for the money for him. But I just took off sprinting because the way it's set up is you have all the celebrities over here, and on the opposite side of the George R. Brown Convention Center is where we were. And I mean, I went sprinting, like weaving in and out of people. I think I jumped over somebody. And I just like, I made it what's normally a like 5 to 10 minute walk. I made it in under a minute. And I get there and I'm out of breath and I'm half sweating and I'm like, hi. And then like we're chit-chatting and he asked for my name. I was like, my name's Jenna. And he's like the porn star? He's like, is that how you spell it?
Did you go? Mm-hmm.
I was like, yeah. I mean, what? Yes. And like I was just talking to him. I was like, I loved your character. I felt so connected with Dom. Like his story in the first game, he lost his wife and kids, and then he's just living for his brotherhood for the other 2. And then he finds, his story arc throughout the 3 games. I was just talking about that, and he got kind of misty-eyed, and I was like, oh no, I've made another celebrity cry.
Oh,
but no, it was tears of joy because what he had been hearing from other fans was they were so mad that they, killed his character, and they're so mad. And then there was me who came up, was like, I was so heartbroken because I related this character, but the story that he goes through all 3 of the games and the comics and the books was such a beautiful arc and done, maybe it shouldn't have been ended quite as quickly as it did, but I really liked how they fleshed out the character. And he was just like, thank you. I was like, oh God, I made another celebrity cry. And then I went sprinting back. I looked down, there was the fanny pack, and I was like, I gotta go. And I go sprinting back to the booth, and they were like, yeah, we're just holding money. And I was like, I'm sorry. And then, of course, the boss was like, why didn't you leave the fanny pack? I was like, I don't know. I didn't think I would be gone 20, 30 minutes. I'm sorry. But yeah, first off, I can't believe I made that. Like, I don't know how I was able to sprint across the entire filled convention center to the opposite side in the main like walkway. And I was just like, I think I jumped over a kid who was like on the ground. I was like, nope, no time for you.
You were probably just running through everybody's legs, right?
yeah. Oh,
I see what you mean. You're the funny.
who
I'm
was
safe.
that? Speed
I'm
bump?
safe here.
No.
He remembered me because a year
That's
later
awesome.
he actually wished me happy birthday.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. He actually sent me a happy birthday on Instagram, and I was just like, oh,
I made it. Goodbye, Jay.
I'm done. I am happy. Tara Strong called me cute, and Dom remembered my birthday.
He was also
Did you say Ray Charles called you cute?
Tara
No,
Strong?
Tara Strong.
Oh.
He was also an ensign on The Next Generation.
Yeah.
He was also in Star Trek.
Yeah.
Carlos Ferro.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought it was.
Damn.
And
The
he
only
did the
person-
voice. Oh, that was so cool.
The only person that I made cry was what's her face? Aaron Gray
From Buck Rogers?
Buck Rogers, right?
You bastard.
Oh,
I loved her.
oh.
I
You
do
made her
too.
cry?
Yes.
Oh no, you've got the internet on you now.
Because I was online for somebody. I can't remember who it was. And my friend was he was on the line with me. He was like, oh, wait. Aaron Gray has nobody online. I'm going to go to her place, to her table. And I was like, who? He goes, Aaron Gray from, I was like, who? And I looked at her, he pointed, and I was like, holy shit. She is gorgeous. Oh my God, she's beautiful. And he was like, okay, I'm gonna go. And I was like, okay, never mind. So I went online. I forget who it was. I think it was the guy from Deep Space Nine, Quark. I think it was Quark. Oh. So he was also the principal in Buffy, the vampire player.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So he goes, and after I saw him and everything, my friend comes up, he goes, hey, you got to go see Aaron Gray. I was like, why? Because I told her what you said.
Oh, no.
Hate you. I was like, you son of a bitch. No. So I am so nervous. So I come up to her, and my friend Don, he goes, this is the guy I was talking about. And she looked at me, and she stood up, and I said, oh my God, do you know when you see somebody from far away and you think they're pretty, but then when you get up close, they're not? And she was like, yeah. I was like, well, you're the freaking opposite, you know? And she just oh my God. I was like, and there's Brittany standing next to me like, motherfucker, what the hell? And she took a picture, and I still have, I don't know where it is. I still have, she signed an 8x10 for me for free. She goes, I love you, John. Aaron Gray. I was like, oh my God. That was
your wife let Momoa cop a feel, so
that's true too. That's true.
You even have the evidence.
You just noticed it.
That is true. She was all up in Jason Momoa. She really was. Jenna, did you see the picture?
No.
Look at this.
Oh,
what is this picture? I'm ready.
Never noticed that he was.
Never noticed
where his hand was.
Look. You know, she's in the middle. Not really.
He's doing this.
It looks like
yes.
Just bad positioning, bro.
That's okay.
Sure.
He's doing this.
No, she definitely got a starfish from him. I'll tell you.
She actually looks like she's leaning forward a little.
Oh, she was.
Yeah.
She was.
Yeah.
Dude, now you know why.
He was so nice. It was a shame because I went to him and I said, dude, can we do a funny picture? And he broke his left foot while filming Aquaman.
Yeah.
So
yes,
they
he was in his boot.
Huh?
Was he in his boot at the time?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So he couldn't do any pictures that were different. He just stood there.
Oh,
you know,
poor guy.
He almost canceled, but he didn't. What I loved about him is that, you know, we did that picture and everything. And then afterwards, we went to his table to get a signature. And I am the type of person, like, if I'm going to a convention, I want to do the whole thing. Meaning, if I'm going, I'm freaking going. So
Yeah.
I'll do the VIP and everything like that, because I am not standing in line for 4 hours. I don't care who the hell you are. I'm not doing it anymore. Maybe back in the days I would. Now, so we did the VIP, right?
Yeah.
And so after we did this picture, we went to him, and he was up at the time for The Crow.
Oh.
Okay. So I'm a huge, I told the story before about Brandon Lee. I'm a huge Crow fan. I have everything. Anyway, so we're in the VIP line, so we went right to him. There was no. But what I loved about him is that when we saw him, Aquaman wasn't out yet.
Oh.
Okay? So he came out, and there's people, all like in line for him. He came out so grateful. Like he came out and he went to the table and he went around the table and he was just like high-fiving everybody. Like, I can't believe you guys are here for me.
Yeah.
Why are you here for me? He was awesome. So we went up to his table, and the one thing I do hate, like I told you guys before, being 6'7", you stand out for good reasons and bad, right? So he remembered us and everything, and he asked Brittany, are you having a good time and all stuff like that? She goes, I don't understand a word you're saying, and I love you. And he just went to her and said, wow, you're a lucky guy because she is gorgeous. I went like this. No! No! Do not say that! I have to live with her. And he just laughed. And he gave me like a fist bump. I was like, you motherfucker. I went to him and he signed. Do I have the picture he signed? Oh, I have this. He signed this.
Oh.
I don't know if you could. Oh, he was big.
That's cool.
So he signed this, and I was like, you motherfucker. I went to him, you lucky you smell good. And he just laughed and freaking gave me this thing. And he was like, you're a cool dude. And that made my day. But he smelled like sandalwood, like on a dew morning, something like that. But he was so freaking cool because he knew he was being big, you know what I mean? With Aquaman, but he was just so down to earth. I just wish more stars were like him, and and he made my wife feel good. So that was. He was a great guy. Great guy.
Oh my gosh.
Nope wants to party with Momoa.
I know, right?
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Now,
did you guys watch C on Apple TV?
No, we don't have Apple.
Oh, you don't?
Huh.
All right, I'll message you, Jay. Okay?
I like it.
Yeah, I'll send you stuff. You got to see C. It's a TV show, SEE, with him in it, and it is about everybody is blind.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of it, yeah.
I don't think I've heard of it.
Oh my God, it is so good. And I think the second or third season, I can't remember which one, has Dave Bautista in it too.
Ooh, okay. Can somebody help me remember? It's a Momoa, like he's in the film, and the only thing I remember is he's painting some dead guys as nails. And he's in this really cute, like pink, like robe. He's got his hair up in like little, like pigtail buns.
Sure, that's not a Fast and the Furious movie.
Was he in one of those?
Yes, it was.
But he killed a bunch of people, and then he's sitting there painting their nails and telling them it's their color. Yeah. And I was like, "Oh, that was funny."
It's the Fast and Furious, the latest one. He was the bad guy.
Oh, okay. I only saw the first three.
Yeah, no, with him and the movie that I enjoyed him the most was Bullet in the Head with Sylvester Stallone.
Okay.
He is the bad guy.
Okay.
And him and Stallone have a great fight at the end of the movie with axes and everything.
I've always wanted to see a film with him and Aaron Taylor Thomas. Oh, I can't say his name right now.
Aaron Taylor Johnson?
Yes, thank you. I feel like the two of them would be good, like back and forth, especially how Aaron's character. Yeah, well, I like his character in Bullet Train. And
oh my God, how good was he in that freaking movie?
It's so good. It's so good. The whole film is so good.
Every time I looked at Brittany, she was like this. I was like, you could close your mouth now. Okay,
No,
close it.
no, you can't. No, you can't.
No,
Because I
he's-
couldn't. Anytime I see it on, I'm like, oh, we're gonna watch this now. There's this time like Brad Pitt's character, the little girl's character, but she
that
wasn't really a
movie
little
was
girl.
so good.
Yes,
That
the
was so
brothers.
good. I loved. Yeah, he was great in that.
Yes,
He was. He's
and
a good
I
actor.
feel like, yeah, I feel like his kind of character like that, and then Jason Momoa's character in anything.
Anything.
It'd be like a good show. Like, it'd be a good movie, like something.
That's true. Oh,
Do you need a
jeez.
cigarette?
She needs 2.
Yeah.
1 for each guy.
Oh, that's not fair. That's not.
I think I saw that movie.
Where?
Oh.
You can't get it in Florida.
Not anymore.
Oh my god.
Yep. Not anymore.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
I was trying to think. Like, I feel
Don't
like
hurt yourself.
a movie of the two of them needs like another like female like to kind of balance it out. So I'm
Gal
trying to think of
Gadot.
what actress would be good in that kind of like environment with the two of them.
Gal Gadot.
You think so?
Wait, okay. Looks wise, yes.
Yes.
Acting
But I mean like the
wise,
acting style.
acting, no.
I'm trying to think of an actress that could fit that acting style.
Well, I'm pretty sure that you could have actresses lining up for that movie.
For more reasons
Yeah,
than one.
I don't think you're gonna have a problem with that.
Dining up, laying down.
Yeah.
What's that? Did you guys see that movie Ghosted with Chris Evans and what's her name? I forget her name. Erin Diamis. I forget her name. I don't know how to say it.
Baby, focus.
Ghosted. She was in Ghosted. I don't know what her name is, but she's like the new It girl.
Oh no, I know who would be a great one in that
Anna?
trilogy. The actress who played Tree in Happy Death Day. I think she could fit in pretty well.
Happy Death Day.
Yeah.
Happy Death Day?
Ana de Armas.
Is that what I'm talking about, or he's talking
No,
about?
that's
Okay,
who
on a
Castle's
day
talking
Armas.
about.
Okay, let me see. Show me thy picture.
It's gonna be one of those you're gonna see her, and isn't she gonna be in the DCU?
Well, now Nope needs a cigarette.
She was in that crazy movie with Keanu Reeves, I think. Knock Knock or
Oh, I remember. Yeah. Okay. I remember now. Yeah. Okay.
Who's Happy Death Day? Who?
Her name is Tree in the
Jessica
film.
Roth. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, she could climb my tree any day. Okay.
I loved her in both those films, by the way.
Everyone on this live stream is going to get lung cancer if you guys don't knock it out from the smoke.
Because, okay, Castle, since you've never seen it, in the first Happy Death Day, she's actually nude for one scene where she's just walking around, and you get to see her from behind.
What was the name of that movie?
Happy Death Day.
Oh,
and then the second one, Happy Death Day to You.
It's a horror comedy.
It's a horror comedy. It's
I gotta
like
check
a Groundhog Day where she keeps getting murdered, and she's trying to figure out who's murdering her, and she goes through all the different like people.
Movie. I saw that movie, I think.
Knives Out, Blade Runner 2049, Blonde.
Yes, that's her. She's beautiful, and I love. It was a horrible freaking movie, terrible. Argon. Yeah, Dua Lipa, the singer. She was in that movie. She was the blonde.
It's the movie that they said Henry Cavill was in.
Yes.
Wasn't really in it that much.
No,
I don't remember this film.
It was Sam Rockwell and Brian. No, what's her name? Dallas Howard. Bryce. Bryce
Dallas Howard.
Yeah.
I don't remember this movie.
It had John Cena in it.
Was it just that bad? I've forgotten it.
You probably didn't see it because nobody did.
Okay.
It was that bad. But Dua Lipa, She's this singer.
Yeah, I know who she is. I have most of her songs. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, she was in that movie. That was her first acting, and they made her blonde.
Oh, I don't know
Holy
if that's a good
crap.
look.
She looked amazing.
Did she? All right. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm
no
not
judgment till I see that picture.
and I don't like blondes, you know. I like brunettes and redhead and everything like that. All right, yeah, I don't tell this story that much, but I'll tell you guys. Okay, I was so hard up to have a girlfriend, right? That when it became my birthday, you know what you wish for? Well, I wish for a girlfriend. Okay. And I always, and this is the God's honest truth. I always wished for a redhead, green-eyed girl.
Penny.
Right? And my wife, she's red. Well, is she red hair now? Yeah, she's red hair and she has green eyes. And And so I always make fun of her, said, I wished you to life. You should thank me.
Oh my God, is this a practical magic moment?
Yeah. No, and that's what it is. And I got lucky. Yeah, but that's how hard up I was to have a girlfriend. Because I had to wish her to life.
Sorry, the little dog has now gotten curled up in the wires and under the chair. Give me one. You got her? Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
Jay, behave yourself. Get out of the wires.
Yeah, Jay.
Never.
I love you. You're
so I have a question for Jay.
Yeah.
Is how did you come to the experience?
This is a good story. So,
okay.
Jenna was working for Space Cadets, which is Miss Jen's store.
You still work there now?
No.
Okay. Is that another story?
Yeah, that's
a long story.
Yeah, okay. That's an offline kind of conversation.
Okay. Okay.
But she was working for Miss Jen, and Miss Jen is one of the people behind the experience with Nick. And they asked you to be the social media person?
Yeah, I was a social media manager.
She was a social media person.
You used to be on the videos though too.
Yeah.
Right?
I was kind of a big part of the experience for a little bit there, for like a good year and a half.
And the blonde. She
Alfie?
was blonde?
Alfie, yeah.
No, Alfie wasn't blonde.
No, we had to bleach her hair to get the green, but when the green faded, it was blonde.
Oh.
Yes.
Is that? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
So Jenna had been wanting a show. She'd been pitching a show, and back then it was a little bit harder for ideas to get pushed across. Well, she had been doing some editing stuff for the social media, and I helped her with one of them. And Kyle saw it and asked her, do you think your husband would want to do some stuff for us? And he got a hold of me. He goes, so I saw that you did some editing on those videos for her. We should talk.
Yeah.
And then he asked me if I wanted to edit video.
What were you doing at this time?
So at this time, I worked overnight at a grocery store. I'd worked there for 21, 22 years.
Yeah, at that point.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was his first job when he was 18.
Yeah.
He was still there.
Doing what?
Overnight stocking in the freezer section?
Yeah, I was frozen food at the time.
Okay. That was my nickname in high school.
Add it to the list, Ed. So we pushed a show to him. It was Space Cadets, where her and two of the other girls ladies from Space Cadets, did
we had a talk show. Yeah.
A talk show.
Yes, I remember that one.
Yeah. So I was editing that.
Okay.
Well, and I told this story to Ed and them one time. When people see me on the lives and they see me behind the scene or they see me on screen, they're like, you're always smiling, you're always happy.
Yeah.
The reason for that is because my dad never got to see me do the live stuff. My dad only knew that I was going to start doing editing stuff and stepping out of my comfort zone. So my dad was proud of me for doing that. So my dad passed before I started working the live show, so he never got to see that. So,
but he did. I know this for a fact. He did watch at least one of the Space Cadets.
yeah,
He did watch that to support him.
yeah. So,
Yeah.
My parents being proud of me doing something is kind of like one of the reasons I'm always, because I always think about that. My dad was proud of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So we're doing the Space Cadets for a while, and Kyle asked me one day. He goes, "Hey, you want to give live, the live shows a shot?" So it started with Monday, and I'm sitting behind the scenes when he's doing the show, right? Didn't know about turning the camera off. I was probably picking my nose or something in the background. Who knows? And like after the first or second break, he goes, "Take the next one." First of all, I only play like 30 seconds of a break, and I forget to play the intro. Like Robbie's on there like, "What happened to the intro?" And I'm like, "Damn it." And the next time I go to work, because it was only Monday at first. The next time I go to work I didn't know about the different brands that are in StreamYard. So I uploaded all the back in the old days when we did the overlays on Comic Collectibles. I loaded them all up. We go to start the show, and I'm like, "Kyle, none of the pictures are here, man. None of the pictures are here." And then he's like, "Don't worry about it. You're just gonna have to flip back and forth." What's up, Sean? What's up, man? We use Filmora. Nope.
Yeah, screw you, Sean.
We use Filmora. So Kyle's like, "Okay, just pay attention to this show. We'll get through it." I was like, "Okay." And I will say this, before I watched the experience, or before I was on the experience, I did watch some of the shows. Comic Collectibles wasn't for me. Like, I tried watching it. It wasn't for me. Like, I was like, well, it's supposed to be a sales show, and all they're doing is talking.
Yeah.
But being on the show
it's different.
Is different. I've come to really enjoy the conversations that everybody has. So, we're doing that, and he's like, "Well, do you want to take over Mondays?" Because Mondays used to be, it was Talking Shop, Comic Collectibles, Mishmash.
Yes, Sean. Yes.
And I think that was it. Mishmash.
Now I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my God. Main Bird down here, some of them are open till 4 a.m. Some of them are open till 2 a.m. And on the weekends, they're open till like 4 a.m. All of them. Oh my God. I love that place.
Yeah.
So
and
good.
Then after doing a couple weeks of that, he was like, you want to give Tuesday a shot?" And I said, "Sure. What's on Tuesday?" He goes, "It's Black Comic Universe. It's
I missed that show. That was one of my favorite shows.
The Dan Wickline Show.
Mm-hmm.
In stores this week,
and then
Minute to Skim It.
Wait, in stores this week wasn't up yet.
Yeah, it was.
Was it?
Yeah, it was up.
Huh. What is time?
We ended up switching the two shows time slots.
That's right.
Because it used to be in stores this week was the last show.
Yeah. Well, the time slot.
So
it's always been the same.
He's like, "You want to try Tuesdays?" I said, "Sure." Well, come to find out, I never got to work for Imani. Was his name for Black Comics Universe. They ended up leaving the experience.
Why?
He got busy with life and couldn't do the show.
He runs so many things that it just got to be doing the experience just got to be too much for him.
Yeah. So started working with Dan. Dan was amazing. And then it was supposed to be, "Hey Jay, do you want to work every other Friday for me so I can go out and get us sponsors so we can start, actually doing stuff for our members?" And I was like, "Yeah, what shows are there?" Well, it used to be Kicking It with Henri, but it was his interview show.
Oh yeah.
There was an interview show called Kicking It with Henri.
Yeah.
You're still working though, full time?
No. I ended up leaving Kroger
a week before Comic Palooza 2 years ago.
So yeah, about 2 years ago.
It'll be 2 years in May.
Yeah, because all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, we only have 3 producers, and Kyle, Kyle does so much stuff, man.
Yeah.
Like Kyle, like how the dude gets any sleep, I have no
I
idea.
don't think he does.
I have no idea.
Because he'll randomly message me, "Hey Jenna, check this out," and I'm like, Kyle, why aren't you asleep? And he'll be like, Jenna, why aren't you asleep?
So I'm basically
I feel
like,
so called out.
I was basically like, whatever shows you want me to do, let me know. So then I started working Fridays, and at first, Fridays was Nick's show. Nick's show was busy. We, everybody went there, and then as much as I loved Friday Night Live with Nancy, there wasn't a whole lot of people there.
Yeah.
No.
So the time, it was fun, but they're just, I don't know what it was. But then she started showing up on Nick's show to, talk about, hey, we're up next. And then we started getting more people. And then we started getting Nope. And then we got, Randy and Lorena and everybody started showing up.
I know Round Guy was on there. Yeah.
I love Nancy's show. Nancy's good people.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I just want, how do I say this? I want more excitement.
Yeah.
I get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think a one-person claim show is tough to do.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Because I had 3 of them a week for a while there for Miss Jen's store. And the way we had a studio set up, so I sit in the studio for 4 to 6 hours a day by myself talking to a screen. And you can just be like, "Hello, Clarice." Like you slowly start to lose it. And like I think Miss Jen noticed that, so she had somebody come on like for behind the scenes on the show, and that's how Alfie started, being there. And then finally got to, I was like, Alfie, why don't you come on with me, because I'm going crazy.
Yeah, it needs 2 people, one doing the books and one checking the chat.
Yeah.
And I think you need to have a personality to also. Yeah. Either fake or real. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what killed Fat Jacks. What was his name, Jay? There
was Lucas and Elias, or you talking about Brendan?
Elias.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, Brittany was in love with him, but he didn't have a personality at all.
Yeah. You've got to have a character, is how I put it.
Yes.
I was like, I need to get into character. I need to get in the right headspace. And it's just like one of those things where you need to be able to entertain yourself while you wait for the chat.
Exactly, Jenna. Exactly. That's what I do with my shorts.
Mm-hmm.
My wife, Brittany, she tapes all of them. She films whatever
Yeah.
And all the time when she goes to the camera and she goes, "Are you ready?" And I'm like, "Yeah." "No." "Are you Castle ready?"
Yeah.
"Go." "Be Castle." "Go."
Yep.
So you have to have that.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of missing on a couple episodes, with the experience, Jay. Like, I hate to say this, but the new what is it, the FOC
Order
show?
Up. Mm-hmm.
Huh? How many people were watching it today?
Nuh-uh.
3.
Wow.
Well, there's only 3 people watching our show.
Well,
no, not just that, but even Brittany, she was on it. She goes, "What are you watching?" I was like, "I'm watching this FOC show." She, you know what she did, Jay? She was like, "Don't you think he should make his bed? Don't you think that he should put his dishes away?" So,
oh, wow.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm so sorry. Give us 1 second. The dog's barking. She needs to go out. Go.
You got my
take
shoes.
I've got your shoes.
Yes.
Why do I have
Because
your
they're
shoes?
They're under my desk.
I can't reach them.
Oh my Lord, where is she getting your shoes from?
Oh,
it's 42
Jesus.
outside to put on a jacket.
Okay.
Well, we know who wears the pants in the family.
Oh, she does.
Oh, for sure. I do. I make the money. I pay the bills. I am the man. I wear the pants.
Well, I will say this. Kyle has asked me about things we could do to punch up the show.
Yeah.
And if any of y'all have any suggestions or anything, always email Kyle.
Yeah.
I have.
Kyle reads all of them.
You know,
okay, take her before she goes on this carpet, please.
I have. You know, what I hate the most
And go outside.
is this. You know, I want all the shows do well. I do. I
Yeah.
want all of them. But there is some. Hopefully, Eddie can back me up. If not, bitch.
I got your back, boy. What's
okay,
up?
all right, good. No, there are some shows that the video quality is shit.
Yeah. That
Okay.
was a problem even when I worked there, and I kept telling them,
Yes.
you gotta update it. And it's just a back and forth argument because
No.
they look at me and I look very young, don't I? I have 2 degrees already.
19, 20.
I will be 35 Monday.
Oh, you
Next
You
young
need new
bitch.
glasses, Cass?
You're young. You're young. I hate you.
But they
No, I'm
all
kidding.
thought I was this 18, 19-year-old who didn't know what I was talking about. Was like, look, I have 2 degrees. One's in applied mathematics, one's in linguistics. I've already finished college. I've worked at a law firm. I've worked this. I've done that. I know what I'm talking about. Please update your equipment. Oh, you're just a kid. You'll understand when you're older.
No, it's true. You know, like I hate saying this, but the new show, that Dunes, that has the 2 people on there, the video and sound quality is shit.
And the thing is, they're in other states, though.
But
everybody's in a different state, so we can't just go there and help them do a setup.
Yeah, but if they're going to have a show, I hate to say this, if they're going to have a show, they need the equipment.
Yeah.
They need it.
And it's very simple. Like what we're working on right now is a $10 camera and a $5 mic or $10 mic. It's not that hard.
No, it isn't. But if I'm going to see somebody who does a live sale and I can't hear them, I can't hear them, or, you know, they're pixelated, that turns me off.
Yeah, I get it.
You know what, Jay? Get a life. Okay, please.
This is his life. We just took it over.
True. So,
but I get it. And these are things that, like, I've said before, but like we have this little not a camera, I'm sorry, this little light right here. Look at this. We got this for not even $5.
Speaking of this, my light just fucking died. What the hell? Is that karma or what?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'll teach you to bitch about it.
Yeah.
Man wants me to get a mic, you can't even put in a light bulb.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but I do like the experience. But what happens is that I hear the same complaints when I get new people on there to get on there, is that the live shows do well, you know, but they always say, well, it's too much talking. I'm like, all right, dude, that's not what this is. You know, it's not just a claim show, it's a community.
Yeah.
You know, so once people get through that, most of the time it goes through. But I want them to do so much more on the XP. I think that the 3,000 followers should easily be 6 or 7. If they had, I think they have to do more than
quality.
Yes. I think they have to do a lot more.
Yeah.
With I think they should do stuff with statues. I think they should.
That would be cool.
Have a statue show.
But here's the thing. I actually did do a collectibles and statues type of show on Mondays. Remember, Ed? I used to do like that walk around where I'd show off all the collectibles we had. I'd show off new statues. I'd show off older statues, all kinds of things. Nobody ever bought. I did it for like 6 months, right? Is that how long it was? I did it for a while. Yeah. And not a single one was ever bought except for maybe like 2 pops one time. So the show was there and they saw that it didn't do it. So they told me to cut it. And then I actually had a trivia show for a while
Yeah, I
but
remember that.
that got cut because again, you don't get paid for shows that don't sell.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just like, it's one of those things where they still need to turn some sort of profit because these are small, very local, very small comic book stores that are doing, like Nancy's store, just Nancy's, Miss Jen's stores, Miss Jen's store, like, so they have to be able to make something. And having shows that don't make any, like Miss Jen does have, well, I don't think it's just Miss Jen anymore. I think it's just an interview show now. On Mondays when
Yes.
they can get guests, and then Jay will have to tell you what else there is.
I think one of the hurdles that shows like that have to deal with is it's great to have a $10 sale on pops, but then if it charges you $10 to ship it, now you're paying $20 for a pop.
Exactly.
And you can go to Amazon, get free shipping on everything, and get your pop for $10. So that's where the hurdle for figures and statues are, because they're bigger, bulkier, heavier. They're going to cost more to ship.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the packing at Miss Jen's store is phenomenal. It can survive, like the way that they have set up is to be able to survive blizzards, survive hurricanes. Like, so when you pay for that stuff from Miss Jen's store, it's going to be able to survive anything because we have all of that here. And so like our packing guy is like, I want it how I would like to get it. So he does it for everybody. And so it does cost a little bit more, but if like a freak blizzard or a freak hurricane or any type of weather happens, your stuff's good. It's safe.
Speaking of your old show, Jenna, I had my 2 sheets of horror stickers up on the wall for Halloween again this year. That's become part of my yearly decoration.
Oh, I miss doing that so much.
Hey,
it was so much fun. I had so much fun with you.
I need help. I need your battery.
I do miss, and I've been talking with Jay and Sean.
You and Jay should do one.
We've been talking about possibly
why?
doing
Yeah.
What happened? I'm sorry.
No,
what?
Why? You guys
why?
should have a show.
Right.
I work 7 days a week, and I have 2 jobs that I'm working in between.
Oh,
like when you guys see me on Saturdays, I've already done. So when I can, I'm an AI data analysis and researcher. When there is work for me to do, it's kind of a contract thing. It goes in and out when I have job, and then I do Uber and Uber Eats and Uber delivery. And what's the other thing I was doing? There's another thing.
You have break times, don't you?
Very rarely. They're
just
usually like 10 minutes.
lunch hour? Come on.
No, I don't. I don't have a lunch hour.
I'm just joking. Relax, girl.
I wish I did, though. This is my break.
Me too, because I'm going to pay you a compliment, and it's don't fall over. I miss you. I miss you so much. I had so much fun messing with you on those shows.
But I'm hopefully starting either.
Kiss us.
Blow me.
And do you know what was great about my Monday trivia show that we had? It was not just me who worked on it. Everybody in the store throughout the whole week would be like, oh my God, I learned this new thing. Add it to your trivia. Oh my God. So I would have like 5 or 6 pages of trivia from everybody in the store that they were just like learning. Everybody loved doing it. We had so much fun as a store doing it. And it just didn't pan out.
It's sad. It hurts too when that happens.
Yeah, it actually, I think I cried. I actually cried because it was a show I'd been wanting to do. I was at the store for, 3 years, almost 3 years. I think I was there. And the first 6 months of it, COVID shut us down. I literally started there, had my wedding 2 weeks later. 2 weeks after that, everything shut down.
Who'd you
get married to?
Yeah.
Same stupid joke, Castle. We need to compare notes next time.
That's why I love you, brother.
Yeah, I love you too, man.
Phenomenal.
That was great.
Couldn't have timed that any better.
We're both 50 going on 5.
What's funny is, you guys want to hear something funny? Our wedding anniversary, our first our 1-year wedding anniversary is 2 days after our 10-year get together. Like, we got married 2 days after our 9-year anniversary. It
Nice.
took them 9 years.
Oh, that is awesome.
What?
Nope, got a 139 from Dom, and it's on his wall. Castle, another time we get together in the future, I gotta have Nope on, so Nope can show you his wall, dude. Like, Nope has got some great stuff on his wall. There's a really awesome, is it the Emperor painting? Ed, do you remember? Like, Nope.
Yeah, it was the Emperor from Star Wars. Yeah.
I know you're not a Star Wars dude, but
I like both.
It's so good. But he's got an awesome wall, man.
Next time
Not
we
to
go
put
on
you
or
on the
something.
spot, but can't you just send me the link?
If he wants to come on.
Yeah, dude. Next time we'll come on, I'll do a house tour of everything I have here.
Somebody's chewing. Who's chewing? Who's chewing who?
It's him.
Whoa.
Hand Peppo.
So I'll do like a room tour, because I will tell you right now, I have 55 long boxes of comics in my closet.
And I thought I had a problem.
It's a good problem, though.
I do. I mean, the only big comics that I do have is I have the giant size X-Men number one. I have that. I have Hulk 181.
Oh, I've only gotten to hold one of those in my life.
I have Amazing Spider-Man 129. I have a couple. I have 3 or 4. I can't remember, of Invincible number 1 and Marvel.
I will let you take it away. Good Jay.
Marvel.
Take it away now.
Secret Wars number 8. I have 3 of them. And to me, my famous the one I love the most, I have the first appearance of Hercules. Of course I do.
Hercules. That sounds awesome.
That's it. You know, out of 55 freaking boxes. That's it.
Ed, I have something to show you that finally came in.
Oh, I already showed him.
Oh, you already showed him?
Right,
okay. Oh,
that
okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was a little bit mad, but I've gotten it figured out.
Man.
It's called me yelling at Amazon.
Oh.
Well, it came in bent up.
Aw.
And I didn't want to send it back for fear, because I've seen before where if you send it back, it's actually the creators that have to pay for the mess up, when it was actually the shipping people. But due to my history of other people messing up my stuff, I was able to fix it.
Nice. If you ship it to me, I'll have her sign it for you.
I would be most grateful. I read it. I loved it. You did send me a message about trying to get it on TikTok. I sent a message to another one of my friends who's much better at making things like go really big. And she's going to get with me after the holidays.
If she's really good at making things get really big, have her call me, will you?
Oh my Lord. You actually know who it is. It's Hannah.
Oh,
you remember Hannah? Yeah.
Yep.
Hannah Montana?
Yeah. She said she'll help me after the holidays. I meant to message you that, but I've just been...
No, you're good. Don't worry.
Crazy.
I'm off until the 6th.
Oh, okay.
So I can do all my techie hacking crap bot writing right now.
Do your freaking slabs.
I'm going to, Castle.
Do
that. Back off. Okay. Down, boy. Heel. Heel. I'm going to do those as soon as Christmas is over.
No, give me the ones that I want.
yes, sir. We had our basement flood, so everything from our basement had to come upstairs.
Okay.
So now with the holidays coming, we had to get stuff cleared so people can come over. So that's what I've been focusing on. But once Christmas is over, I will get you those slabs.
Okay.
Ed, I didn't get to ask you, man.
Yeah, what?
Swamp Thing, did the brightness help?
Yes, a little. It did.
So that's how I have to watch a lot of things.
But it's still really hard when they go into the swamp.
Yeah.
It's really dark.
Oh, I actually know how to fix that. because I have to do it. I watch it on my laptop, and I'll go to actually the backlighting. I'll turn off completely, and then I have the brightness turned all the way up with the cold lights on, the cold tones on.
I turn every light in the house off, and I was
Oh,
able
okay.
to see it a little better.
Yeah, but like I said, I do it on my laptop, and
Because
that's how
Amy's
I
not
have to do it.
interested in it. That's not her thing. So I watch it when I'm up all night and she's in there
Mhm.
sleeping, and I hate her for being able to sleep. So
What
I
is
watch Swamp
sleep?
Thing now.
What is sleep?
Which
Hey,
one? The TV show?
The 2019 TV
The
streaming.
sci-fi show?
No, it's not
I think
sci-fi.
it was
It
CW, wasn't it?
No,
No, it was
so
sci-fi.
it was
No,
the
it couldn't be because it's like R-rated. There's like
DC Universe. When the
No.
DC Universe app was out, it was
Oh,
one of the
yeah.
DC originals.
That Swamp Thing?
Yeah.
The one that has the girl from...
Hey, now no spoilers. I'm only on episode 4.
No,
No,
it's
the
Abby.
girl, no, the
Abby.
girl that's in it, the girl that starts it, she's from Teen Wolf. She's beautiful. The one with the long black hair.
She was also Sophia Falcone in Gotham.
Yeah.
Oh, did you guys ever watch Teen Wolf on MTV?
A little bit.
Just
Oh
a
my
movie.
God, that's where Tyler
Tyler
Perlman from
Huh.
Superman came from.
Okay. I never watched it. Like
Oh my
it
God.
was during the same time as like Riverdale, and I couldn't stand Riverdale.
Oh, Riverdale sucked ass.
It did.
No,
Thank you.
I watched
so-
2 episodes of it, and I was like, I'm out.
I had to walk away, and everybody's like, "It gets better later," and I'm like,
No.
"From
No,
what I
it was
did
the
watch
same-
Sabrina.
I loved Sabrina.
I did too.
I
Yeah.
loved that show.
There
I-
were moments where the main actress, though, it felt like her acting was a little flat, but at the same time, it kind of went with the character, you know?
Yeah, that and Vampire Diaries. You know, you never saw that?
No,
Oh my God, that's such a great
I
show.
tried.
Oh
I watched Supernatural and Smallville.
Oh,
and
Supernatural. That's our baby.
we
I love-
haven't watched the last season just because we can't fathom it ending. I can't do
I
it.
know.
I can't. I
But
can't.
I hear they're coming back.
Oh, well, then I
Yes.
guess I can watch the last season then.
Yes, I hear they're coming
Did you
back.
guys
We
watch Penny
watched-
Dreadful?
Yes,
Yes.
I love that.
I love that show. When
Amy
I
and I
talk
both
about
love
it,
that. And the finale sucked.
yes,
Oh,
I was so
I-
mad, but it came back in comic form and fixed it.
it did. I got them.
Yeah,
I will
I might
tell
have
you.
got them from you.
I think you did. I think I
I
recommended
did,
it.
now
to
that I
you.
think about it.
I
Yeah.
told you about the show and you went and watched it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yep.
The one movie series that I will never how do I say this? I will never defend myself because I love the movies so much is the Twilight movies. Okay? I know.
Time out. I have a story about this. Time out. I'm so sorry. So, when Twilight was newly fresh coming out, the books, I had the books. I
Okay.
read the books.
Okay.
I have 5 brothers and sisters younger than me. Like, the next one is 6 years younger than me, and then it's just my youngest sister is about to turn 20. So, they're all much younger than us, like much younger than me, much younger than anybody I know, right? So their parents were like, you need to read this and you need to watch these shows and then you need to take them to the midnight premieres at Hot Topic.
Yeah.
For the 3rd and 4th or whatever, I can't remember how many there were. It was me with 5 kids at Hot Topic at the mall in the middle of the night and then running down because they were having a midnight premiere party.
Yeah.
And then running down to Barnes and Nobles to buy the book. And we had to buy 2 versions of it so I could read it before everybody else could to make sure it was okay for everybody else to read. And then when the movies started coming out, I can't.
So this is a great time for Nope to pop in on the conversation.
Hey!
Hey,
Nope.
hi.
There's
everybody.
an emperor.
Oh,
See that emperor? I want that thing is cool as hell.
Here, let me see if I can.
Can you make him big?
Yeah, I just got it.
Whoa. I'm
Whoa.
signing off.
Whoa,
Hey.
what?
Lay dope.
Just call Jay Viagra.
That was my nickname in high school.
Oh my lord. Ladies and gentlemen, my husband.
Yes, Viagra.
But for the when it comes to the Twilight franchise series, I was never given the option to even try it. I was just told it's your new favorite thing now because it's all their favorite things.
Yeah. I met Emmett. Kevin Lutz.
Oh my god, I know him from other things, and I love him. He's the sweetest person. I've met him like twice. He's so sweet.
Yes, he is sweet.
And he's so tall.
I went to his table that he was signing, and all I did was this. I don't know if it comes up. All I did, I went to his table, and I went like this. Arm wrestle. I just put my hand down, and I said, come on. And you know what? He did.
He's good.
And I was like, dude, just make a face, a mean face. He goes, okay. And we got a picture of it. He was so freaking cool.
He's an old farm boy is what I found out the first time I met him. He's from an old farm. And I'm like, I'm from a 2,000-acre farm too. It was so great because I knew him from Stick It.
From what?
Stick It.
What is that?
It's an old gymnastics film, but it's about this chick who doesn't want to do gymnastics, but she's forced into it
So she goes
instead of going to prison because she was on the Olympic team, or she was supposed to be on the Olympic team. And then they just she makes fun of gymnastics the entire time she's being forced to do it, and he's there to help, and it's funny. It's one of those feel good teen movies.
Yeah.
And then, but at the same time, these two won't shut up. You just got to butt in. Come on, man.
Yeah,
we'll be quiet.
I've been just watching for the past couple hours, so I'm fine.
Something, never mind, Jenna. What
during the film they also deal with depression, so it's one of those you're gonna cry for a second, but then it's gonna go back to being corny cliche. You know,
if people quit telling them to stick it, they'd probably quit being depressed.
Stick It, we can't watch that in Texas anymore.
Yeah, I like his Hercules. I really enjoyed his Hercules. Except they had a bad line in it, which was totally terrible on the effects. And then he made it on TV. Now he's what is it?
Is it Generation Kill you're thinking of?
No, he's with FBI.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he's doing really, really well. So I'm happy about that. Yeah, but we grew up with those movies, and my son, he was so happy because my son's name is Seth. So one of the wolves are Seth, and he loved it. So it was like a perfect storm. Trust me, I get shit on all the time for liking those movies. You know what? And I don't give a shit. I'm like,
that reminds me of something. There was one thing and one thing only that I ever got made fun of in school, and it was Lord of the Rings.
Your face?
Ha!
I'm right.
Well, no, I did have braces too, so maybe, but that was behind my back to my face. So I saw the first Lord of the Rings movie 17 times in theaters. I saw the second one.
Okay, John Cole.
11 times. I saw the Two Towers 11 times in theaters, and then I saw Return of the King. Was it 13 or 14 times?
A lot of times. It
was 13 and a half times.
I got you beat.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I've seen them over 20 each.
Well, I mean, those were in theaters. I'm
talking about theaters, too.
Okay, that's cool. Oh, did you go see the new one? It's in theaters right now. Lord of the Rings, the Lord of Rohirrim.
Oh, the War of the Rohirrim?
Yes.
The cartoon?
It's so good.
No.
Oh my god, it's so good.
New cartoon?
Yes. That was my early birthday present to me. I took myself to the theaters and I watched it on $5 Tuesdays. And it was so good. And I was actually there by myself because I didn't go see the XD one because XD is kind of lost on me because of my eyes, whatever. And I was so mad. So I'm in the hallway and I got give me my bucket. Give me my bucket. I got the bucket.
Gimme.
And the lid is the shield.
Elliot, gimme.
Mine.
Precious.
Mine.
My precious.
Mine.
My precious. Anyway, it was so good. We were in the hallway. There was a showing of the XD one in the theater over. and is a whole bunch of people were like crowded in the hallway. So I was like, oh man, like it's gonna be a bunch of people in the theater. And then it happened to be the regular one was here, and then the XD one was right here. And they come out, they're cleaning the theaters, and I start walking into mine. And I'm the only one walking into mine. And this guy is like, oh, she must not be a real fan. Like a real Lord of the Rings fan would see it in XD. And I was like, forget you. I get the whole theater to myself. Ha!
Yeah.
Hey, no.
Like, hey.
Nope. Do you have a ball showing? I see your sweater.
No.
Do you have a ball?
No, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Aw.
Well, yeah, I guess technically.
Oh, yeah, you got a ball showing. I see it.
Yeah, I got my Chewbacca shitter on.
You got a chewy ball.
Go see it.
Plenty of
Go
those in
see
the
it,
house.
Dad. You're gonna like it. It was really
No.
good.
The only
can't,
movie
I
I saw multiple times in theaters was Ford Fairlane, the Andrew Dice Clay movie. I saw that 6 times.
That's a deep cut.
Wow.
I know. People right here say, "What?"
Hey, Castle, when you wear a dress that short, you need to shave, and I don't mean your legs.
Yeah. She was beautiful. I forget her name. God damn it. She was married to Jim Carrey.
Lauren Holly.
Focus.
Lauren
Jenny
Holly.
McCarthy?
Yes, Lauren Holly. Oh my gosh, she was beautiful in that movie. Oh my god. So
what about
that's the movie I saw the most in theater.
what about you, Nope? Is there a movie you went to theaters a bunch of times to see?
Let's see.
We're not
What did I actually
talking
go and see
about
multiple
lesbians,
times.
Under the seat. Okay?
Oh my god.
No, there's never any of that.
Oh.
No, I'm trying to think. I actually don't think I really went to a movie theater to go see something multiple times, but actually the first time I seen Lord of the Rings, I had not known anything about Lord of the Rings. So at the end of the movie, whenever they're walking off into the distance, I'm like, that's it? Wait, what? But then my mind was blown because, it's the first time I'd heard or seen any of that stuff, and they did well with the movie. So it was just, ignorance was so bliss in that moment. But
I don't know. I'd be very angry if that's what I thought was the end of the movie. Like, wait a minute, that's it? Did they get the ring to Mordor? What happened?
I was reassured.
What happened?
Yeah, right. Hold on a second. I think I'm getting hailed with the dogs. I'll be right back.
I can't even, Ed.
I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. You got the red hair. You should sing it.
I think we're alone now.
Alone now.
I don't know how much more we can sing before copyrights.
Oh yeah. We're not alone no more.
Leave the stream alone.
Leave the stream alone.
Yeah. Hey, teacher, leave this stream alone.
Heck yeah.
Oh no, we're just better stop.
Pink Floyd's gonna come after us.
Oh no.
They're like 112. I could take them.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, I know. Because you said you got my back.
Wait, when did I say that?
You said you would be the anti-bully.
I would be. Be.
Yeah,
like, hey, leave my bros alone.
I mean, is it
Bros
really?
Do you see this feral cat? She will kick your ass. That's right.
That's so fucking funny.
Shut up.
Oh no.
I'm not a cat. I'm not a cat. That's not fair. You don't understand. So I have 20 nieces and nephews, and about 15 of them have gotten to, for now, there's 2 more about to be born.
I'm the youngest of 12. I have a lot of nieces and nephews.
I feel you. I really do.
My oldest niece is 10 months younger than me, and we used to go to school together, and she would call me Uncle Eddie when I was in first grade and she was in kindergarten. And everyone in the class would be like, why is she calling you that? And I was like, because I'm her uncle, duh. And it blew their mind. They couldn't comprehend that.
I'm the oldest of 6, and then my 4 cousins get added into the mix as well. And it's just like, I'm the oldest of them all, and they all have children. One of them has 5, and another one has 6. And I'm just like, stop having children.
They know what
Okay.
causes that these days.
In Texas, anything to stop it's illegal now.
Mm.
Boredom. Boredom does cause more
That's how
children.
you get the brat.
Oh Lord.
Boredom causes chafing.
Yeah, that's true.
If boredom lasts longer than 8 hours, contact your doctor.
Hell with that. I'm going to go live stream if it's 8 hours.
Well, why not? We're almost 5 hours in.
What?
Yeah.
It happens, Castle.
Well,
you know it.
Gucci, Mama. It's fucking almost 2.
It's almost
You see how easy it happens?
Yeah. Especially when Jay pops off and I come on, it feels like a different stream. Sorry.
Yeah, right. It's like a reset.
Like
And then I'll leave, so it feels like a third reset when Jay comes back on.
She comes
Right
in,
there.
drops a deuce, leaves.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's what it's meant to be. It's meant to be so fun you forget you're here.
That's right.
Exactly.
You're just like in a little
Like I've said before, this is like sitting around a campfire bullshitting with friends that you've known.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly
I'm
what
on my
this is like.
4th vodka and pink lemonade. And
Where's
4
mine?
And 4
Yeah.
gummies.
Did you bring it for
Did you bring enough
gummies?
for the class?
Sorry.
Wow.
I'm on my third cut water. And apparently I'm being too loud.
See this? Straight up Pepsi, baby. That's where you're
Oh,
at.
jeez.
Texas sweet tea.
Oh, my
Ew.
gosh. Am I the only one drinking?
No.
Remember,
no,
I got
no,
home
no.
from work, ate, and came back here.
I got you, Castle.
Yes, you're drinking water.
Cut
Yeah.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to watch
White
the
Russian.
calories. So that's why it's vodka and what's that?
Pink lemonade.
Yeah, no, what's Crystal Light? Crystal Light. Because
I
gotta
can't
watch
say
my
much. I've actually got several drinks I'll be drinking for my birthday stream. So
When's
yeah.
your birthday?
Next Monday, the 30th.
Happy birthday.
I'll be live right here for everybody to come and say hi to me while I'm drinking.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
I'm
I'm in.
So you could drink because you're 21?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay.
21 times what? I love you, Jenna.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice, Jenna. Sorry.
You're so old. Ah.
Hey, my nieces say I'm so old. I'm
Let's
cringy.
play a game. Things that are older than Jenna. Dirt is older than Jenna.
I was going to say STDs.
Hold on. Now that Nope's on here, I can hear him talk about it. Tell us your thoughts on the trailer, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Honestly, it was more like whenever I seen Crypto, that's the moment that actually gave me goosebumps. Whenever he's like, Crypto, home, take me home. And then from there, naturally, the music just tied it all together. And it was perfect. I think the trailer was perfect, and I cannot wait until the movie comes out.
Oh,
I got a little misty-eyed watching
Well
it.
put.
Are you a
Definitely.
Superman fan? Nope.
I grew up a Superman fan, and then naturally just kind of drifted off and did other stuff. But I had the Superman pajamas. I had everything. It was Christopher Reeves growing up because Dad showed me at a really young age, and it was just everything after that.
Nice. No, I hope this movie. I shouldn't say hope. I know it's going to do well. I
feel it
do.
in my bones.
No, because like I said, everything is showing up right now that it is totally positive. On online and everything. And I just checked right now; it's at 265 million views.
Wow! So it's going up.
Not enough. Hit a billion.
Yeah, on the trailer alone. So that tells you people are interested in it.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy for the future of DC.
Was that
Is that the only thing that Superman says in that trailer is home?
Crypto,
I think
Take
it
me
is.
home.
Crypto,
Take me home.
Crypto, take me
He
home.
says, "Crypto, take me home."
Does he say crypto though? I think I
No,
might have
no.
misspoke.
No, I
there.
think he just said take me home.
He just says take
But
me
that's
home.
the only time
Yeah.
he speaks, right?
Yep. And the
I
only
think so.
other time
Yeah.
you hear somebody speaking is the kid
Yeah.
saying Superman.
Oh
Right.
yeah, when he's putting the flag
That
up.
Yep, that's
that
it.
part,
And
that was
Jay,
huge.
Does say crypto in the
Jay-
trailer?
I'm telling you, he
He
says,
says crypto.
crypto home, take me home.
yeah,
That's what he says.
and Jay should know this. Hopefully he does. What is the country that the kid is throwing up the flag?
Oh man, Baz.
Nope.
It
Come
starts
on.
with- It starts with a B,
Yes.
but I can't. It's not Bavaria.
No, that's it.
Is
it.
it?
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I was about to
And
go
it's
through B countries. I was
Yeah.
about to go there.
And what issue?
Oh, let her go there. This should be good.
What issue, Jay?
Oh God, man, I
Come
don't
on.
remember that. I'm not good with that, dude.
What was the question?
What'd you ask?
What issue was that the town in? That is mentioned.
What town is mentioned? I thought it was just country.
Yeah, dude,
I think it's 2.
Issue 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Issue 2.
you're definitely gonna hit me with that, man. I'm not good at.
He's
keeping
not
up.
good at the numbering part. The numbers get mixed up in his head.
It's too
No,
much like
it's-
math.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Bravinia. That's what it is. Bravinia.
There you go.
But
Don't
yeah.
you shake your head at me. You know I love math.
Math is so easy. I don't
I
understand
love
why
math.
people.
But I don't.
They
I
make
do
it so
math to
complicated.
relax. I love
Right.
math.
Right.
Yes.
I do too.
Nerds.
Good.
Hey, I didn't let people in school be calling me that. I'm not going to let my husband call me
I
that.
call you that all the time.
Come
Nerd.
here. Come here.
Ow.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to
wow.
get in trouble for sleeping
Turn your
in my
camera
algebra
off
2
first
class.
next time. Jeez almighty.
Yeah.
What'd you say? Nope. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over
I
you.
said I used to get in trouble for sleeping in my algebra 2 class because the teacher was always aggravated. Like, how can you sleep in class every single day and then do so well on the test? You have to be cheating.
Because it's easy.
Because it's easy.
I
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
that. I got that same crap when I was in school. Same crap.
Yep,
do
always
homework.
tested well, but hated the long journey to get to that point.
Well, especially when you got the kids that ask the same question.
Over and over.
Mhm.
It's
And
like,
then
oh my God.
5 kids ask the same question in a different way, and you're just like,
This
I'm gonna
has
take
stuck
a
in
nap.
my head like a burnt memory. When we were first starting into algebra, the one girl raised her hand. I don't understand how you can add the alphabet together. And I just dropped my head.
It's a stand-in. Move on.
I don't understand. Well, how is X plus Y equals Z? I don't get it. Oh my Lord.
You'll
jeez.
find out eventually.
Pretend they're numbers. Do you know what a number is? No.
Which number of the alphabet is that?
Oh my God. You're the love of my life, but
Hey man, you're stupid, Sean.
you're stupid. Oh my gosh. I am excited. This next year of film seems like it's gonna be good.
Like I
And
said,
shows.
I haven't seen
Yeah.
enough on Fantastic Four, but
Yeah.
July's gonna be a great month for comic book fans.
Yes, it is.
Like I'm hoping we get some Fantastic Four stuff soon.
We should be, shouldn't we? Does anybody know?
During the Super Bowl.
That's
Is that when the first trailer is supposed to hit?
Yeah.
That's probably for sure, yeah.
Yeah, during the Super Bowl.
I think that's when the Superman trailer is supposed to hit too, the real one,
Yeah.
isn't it?
That makes me
Yeah.
wonder if at D23 we're gonna get more Marvel news like we have the last couple of years.
Well, there's no D23 next year. It's every other year.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I'm
Yeah.
getting my years. What is time? What is time?
Time is what you make it.
Oh,
Look at him.
philosophical.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
He's shaking his head.
That sounds like one of the bullshit answers I get from my students when they're writing an essay.
Time is relative.
Yes.
Aunt or uncle.
I seriously can't keep all the years straight.
No.
They go in order.
Yeah, there's a lot of them though.
Like, there was one year where there wasn't an E3, and it wasn't because of COVID. And now I can't remember what year that was.
Before
The
that.
year without an E3. It was the year without an E3.
Well, I love watching E3 because I love seeing what new games are coming out. You know,
I
seeing
love
new
used to
stuff.
watching G4.
Yeah, yeah,
Especially
Oh yeah,
yeah.
what's
Olivia Munn.
I love watching Triple X.
Mm.
we can't get that in Texas.
We can't get that in Florida either. So,
Nice.
so we're done.
Oh my
You
god.
know, that's what I always do. I don't know if you guys do this, but all right, if I'm an ass for doing this, tell me, okay?
You're an
I
ass.
don't know if I have a face that everybody says that I look like somebody. I get a lot of Kevin Nash. I get a lot of who's the actor that played Hellboy?
Ron Perlman?
Ron Perlman.
Yes, I get that a lot. So people will come up to me and go like that, man, I know you from somewhere. I don't know what it is. And I'll just tell them, and I'll just
No,
tell
you
them
don't.
straight out, you know what? I used to do porn.
That's the best answer ever.
Well, I can't
Shuts
do
him up.
anything.
Lets him
And
walk
I'm
away.
telling you right now, every time the answer is no, I don't think that. I don't know what to tell you.
Just wait until you get that one person that goes, "Oh yeah."
I'd be like, oh, fuck.
Can I get your autograph? Yeah.
No, but I'll do that.
Will
all
you
the
sign
time.
my
So,
Sure.
You know what the title of this episode is now.
Title of your sex tape?
No, it's Stormin the Castle, which totally sounds like a porn.
Oh yeah.
that's true.
Here,
That's
let's make the soundtrack.
Yeah, exactly. No, it is. That's what I used to do all the time. And I had one female, like she was like, "Oh, I would never." I'm like, "Well, I'm sorry."
I'm sad for you.
Yes, exactly.
I can't say anything. People read my name and they're like, the porn star? It's like, no.
She has an extra N.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, I've heard. So I've heard.
How much does it burn?
Yeah. Apparently it burns a lot.
Whole new meaning to Ring of Fire.
That was my nickname in high school.
Yeah.
They used to call me Ring of Fire.
I'm gonna need another freaking notebook to keep writing these damn nicknames down.
Well, much like me, you broke my wife.
I fell into a burning ring of fire.
Hey, did you ever hear the origin of Castle's nickname?
No, it's got a kid.
She's verklempt.
See, usually what I do is I wait for her to eat or drink something, and then I make a joke like that, so she starts choking. And
Every time.
at least it wasn't me this time.
Okay.
So you choke and then spit?
Has polyps.
That was also my nickname in high school.
Oh god, I've been awake a very long
Choking.
time. I've been awake a very long time, I think.
Did you just say love you long time? What'd you say?
Okay, stop everybody. Stop for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Just 2. Okay. Whew.
Now spit. Good girl.
Whew. Okay.
Goose fraba.
Goose.
Goose fraba.
There's an origin to Castle's nickname.
Okay, tell me the origin of Castle's nickname.
Castle, who gave you that nickname?
You did.
Ha! You know,
Yep.
it's
Wait a minute. I do
And
think.
you know why? Because he saw his tower up close.
Ah.
Oh.
He has this weird little.
You know what, Jay?
And then
You know
Jay
what?
lowered his
Fargo.
drawbridge, and
know
everything
what?
just went downhill from there.
No, Jay can enter my gate anytime.
Yeah.
I'm on the thou shalt not pass. You shall not pass.
Oh. Oh.
No, it was
Flame of
actually Jay.
voodoo.
No, but what what was funny was it's that Jay kept on calling me Castle, and I actually loved it, and so I changed my name on YouTube, and then I don't know who live claim sale it was, but Kyle, I'm telling you right now, Kyle sent me the most nastiest email ever.
Oh no.
He was like, dude, if you don't pay your bill, you're out of here.
Oh yeah.
And I wrote back and said, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm all paid up. And he goes, I was on 360. I don't even know. I was like, dude, I don't even know that climb sale. I have no idea. He goes, oh, you know what? That makes sense. I was like, why? He goes, they only put down John Castle. So it was somebody being me, like as a joke, and claim all these books.
Oh
right?
no.
So I'm like, and I really went to Kyle and said, dickhead, do you really think I wouldn't pay my bill? Just, if I knew it, just tell me.
Yeah.
So he told me to change my name.
So
it went from and it was actually a cool name. He was a dude Berserker. So then I changed my name to John Berserker Spilly Toplet, and I got so much shit for changing my name. And I was like, dude, I have to do this because of whatever. And then it was Jay, or maybe I was going to now doing shorts on the EXP, right? And I think it was at Kyle. I was like, dude, can I name it Castle's Corner?
Yeah.
And he goes, absolutely. And I was like, well, dude, can I change my name back to Castle from Berserker? And he was like, you know what? I would wait a little bit. And I was like, fuck you, Kyle. The next day, I freaking changed it back to Castle. I actually apologized to Jay.
That's hilarious. I remember you changing your name. I remember you changing your name, and I was thinking to myself, what the fuck did he do that for?
I know. I didn't.
Castle was perfect. I'm like, what is he doing?
Yeah. I did not want to, and I apologized to Jay. I was like, Jay, I had to change my name. I'm sorry, and everything. I hated it, But the best part is, I actually got to change it back. And if you look at my wife's name, she also now puts Brittany Castle.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then even better, you have my son, who goes on there and he puts Seth Castle Jr.
Yes, I like it.
Yeah, it's awesome. All right, I'll give you guys a sneak peek of what my next video is going to be. Jay, I was going to do it tonight, but since I've been on here for 18 hours, I'm going to have to change it till tomorrow.
Okay.
So I am just going to do, like, now that we could do a minute and a half, now I'm going to just do a holiday video, and I am going to call it Merry Castlemas. It's going to be Happy Casanaka, and then it's going to be I hope you all have a very, very happy Castle Days. So I'm going to try to do all that shit and all. It's going to be all that because this motherfucker gave me that nickname. So.
Oh, that's right. Hanukkah starts.
Now you got to get somebody to record Happy Holidays and go Castle Holidays.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Castle Days, Castle Days, all the way.
And I have to.
Oh, what fun it is to ride on Castle's one-horse sleigh. What?
Good Lord. That's not where I was going at all.
I would pay for that. Okay. Anyway, but I have to come clean. I have to come clean that the whole stay punished thing came after my wife. She's the one that came up with it.
I like it.
You should
She
always
was like,
come
"You
after your
have to
wife.
end it. You have to end it, and somehow and everything."
That's a great way. That's a
I'll
great-
pay for that. I'm just saying, I'll pay.
We broke Ed.
Venmo.
Ed
Even
broke
though
himself.
I owe Jay.
Yeah. Well, when I heard Nope heard what I said, that's when I lost it because I didn't think anybody heard it.
And Castle, this is what it's like being on these streams.
That's why it's a bonfire. I'm telling you.
We're all
Jesus.
feral. We're all crazy.
Yes. Well, count me for next week if you want to.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
You got to get Triple B on.
We have, haven't we?
But
Yeah, he's been on
with
twice.
with me and Ed and Nope. You got to get us.
Oh, big one. I like that.
Whoa,
No,
that's what she said.
The private racing here was going to be the title of your sex tape. Thank you.
It's like sharing the same.
That was my nickname in high school.
Ever.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. Yeah. What are you gonna do for next week for holidays? You gonna do something special?
It involves a
No.
dance pole.
Probably.
Huh.
I don't know. I'd probably talk about holiday books because I got a short I'm going to be making tomorrow for Hydrasylum. That's 2 Christmas books you should read.
Hmm.
One of them
Which
being
ones?
Klaus. Like if
Okay.
you've never read Klaus or
Yeah.
Claus, I can't remember how they say it.
No,
in the-
Klaus.
Klaus.
From Boom.
Yeah,
Boom
Yeah.
Studio? Yeah.
that one. And even though it's kind of a horror one, the Zombies Christmas Carol.
Yes, the Marvel Zombie
Ooh.
Carol.
You should do a short and Nats book.
I can.
That would be awesome.
Children's books you should read.
Yes.
That would be awesome.
Dude, you know the 2 you should do
Hmm.
is the freaking DC Batman and Santa Claus.
Oh yeah.
The Dark
They-
Silent Night.
Oh
Silent
god.
Night is the one from last year,
Mm-hmm.
which is phenomenal. It's awesome. It's 4 issues. It's them versus Viking vampires.
Ooh.
It is, and Claus is the only way how to do. But this year, it's okay. It's not as good as last year. The art last year was phenomenal. This year, it's okay. But the way they got Santa Claus in there is that he's the real Santa Claus, but he is like a warrior, and it's awesome.
Well, he was. Does anybody know the actual origin of
Oh,
Yes.
yes, I know.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, freaking.
Hey,
Eddie
you
was
don't wear
alive
the
then.
hat if you don't know the story.
I think my favorite holiday one to go and read is
Wait a minute.
Bolt
Why
of
did you
Spirit?
just go holiday?
because it's a different type of holiday. It's
Oh,
set
boy.
for a New Year's holiday rather than Christmas holiday. It's
Oh.
the Archie and Armstrong Vault of Spirits.
Archer.
Oh god, my brain hurts. Archer and Armstrong, the Vault of Spirits, where they go into his satchel and there's a giant vault full of spirits and like alcohol, and they go down there to get really drunk once a year. And that's what they call
I'm
their
in.
holiday.
That sounds like a party.
It's one issue
Dude,
that
that
came
sounds
out
like
years ago.
You can take every other holiday but Halloween, and I'll take that one.
Because
No,
he's
no.
immortal. He's got alcohol
Halloween.
all the way back from the Stone Age in there. And they have a party once a year, and it's him, Mambo.
It's a Valiant book.
It's a Valiant book.
Yeah.
But it's got him. It's got is it Mambo's in there?
Mambo number
Mambo?
5.
1,
A
2,
little
3,
bit
4, 5.
in my life.
Okay.
I like to
I'll get stuck
karaoke,
in my
so
head
don't
for the
tempt me.
next 2 days.
You're
I can't
welcome.
remember who's all in it,
Wait.
but in this one specifically,
Nothing but
another
love for you. No,
different
nothing right here, brother.
I do. That's my favorite holiday book.
You need to quit doing
Okay,
that
before-
because that has a
It's
different
New
meaning to
Year's.
men. Yes,
It's
but
a New
when you
Year's
do
holiday,
this
not
to
like a
men,
holiday.
then our minds go places they shouldn't go. So when you say holiday,
Holiday.
I'm like, how much per hour?
We don't know what all goes down there. We missed part of the party in the
60
comic. These guys are trying to break in.
$60.
But what do we do for the last 59 minutes?
We could play Parcheesi. Whatever. No, but
Water
before
out
I
the
got-
nose. Water
I
out
gotta
the nose.
ask Jay, yeah. I gotta ask Jay, what does he think of the Valiant resurgence?
Hold on.
I broke Jenna. Yes, my
No,
night is complete.
no, you choked her. You didn't break her. You choked her.
That's what she said.
She said title of your sex tape.
There you go.
Okay. What was that, Castle?
I have no idea. I heard
I'll be
nothing
right
but
back.
laughter.
Okay.
What do you think of the recent Valiant resurgence books?
I'm really digging them.
Because I'm telling you right now, I have all of them.
I'm really digging them.
Yes.
I really am. I'm just hoping that they stick around this time. What's up?
I think they will, because I will tell you from a store point of view, they are selling. They're not selling a lot, but they're selling more than they did.
Good.
So that's good. I'm trying
Is she
to push.
okay?
She'll be fine. I do that to her all the time.
I'll feel
trying
bad
to
if
push
she actually throws
more.
up.
Nah, she's fine. She's fine.
I'm trying to push more independence
Mhm.
in the new store that I am in now. So I'm trying to push more of the even Dynamite books and all shit like that.
Yep.
I actually had a talk with Nick. I hope he still talks to me after this, because he asked me, because he texts me more than calls. He will text me like how his books are doing at the store.
Mm-hmm.
So his last text was, how is Terminator doing? And I told him, do you want the truth? Or do you want me to no, man, I want you to, it's not selling. And he was like, can you tell me why? I was like, yeah, I could tell you. The art sucks. The art is terrible. Have you looked at a Terminator book? I think they're on number 3.
I got to read number 1. It looked okay to me.
Oh, it's terrible, dude. It's terrible.
Now remember, I read mine from PDFs.
It is a great read because the story is really good, but the art is bad. The art is very bad.
So Declan's writing it. Who's doing the art on it?
I don't know. It's a nobody. It's a nobody. And it's a shame, because look at Space Ghost. Okay?
Space Ghost is beautiful.
Thank you. Space Ghost right now, I am not kidding. It is the top 3 selling book in our store. It is amazing what that book is doing. But do you know why? The writing and the artwork is phenomenal.
Yeah, David Pepos and Jonathan Lau together.
Oh, Jonathan Lau, he's the only reason why Green Hornet sold so well at Dynamite. I don't know why this guy doesn't, unless Dynamite has him under an exclusive contract. Jonathan Lau is a tremendous artist.
Yeah.
That nobody knows. Because I think he did Green Hornet. I think he did a couple. I know he did the beginning of these Project Superpowers, from Dynamite. And I think he did a little Flash Gordon. I think. I might be wrong on that one. But he's fantastic. But that book is doing great. The Space Ghost. The Terminator book is not doing good at all. Thundercats is doing great. Johnny Quest is starting to pick up. That book is doing good. But I have to tell you, Vampirella and Red Sonja are freaking hard sells at our store.
People are probably getting tired of them.
They are, because especially with Vampirella, they don't know what's coming or going. And Red Sonja, I do love, But god damn it, man. If freaking I want Dynamite to let go of Red Sonja and give it to Titan, because what they freaking have done to Conan Barbarian, if you guys are not reading that book
It's
from
good.
Titan, that it's one of the best series out there.
Yeah, it's really good.
Now, can you imagine them with Red Sonja?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
I can.
Thank you. I'm
Jay,
tired.
You remember way back when you were still doing that show with Dan? I used to joke about too many Sonias,
There,
and that's been
it
like a
is.
year ago now.
yeah.
And
It's-
people who aren't like devout comic buyers, they don't know what to buy to go to what because there's so many damn different Sonias out there. And I can see where they would get
They
sick of
get
that.
lost. They
I
get
got
lost
tired of it.
Yes. I mean, the
Mhm.
only thing that I hate saying this is that Red Sonja is famous for now is the Brigitte Nielsen and the covers for Dynamite. It's the Brigitte Nielsen movie. Everybody knows it, and the covers.
Yep.
You know
I
what
love
I mean?
that movie.
Yes.
I did too
100%.
because I'm a huge Schwarzenegger guy. I mean, come on, the guy.
Who is it?
He's awesome. That's why I love that movie.
One of my
But-
favorite Christmas movies, Jingle All the Way.
Jingle All the Way.
A lot of
with
people
That
don't
movie's
even know what
great.
that is. When I mention that, a lot of people are
Sinbad.
like, "What's that?" I'm
Nope.
like, "It's a Schwarzenegger movie." Oh, baloney! I couldn't have missed a Schwarzenegger movie. Look it up.
And Sinbad,
Yep.
right?
Yeah,
Yep.
with
Schwarzenegger and
Sinbad.
Sinbad.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
I love that movie. Our whole family
Oh.
loves that movie.
I love it. I love
Yep.
it. But with Red Sonja, exactly, and she's known to covers, and also, I don't. All right, Jay, I have to ask you this.
Mhm.
If you know this, let us know.
Okay.
Okay. It's what's the girl's name that I just blew a fart? What you call the cosplayer
I thought I
from
seen you
Red
bounce
Sonja?
up in the air a little bit there.
Rachel Holland.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I wrote to her one time, right, to do a Sweetie Candy
Mhm.
cosplay
Yeah.
and everything, and because of Triple B, so I
Yeah.
did the same thing as Triple B.
Yeah.
She wrote back, and she was so sweet about it. And then she goes, "If you can do me a favor, honey, go on OnlyFans and subscribe," because she has an OnlyFans page, right?
Really?
Yes.
Look at me. You're
gonna look her up now, aren't you, you motherfucker? So, but then I looked her up on Facebook. Dude, she's married.
Hmm.
To a female.
Oh wow.
Yes. Go on Facebook, look her up. She's married.
Do they have any honeymoon pictures on her?
Oh Jesus! Let's not go there.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's on Pornhub that we can't get down here in Florida and Texas.
Damn.
There's plenty of pictures. You just have to pay for them.
Yes. I didn't know that she was a lesbian. And I don't think anybody else knows.
No. No, didn't know that at all. I thought this story was going a totally different direction about her
Right.
saying why she hasn't been on Candy Vigilante yet. And then you just threw a curveball at me.
Yeah.
Here's
I
my
didn't
link.
know it. I didn't know it for sure, but I imagined it a few times.
Yeah, same.
Oh, I'm sure you did. I met her last year at MegaCon with Bueller and Robbie
Mhm.
and everything like that. And dude, she's even prettier in person. You know, she really is.
Talk about Rachel Holland. Oh.
All right. Good
Jenna,
night, guys. I am
thank
very
you.
tired.
Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate that.
We're
You-
tired
you,
of
you,
seeing
you made this old man
All right,
feel
bye.
good. I haven't made a young lady choke like that in years.
I'm kidding. I'm
Oh.
kidding. I'm kidding. Hey, I love
You need
you.
a special kind of Jesus. I cannot help you.
One with polyps.
Haven't heard that in probably since the old days.
The old days.
The old days of me on my shows.
Yeah.
you need a special kind of Jesus I cannot help you with. Good night. See y'all next time.
Bye.
All the
Night,
love.
Jenna. Well, Jay said he does that all the time, so she just must be prone to it.
Yeah. You'd think she'd learned the technique better by now, but
Here's the thing. Now hold on a minute.
she's
He will sit here silent and then waits until I've made dinner and I've sat down, I cut into whatever I'm eating, and then I eat it and I'm about to swallow, and then he's got to say something.
Jay, never
at that.
talk when they're
No.
about to swallow.
You're just like leaving that door so open.
Yeah.
Have fun with that.
Jesus. What I was going to say, going back to the Rachel Holland thing. Good night. I love you.
I love y'all too.
Love you too. Bye.
Love
Don't
you.
choke.
Oh God. Well, what I was going to say was on the art show, I actually made mention of that. I said, "Hey, Triple B's not here, Nick. You know, how about we get Rachel Holland on the next volume of Sweetie?" Now, I don't know if he didn't know that Triple B knows that they're doing another volume of Sweetie, because he was like, He goes, I can't tell you, because there's a lot of money that goes into that, and if the covers don't sell, that's like Preston asked about Jessica Court doing actual covers for Dynamite, and he was like, some of the sales, it doesn't, they don't add up for us to be able to do something like that. And
Right.
Preston was like, I understand the sales part of it, but do you know how popular Jessica Court is on your shows? Like, that's one of the most popular artists we have right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they usually only sell one.
No,
Yeah.
I know, but I don't want to be a freaking negative Nancy.
Mhm.
But the one part I'm pissed off about the EXP with the live sales is that freaking, what was the hugest CCAs in the beginning?
Weren't
They
they
were
hazers?
They were Ken Hazers, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
How
I
much
got a
were
bunch
they?
of them. $10.
How much were they?
Oh God.
They were $50.
Yeah.
You go watch today and watch the video, and how much is that CCA worth now?
You talk about what they're
The
selling
Ken
them for?
Hazer.
Oh,
The Ken Hazer.
Hazer?
If they have the Ken Hazer one on now, that was $50. Like before, you know what it is now? It's like $70.
Yeah.
It's like, why? Why are they so much now? You know, that's what I'm saying with Court. They're a little bit extra more money. Bring it down a little, and the freaking people will buy it. You know, so that's the only thing that was. I got a lot of people asking me, how come this was this much now? How much is it now? And I was like, I'm sorry, I don't know why.
The only thing I tell you for those folks is that's a Dynamite question.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
The experience, we don't set their prices or anything.
No.
A lot of people get confused because Phil, nice guy, he messages Instagram. We don't really have a social media team. It's only 3 producers. But he messages, hey, I bought this stuff on this show. I don't know we only post the links to fill out the form in the chat. If anybody can look at it, it's just going to be Kyle. Like, I can't look and see what people bought. I can't tell you, I haven't got my books from Dynamite. The only thing I can tell you is, I'm sorry, you got to contact Dynamite. We're not in charge of that. We just run their shows.
Yeah.
You also got to remember, John, that Hazer is doing actual covers now. So as he's getting more popular, he's going to start charging more to do drawings. I mean, that's like trying to get Jim Lee to do cover art for $50. You're not going to get it.
Oh God, no.
Well, that's what I mean. That's probably why the prices have gone up, because now
Demand
everyone knows
goes
who
up,
he is.
cost goes
We got in when he was relatively new. I got a couple of sketches of his. I got a Hulk Hogan one, and I don't remember what the other one is off the top of my head. They were $10.
Damn.
On Rex's show.
70. I have over 75 issues of his. But I will tell you, do you know how hard they are to sell? That's the one thing I've learned. Holy crap, so much since working at a comic book store, like what sells and what doesn't sell.
Mm-hmm.
You know, freaking CCAs are hard to resell.
Yep.
Mhm.
You know, if you're gonna try to resell like a Ken Hazer, good luck. You can't. You know, and I understand that the CCAs, that's why I stopped buying them. I was buying left and right, you know, thinking that I could resell these or whatever. You know, obviously I bought the ones that I like,
Right.
but you know, to resell them at the comic book store, you know what they were going for? Free. They were giveaways for somebody with a contest or something. Whoever doesn't win gets a free Ken Hazer book.
Well, I think another issue with some of the CCAs, and it's something that has always bugged me, but I seem to be in the minority, is when someone will draw like a Black Panther on Spider-Man 44.
You just said it.
Why do you want a character on the cover that's not in the book?
Exactly.
And those are the things, like, I don't understand. Why did you have him draw Hulk Hogan on Wonder Woman 14? I don't get that. Just because it's a blank cover,
Sean's with you on that.
that drives me nuts.
How many times does my wife, Brittany, yell at me, you know, saying, what the hell do they have that guy on that cover? You know, and exactly it.
Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one waving that banner, because that's been driving me
you know
nuts
many
forever.
Punisher CCAs I got because it was on Iron Man.
Yeah.
Or, you know, or Spider, you know, I was like, but I wanted it, but it doesn't make sense. You know, it doesn't.
It also irritates me when Dynamite puts like Predator or something on covers, and then Predator's not even in the book.
Right.
Or Alien. I mean, when you see a comic and the first thing you look at is the cover. And in my mind, yes, I'm old. Yes, I've been buying comics since I was 7. But you look at the cover expecting to see what's inside the book. So if you buy a cover because it's got an amazing Predator versus Spider-Man or something, and then you open it and there's no Predator in there, you're like, what is the deal?
Yeah,
and it's just a money grab is what it is, and it doesn't look good. Not that I'm criticizing. I love Nick. I love Dynamite.
Oh, no.
They got it's just that drives me crazy, and it's not just them that does it.
Yeah.
No.
As Nope turns around and
example of that one.
Yeah. I was like, as Nope turns around and looks at his CCAs on his wall.
Yeah, I don't buy them unless they match, just like what you guys are saying. So like all these ones, like that one's Vader down, so Ahsoka matches, Immortal Thor, Frog Thor matches, Secret Wars, so that can kind of match, but it's a Deadpool Secret Wars, so it kind of doesn't match. This one's Deadpool Secret Wars, so that one you get Deadpool. Hulk, you got Hulk. But I do have one.
I think really that those do better than if it's one of those like Jessica Courts. For me, Jessica can draw whatever she wants on anything. Here, let me.
Oh yeah,
this one's Green Lantern, and it has a Green Lantern, yes, but you got Batman and Man Bat.
Hey,
Green Lantern.
So, but I love the drawing. That's awesome. You know.
Yeah.
That's why I got it.
Hey, Sleepy Reader, how you doing?
Mr. Damien, how we doing, boss?
No, get Damien out of here. Get him out of here. He's a loser.
Get him out of here. I'm fixing to go find his link so I can drop it in the chat for people to check him out.
Block him because he's
never.
Never. You know, I'm kidding. Yeah, you know, I'm kidding. Damien, I love you, brother. Very, very, very sweet guy. Very. I got my wife and I got to hang out with Damien last year at MegaCon, and I'm telling you right now, he made MegaCon awesome. It was just so much fun just hanging out with him, and you know, again, he's a person that we talked here and there for a couple months, but you know, to meet in person and everything like that, and hanging out with Bueller and all, it was the 4 of us. Really, it was a lot of fun. So
I'll be right back, guys.
All right, go fuck yourself. All right, so
Wow.
How did you know? I mean, never mind.
I know.
There we go.
No.
Hmm.
So no, Damien was awesome, man, to hang out and like I said, with my wife and I. Every time Bueller was like doing a panel with somebody, with like he was doing with Charles Soule,
Ooh.
the was it Charles Soule? He was the guy that's running Star Wars and everything.
Yes.
So he was doing
Yes.
stuff with him. We got to sit behind the scenes. It was nice. Damien is a very sweet guy. He's very nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I know him from Robbie's chats.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, when I saw that he did an interview with you, I made sure I watched it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, brother. Yeah, I'm lucky with Brittany. I'm telling you, she was totally, like I said before, into Star Trek conventions, right? And it doesn't matter. And we were lucky at that time. The biggest Star Trek convention was called Volcon, and it happened in Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, and Tampa, all in Florida. So we got to choose all them. So it was like 2-3 years. That's all the conventions we did, right? And so she had a lot of interest in it. But then it started going, because Star Trek, the conventions down here, it doesn't happen anymore. So we went into the comic book conventions. And I was like, oh, honey, this is going to be different. You're going to know. But she loved it. She knows nothing about comics. She doesn't. But she loves all the movies and everything like that. And I get to go to conventions with her. And just it's just a great time. So I know I feel very, very lucky that I got somebody who wants to, because I'll ask her, man, freaking like 30 years ago, do you think you would be watching Avengers Endgame? She was like, hell no. Hell no. There's no way. Wait, Chris Evans is in it? Okay, I changed my mind.
Yeah.
No, but that's what I love about her. She lets me have fun, and she lets me do the videos, reading and all that, and maybe video games, but whatever. She's very good to me. So with that, I'm very lucky. So yeah.
Same, man. Same. I
Yeah.
was talking about our collection last time, and I was like, me, I'm a trade person. Like, covers are
Okay.
cool. Usually I just get A's unless it's something that's just really, really catches my eye. I usually just get A covers. We have so many singles because she is a single collector. Like, she loves, most of our collection singles wise is hers. Animosity from Aftershock, we have almost every single issue.
That was a great
Yes.
series.
She loves it.
There was like what, 3 volumes of it?
I think so.
Yeah.
There was a lot.
Oh my God. Look, where's that? That would make a great freaking TV show.
Yep. There's so many independent folks that sweaty nipples. Okay, hold on. I gotta stop what I'm talking about. Casper, you gotta tell me this story, man.
We need
You gotta tell me
context.
this story.
What is it? What is it? I will forever think of sweaty nipples after I hear John's voice. Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn it, I can't remember, Damien. Write down what it was. I can't remember. There's a lot of things that I remember with Damien. Well, that sounds bad. Well, Damien and my wife and everything. But at MegaCon, you guys have to freaking go. You got to go to MegaCon, because I'm telling you right now, we go not because of the convention or who's there. I mean, this time it's different because I told you I want to meet Dolph Lundgren, but we just go to hang out. And freaking last year, 2 years ago, it was Robbie, a couple other people, Brittany, me. We all ended up, I don't know how, we ended up at a strip club. I don't even remember how we got there. I actually don't remember how we left. Okay, so we are having a great
It's
time.
usually how those nights go.
And then
That was my nickname in high school.
Last year we went. We'd all did dominoes and played after hours and went to a strip club again. No, we didn't. That was okay. Never mind. Okay, so that was at the end, and we had a great time. So hanging out with people is the best than the convention. You guys,
Twin
if you ever
Peaks.
get a chance, go to MegaCon. You have to.
Shots,
At
Damien
Twin
is
Peaks.
saying.
The slippery nipple. No, slippery nipple, not
Okay.
sweat nipple. It was called slippery nipple. You know, he got so much he got drunk. So I am not surprised he doesn't remember the name. Yeah, it's called
A
slippery.
man can never get too many slippery nipples.
Yeah, that was my nickname in high school.
Mm.
So, yeah, that's another place that we go to. It's called Twin Peaks. It's like
The show.
Hooters. It's like Hooters, but a little
Classier.
I don't wanna
There's
say
nothing
classy.
classier than Hooters. What the hell does that mean?
Hooters
Hooters rules.
No.
They got the best seasoned curly fries ever.
Yeah, and the waitresses there are not too shabby.
And their
If
wings
you
are
ever
not
go on-
boneless.
If you ever go on Bueller's Instagram, freaking he'll go there and he takes every picture of every waitress with him and everything like that. He'll ask everybody, and they all say yes. I asked one girl, just one, and she said, "Get the fuck away from me." I was like, okay, never mind.
In the 90s, when the Red Wings won the Stanley Cup, I made a Stanley Cup out of a popcorn tin, a Tupperware bowl, and a couple dowel rods, wrapped it on aluminum foil. And me and all my buddies from college went to Hooters with the cup and sat it on the table. And the ladies kept coming over, "Can we get a picture with your cup?" And they were asking me to get a picture with them holding my cup. So I have pictures of all these different Hooter girls holding my cup. And every time one of the girls would say, "Can I touch it?" we would all start laughing. Because the more we drank, the funnier it got.
Yeah.
At the end, the manager came out because we had a lot of people coming over to our table. And he goes, "I'll make you a deal. If the Wings win the cup tonight, and you hold that cup over your head and do a victory lap, your meals are on us." The Wings won the cup that night. I grabbed my cup, held it up, started running all the way around Hooters. Everybody was reaching out to touch my cup like it was the real one. Sat it back down on the table. The manager came out, paid.
That's awesome.
That was great. So I
That is
love
great.
Hooters. That has a warm spot. And I've got the picture downstairs of me with the Hooter girls in my cup wearing my goalie mask.
God.
Yeah. So I love Hooters.
What
Trying to
time
remember, we were talking about it is
Oh my
for
God.
me. It's 1:45, so I
Oh
think
my
it's
God. It's
2:45
almost
for you?
3 o'clock.
Oh,
Yeah.
you lightweight. Come on, John.
I've had 5 vodka and a pink lemonade.
You're 12 foot tall. It takes that much to even reach your big toe.
It is true. That's the one part I either hate or don't like. You know? Yeah, it does. I got to drink a lot to get fucked up. So, but that's a good, bad, or a good thing. I don't know.
So we're talking about the CCAs, right?
Oh, okay. Yes.
So my thing is, if it's as like Jessica Courts, for some reason, those don't bother me as much if they're drawn on a separate cover. I don't know
Right.
why. I think for me, it's like at that point, I don't. It's the art on that cover, and it's her art specifically. Like, there's other artists on the show that I like. Like, there was the Batgirl that Tracy Medina did, where the bat signal went up into the Batman. I thought that was really good. But that was a Batman. I think that was a Batman book with a Batgirl on it. So I can see why some people, because there are some people that buy the CCAs that they don't read comics. They
Oh,
buy it for the art
absolutely.
piece on the cover.
Nope,
Right.
100%.
I was talking about for like a resale value because he said
Oh,
you can't sell them. Well, who's going to want to
yeah,
buy a book that has Spider-Man on the cover of the, Black Panther or whatever? It just
that's
doesn't make
true.
sense. That's what I
Like,
was talking about. But yeah,
so
if you just
you're
love
right.
the art, then I'd have him do it on a napkin if that's all I had.
Exactly.
But I was talking like he was saying they don't resell.
No.
And when you have non-characters on the wrong cover, I can understand why that would confuse people and they wouldn't want to buy it.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, even if the character Spider-Man is on a Spider-Man book, the resale of the CCA is very hard.
it's a very niche group.
Yeah, because I learned that the hard way when I went to the comic book store when I worked. I had a couple books that I needed some money, so I went. Gave him a couple Ken Hazer books. He goes, "They're $5 books." I'm like, "What?" I paid $50 for each and every one of them, and I enjoyed them. He goes, in the second market, nope. It was like $5-10. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, these are not books that you want. If you buy them, you don't want to try to resell them. So
Exactly.
they're books that you better
Yeah,
make sure that you like them.
Yeah.
And you don't want to get rid of them because unless you go to another comic book, like just collector, somebody who's looking to get, well, I have so many CCAs from this artist, but I don't have this specific one. I think that's the only way you'd be able to sell that book.
Yes. And it's not sad to say, but because he's doing good, out of the CCA market, Ken Hazer is not a name, even though he's fantastic.
Mhm.
He's great. I mean, like I said, one of my favorite ones is I got him to put Punisher versus Dracula. It's a freaking great book. It's amazing. But tell me who other than EXP or Dynamite fans know Ken Hazer.
Yeah.
So I always tell people now, buy what you like, what you want. Don't buy because you want to make money or sell it. Buy it because you like it.
Well, that's what I always tell everybody anyway.
Yes.
That's been my battle cry forever because I don't consider a comic a commodity.
No.
It's a personal treasure for me that the only reason I want to sell my slabs is because of the situation.
Correct.
So
Which you still haven't given me. Okay.
Oh, it's been 10 minutes. Get off me.
You know what? No, give me 5 minutes more.
Talking about Ken, yeah, Ken is real big with our crowd on the experience and everything.
Yeah.
And you're like, how is he not more of a name? I feel the same way when I talk about Garrett Gunn to folks. Because if you don't know Garrett Gunn from Source Point and Four Color Fiends, I talk to people about his books, and a lot of people don't know what I'm talking about. When I talk about Comics Tribe, there's very few people that know what I'm talking about because Rich Duick, Alex Cormack, John Lees, they all have done Comics Tribe books. And a lot of people should know John Lees by now. AWA Upshot, he's done some Turtles books. He did The Nasty. He does Sync. Those are things when I talk about to people, they're like, I have a Ken Hazer book going through our collection that he did the pencils on. I didn't know that I thought he was just a cover artist. I didn't know he did other things.
I didn't know he did interiors either.
Yeah, he did the pencils on a Source Point book called The Calamity.
Wow.
That doesn't really surprise me though, because unless you're an uber comic nerd like us, who knows who drew the cover? Nobody cares. Yeah. If it's a good looking cover and they want it, they're going to buy it. Yeah. But up until like 10, 15 years ago, I didn't even know who drew what, except for like my favorites like Gil Kane and all that, because you can just tell by looking at it. But I didn't get to the point where I learned all these new. I learned most of them by watching your guys' shows, like that Peach Momoko. Well, I can tell her
Yep.
because everything has got flowers on it. Even if it's a book about death and rabies, she'll put flowers on it somewhere. And I've got to where I can recognize them. But a lot of the people who are wanting to buy comics because they've gotten addicted to like the MCU or the DCE, they don't care who drew what.
Yeah.
So they don't bother. It doesn't mean anything when you say this is a Ken Hazer. Well, what does that mean?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. You know.
So yeah, those are the kind of things that you got to buy because you love, not because you want to.
Exactly. Like the metal books. The metal books are the same.
Yeah.
They don't sell for those. For
the only metal book I have is the one you sent me still, Castle.
Mm.
That's
Oh yeah.
the only one I've ever even seen, held, or touched.
Oh.
Yeah. That book's worth $200, bitch. So anyway, no, I don't get
See, and that's what gets me about those metal covers too. Is like the ones that I have, the most I've spent is I think $80 on one, and it was through a Kickstarter. All these other ones I have were ones that were sent with the rest of my my Kickstarter things. Like I don't think I have like a mainstream book with a metal cover, but I have a bunch of them. But most of them are signed, and I'm not gonna sell those, especially because the ones that are signed are from my friends, like Garrett.
Yeah.
Garrett's my friend. He signs all my stuff. You know, I'm not gonna try to sell those, and I don't badmouth people that want to do that, but I'm just saying you also can't get angry when you can't. Holy crap!
I forgot I got this for you.
Thank you. Scared the hell out of me.
What
She
the hell?
came in like a wrecking ball.
She did, for reals. Holy
I kicked the door open.
What did she bring you?
I think I just shit my pants.
yeah.
Eggnog?
Yeah. Wow. I can't drink this right now.
Why? Drink
Because
it.
I'm an old man, and if I drink this, stream's over.
I started drinking at 10 o'clock, man. Suck it up.
You know those 3 times that I've left? Now you know why.
My stomach.
Right.
I started drinking.
When people ask me how old I am, I always tell them I am now at the age when I cannot put Mother Nature on hold.
Yeah. Sadly, I'm right there with you, Eddie. It shouldn't be that way.
I used to have an iron bladder. Now I don't even think I have a bladder. I think it just goes in one and out the other.
Coffee ruined me.
Well, cocaine did mine in. So.
Hello. You know I can read lips, right, Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you heard everything I was saying to her, right?
I read everything, yes.
Yeah. Take your bath so I can give you your pills when you're done. Nothing dirty there. I don't want to take her medication and then go take a bath, and then I'm on here and she falls asleep in the bathtub.
Okay.
Just give her a floaty.
Just give her.
Do you got a pool noodle?
No, the donut.
That was my nickname in high school. Pool noodle.
I'm telling you, your high school yearbook had a second volume, and it's just John's nickname. Not even a picture of you in it.
You go to his high school and mention John, and they're like, "Who's that?"
Yeah,
They never heard that name.
No,
oh, you mean Slippery Nipple Pool? Yeah, I know him.
Oh, I know Slippery Nipple. Yeah, he was my best man at my wedding. So, oh Jesus!
I've going way back. We all were talking when Castle, you brought up figures for the shows. That's when I was starting to leave.
Oh yeah.
I have been talking to Rex about, because Rex said he had some figures from like Loot Crate, and let me show you just to give you an idea of what some of these figures are.
Yeah, my brother-in-law used to get the Loot Crate stuff, and it was always cool stuff.
Like, it's figures like that.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Because there's some kind of weird licensing thing that has to go that they're going through with Dynamite. That's why you can't have why they can't have the red Sonias and stuff on there. There's something I remember Rex saying something about it before, but
Yeah, because they had, and I have, and I'm not shitting you, I have like about 12
yeah,
of the statues from them between Purgatory, Vampirella, Red Sonja, and also the bus was Vampirella. I had a bunch of them, and all of a sudden they stopped.
Yeah.
You know, we all thought, to tell you the truth, you know, because we did talk about it between Robbie and other people. We were like, why'd they stop? And we were all thought is because the statue sold for so low that they were losing money. You know, like a $350 statue was going for $75.
Yeah.
You know, so we all thought that they're losing money. That's why they stopped.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing that I heard about it was months and months ago. He said there's something about licensing with some of the statues. But the figures,
even if they're already made.
Yeah. Like I said, it was he said something about it, but I cannot 100% remember what he said because it's been a little while.
Yeah,
but, you know, they talked about the figures, doing them on the show, and not Monday or not this past Wednesday, but the Wednesday before, I was on the show and I was like, "Hey Rex, were you still planning on doing a show where you showed those figures and those pops and stuff off?" And he was like, "Yeah, we'll do it this Monday," but I never got anything for Monday.
Oh, jeez.
So
Yeah,
I don't
looking forward
know.
to it too.
Yeah, I don't know if he got shot down about it or if he just forgot. But like, I don't email them a whole lot. Like, we try to do all our talking through Slack. I think Nick is the only person that emails me.
Yeah, he's not on Slack at all.
Yeah,
I never see him on there.
Yeah, unless it's something super important, and he doesn't want to like try to email me, and I don't get it. That's when he'll get on Slack, and he'll say something.
Okay.
But Nick emails me, which I've told Kyle before. I don't care. Like, Nick can email me; it doesn't bother me.
With that. Yeah,
he doesn't send me a chain of email like he does other folks. So, so that's fine. But you know, that's something that I've been trying to like. When you know, we weren't selling anything on that one Monday show when he started doing the deals on the CCAs, and I was like, man, this is things we need to do. You know, if something's not working, let's figure out something. Let's try something new. Because, you know, it's just CCA. Here's back issues. Here's new Dynamite stuff.
Yeah.
And sometimes folks get the new Dynamite stuff and they might pick through the back issues. But more and more it feels like the CCAs, unless they are the Jessica Courts, they're not really moving too well. So I'm like, let's pivot and try something new.
Thanks
for stopping by, Damien. Appreciate it.
No, you are 100% right. But next time, dude, you do a show, check the CCAs that don't sell, and you know what happens? In a couple of weeks, they become part of the giveaways.
Yeah.
That's what happens. You know?
Yeah, but that also goes to show me that art's very subjective, because there's some of those covers on there I know people don't like, but I'm like, I kind of dig it. But I'm not like a real big art person, though. Like,
and you never want to yuck anybody's yum either.
Yeah.
Oh, no, none of it is bad. Dude, I should say this. None of it is bad. Okay? Somebody sweat, blood, tears all over that page. So it's never bad. It's just not up to par for fucking $75. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That I can, yeah.
Okay?
Nothing
is
say.
bad. You know, like I told you with the Castle's Corner. I'm never going to say a book is bad. Right. I'm not going to do that. Even though I had tons of people saying, hey, you should have one book that you like and one book you didn't. It's like, no, I'm not going to do that. There's other negative shit out there. I don't want to be a part of it.
Well, plus one of your viewers is going to like one of the books you hate, and you're going to lose a viewer.
Exactly. The only thing that I would do, and I still don't even like doing that, I would say, you know, show a book and say, hey, here's this book. you know what? It really wasn't my cup of tea, but I'm not the audience for that. So if you like this, I still don't like doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would stay away from that if I were you.
Oh no, and ask Jay. Like, you wouldn't believe how many people freaking that we tag on the videos freaking get back to me. There's people from Mad Cave, John, oh, what's his name? John Seuss, the writer of a freaking Werewolf by Night.
Mm-hmm.
He contacted me. There's a couple people, I can't remember. Damn. But anyway, there's other people that contacted me, and that's pretty, that's awesome. You know, but I don't want to freaking badmouth somebody, and then unfortunately you might meet them later. But I still don't want to do that because I don't want to show that there's actually a bad comic book out there, because there really isn't. Yes, again, you might think it's not good, but I don't think it's just me. But
To
I
be
don't think,
totally honest with you, one
Yeah.
of the hottest, most popular books that's on everybody's holy grail list is the one you mentioned, Hulk 181.
right.
The story in that book is not that good.
Oh no, it's
I've
splendid.
read it. It's not good. But look at what it's worth just because it's that, Wolvie. But the
Exactly.
story is bad. Because I actually read it and I was like, this is not good.
Yeah. No,
But it's a first appearance. But somebody that's their holy grail.
exactly. But not just that. I might not like something and that you like it. I
Yep.
mean, how many times do you have to do that for a minute to skim it, Jay? You
Yeah.
know, that's why.
Although that is
You
what
know-
I liked about the show you did with Dan, is that
Well-
you guys would say every once in a while that this one was a
But I get to pick my books now, so I
Right.
make sure I don't pick books that I'm just
Fish
not going to
people.
want to. Yeah,
Right.
I get to pick my own now.
Yeah. But what I liked about it, and I still love your show now, Tuesday. Are you kidding? If I'm not there live, it's the first thing I watch. But what I liked about you guys beforehand is that you guys did books that nobody was fucking doing.
Yeah,
Okay? I understand with Miss Jen now, she does the DC books, and that's all great and everything like that. But I don't want to hear those reviews because I already know them. I want to do the Boom books, the
Right.
Zenoscope books, the freaking Mad Cave books that you guys did. That's what made you guys separate.
Yep.
That's what made you guys different, man.
Mhm.
You did a book. I mean, how many times did I see a book and I was like, fuck, I never heard of this. I'm going to go check it out.
Well,
I have watched a ton of comic shows and I have never heard any of them talk about books like Where Monsters Lie.
No.
And if it hadn't have been for Jay, I would have never even knew
Yeah.
that book was out there.
Mm-mm.
So that's
And
what was
Zenoscope.
awesome about his shows.
Yeah. Zenoscope, Valiant,
Mhm.
freaking, I mean, Mad Cave, it's amazing how they are a year ago.
yeah,
You would talk, you didn't even know about Mad Cave except for what it's Nottingham. That was their biggest book, or Battle Cats, whatever. And all of a sudden now, freaking, they got tremendous, but you guys were covering it even beforehand.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Nobody was doing it before. That's what I loved about you guys. Now I understand you have to do DC and Marvel. You got to keep, the main books up there and everything. But that's what was so different about the show.
yeah.
And yes, all three of you were talking about one book, but it was so great to get three different, reasons of why isn't it I didn't like this or this and that.
Yeah.
That's what made. I wish you guys would go back to that. Even though you might talk about 7 books instead of 15, but I'm telling you, as a person who watches the show, I would be like, you know what? After watching this show a couple of times, I'm more of a Jay guy. Okay. So I'm gonna like what Jay likes. Or I'm more of a Kyle guy. Let me see what he likes. So you guys did one book, you had 3 different reviews, which was great.
Yeah.
It was really good, and that made it there. And I understand why Dan had to stop, and
Yeah.
it's totally understandable. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I really like the 3 people. I know you guys have 2 now because you guys are switching back and forth, but I really like the 3.
Yeah. Like, and to be honest with you, even if we got DC and Marvel in our PDFs, because we don't, I still wouldn't cover Marvel and DC.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
I would read those books for myself, but I wouldn't cover them because we have Miss Jen to cover those.
Oh, well, that's true too. Even if you didn't have her, you guys didn't.
Yeah.
You know, how many Valiant books did you guys do? And obviously Zenoscope. Nobody does that.
Yeah.
It was so awesome that, for you guys to do the Zenoscope team up, which nobody knows that those books are actually freaking really, really good, but nobody knows about them.
Yeah. No, trust me, I missed the show too, and going further into the future, when we start adding more shows, I will probably not be on that show as much because I'm going to have to work and then I'm not going to have any time to read. Which is a good thing. Like, it's not a bad thing. Getting more work and getting more shows on the experience is the goal.
Exactly. No, it is. Yeah, you know what I mean?
But
but what I was trying to say is what I started with the Castle Corner is that Kyle did want me to do the Tuesday show with you guys until I got comfortable in front of a camera and with clothes on. I'm comfortable without clothes on. But I mean, that hasn't happened. But I really like the 3 people, to get different, reviews on a book. I wish you guys did that now, even with Miss Jen.
Yeah, but that would require Miss Jen not covering the DC stuff because we don't get that. We don't get. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's convincing. It would be convincing Miss Jen not to cover, and as a store, since those are her 2 main things.
No, I get that.
Yeah. So
you'd have to do a different show, probably.
Yes.
Yeah, and if we were gonna do it, if we did it, we'd have to do it. For me, it would have to be a different day, because doing a Tuesday show where you have 2 review shows back to back,
right?
That was my thing about it beforehand. I was like, we're doing first. It was in stores this week, and then it went Minute to Skim It, and then we flipped them, or it was one of the other before, and then we added the other shows later on. Like there was Mint Hunter, and there was actually a show called Country Road Comics for a long time. And he switched to Sundays, and then he left. But I was always like, why would we have 2 review shows like back to back like that?
No.
The only reason you would is if she was just going to stick to the main 2 and you guys were going to do indies, because then it would be different books.
Yeah.
But when you have crossover, then it doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
Yeah. But also we were trying to do these shows before Wednesday. So
when they come out.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you do a show like we do with the videos of saying you do reviews of books that come out this week? Why don't you do another show after and say, hey, here's some books that we think you missed or you did not know are out. I don't know why you could do a one before and one after.
Yeah, you could do like a FOMO show.
Well, I mean, that could be something that I bring up.
Good.
Or
and if it goes through, pay me my money, bitch.
Pay you. Okay.
Another show that would be cool that I've always wanted to see, and I haven't seen anyone that does it. I'm a member of the League of Comic Geeks site, and that site will show you books that are coming out in like 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
It would be so cool if somebody had a show that would tell you what's coming down the line, and you could call it, something like Comics of the Future or a Future Look or what, and talk about what's coming. It's not out yet, but start getting people hyped so it gets on their radar, and then you follow it with your shows when it does come out, and it kind of like builds on each other. Because I go on League, and if I miss something, then I find it later and it's already past the cutoff to where you can pre-order it, I have to hope I can get it. Whereas, if there was a show that, hey guys, this is coming up, that would be really helpful.
Which that final order cutoff show is kind of along those lines, but that's like the day of.
Right.
So it's not like an in advance kind of show. Like I think you're talking.
And that might be one of the things I suggest to Kyle about kind of pumping that show up.
Yeah.
Is maybe going a little further, a little earlier.
Yeah. Because not only
get into the
that
covers and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, because not only because of the comics too, you could also do, obviously variants are huge now.
Mm-hmm.
And League of Comic Geeks is what every comic book store, local comic book store uses for the variants. So you can actually say 3 months from now, freaking Wonder Woman number 12, A is this, B is this, C is this. Get it at your local comic book store, order it in advance.
Yeah, and then you can get it for cover price instead of hits eBay, and now they want $80 for it, and you're paying $80 for a $4 book.
Yeah,
that's where I get my covers.
Yes,
4 minute to skim it.
You know that Spears,
the League
monster?
of Geeks.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, every comic book store where I worked before and now, they use that for people who want to order. Hey, I want to order Wonder Woman, 13 cover C. Well, which one's cover C? Because if you go to League of Comic Geeks, cover C is a Finch cover. If you go to Key Collector, cover C is John Byrne. I'm just making names up. So I'm just saying the League of Comic Geeks, all the stores use. So you can always say, hey, this is what the local comic book store uses. If you want, here's what's coming out this week. And you can divide it because Eddie knows you can do League of Comic. You could do all Marvel.
Yep.
Or you could do all DC.
Yep.
Or then you could do all indies. That's a great freaking show right there.
Well, I can give you a good example. You know those Spears Monsters comics that are out?
Yes. Yeah.
With the Mark Spears cover?
Yeah.
I found that on League way in advance and knew they were doing a Bride. And the Bride of Frankenstein is my favorite Universal monster. Mm-hmm. So I immediately jumped out and pre-ordered 4 copies at $4. Well, when they came out, the day they came out, they were already $30 on eBay. The day they came out. Now they're over 200.
No.
And I've got like 4 copies that I got for $4 each.
Not 200. And not 200. They're not 200 anymore. You know what they are?
No, I haven't looked like 400.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got 4 of them for $4 because I pre-ordered them.
Send one down to me, you bitch. Come on.
All right, give me 400.
It's in the
mail. Randy got one of those from Nancy on Friday, I believe. One of the Friday shows. He got the Bride cover from Nancy, and he had said later on, he goes, "Man, I'm glad I got that cover when I did because at that time it was $200." I was like, "Good God!"
It's 400 now. They just checked it. Did you watch the Robbie's latest show with Mark?
I caught a little bit of it. Yeah.
At the end, they freaking looked it up and they said it was 400. And Mark Spears goes, "God damn it! I don't get any money out of that."
But see, that's a really good way to sell that idea for a show.
Yeah.
Because if you can give people a couple months notice and show them the cover, look at this rad cover that you can pre-order now.
Yeah.
Because by the time they come out, eBay has bloated them into a ridiculous amount that no one can afford. I would have cried had I not gotten a Bride cover because I love the Bride. But there's no way I can pay $200 for it. I'm a teacher.
No.
Yeah.
No way. No way.
And you can speculate like crazy too with that stuff.
Yeah.
Because you can show the picture and be like, "This is coming up,"
I bought 4, 1 to frame, 1 to read, 1 to put in the safe, and 1 as a hand-me-down. Because I love the bride. And I've got one of them hanging on my bedroom wall right now.
Yeah, I have one. That's it. You know, and I was lucky. I just got it. I didn't even know about it. I
didn't pre-order it because I thought it was going to be valuable.
No,
I
love the
love
cover.
The bride.
Yeah.
And she doesn't get a lot of stuff. I wish someone would do a series on her, but the closest you get is like the knockoffs, like the Creature Commandos and stuff that have a bride, but it's not the bride or whatever.
She's hot in that show. Just to let you know.
I haven't watched the show. So
you haven't?
No.
It is. I saw the first 2 episodes.
When it comes to the Universal monsters, I'm really weird because if you try to make a variant where they're army soldiers or something, it doesn't interest me. I want the real character. I don't want a spin-off rip-off of the character. But that's just me. Mm-hmm. And that's because the Universal monsters are a passion of mine.
Yeah.
So when you change it, that's almost an insult to me. Like, how dare you use the bride as a pimpy hoe that's in charge of whatever. I was like, no, that's not her. But yeah, so I wasn't. I might give it a try, but it really wasn't on my radar to watch because.
No, you should, because there's a lot of future in those episodes, because you got to remember they're all connected. So there's a lot of episodes that are going to tell you what's going to happen in the future of this universe. I.e., I can tell you guys now, it's the Flash, but he's going to be
he's going to be Wally, isn't he?
Wally.
Yeah.
Yep. So you find that out through these episodes. So that's what I'm saying. If you're going to watch it just as a DC fan, I would. You know what I mean? Because, again, he's showing you what's happening in the future and also tells you what happened in the past. Like, what is, you know, what's the word? Connected. You know what I mean? Till now. So you should see it. It is a good show.
Creature Commandos is great.
Thank you.
See, I'm not saying it's not. What I've said about it is, I think I overhyped it for myself. Being a James Gunn fan, I think I had too much hype in my brain about it, and it's gonna have to be one of those that I binge because watching
that was perfect. That was absolutely perfect.
Oh, bet Nope's happy he jumped on.
Yeah, I bet. Now he's gonna pee on the webcam.
Yeah. Well, as long as he shuts the window so the soul doesn't get out.
Dude, speaking of which, I just looked and it's -4 outside.
No thanks, man. That's a bank account. That's the same thing I tell Lyle. That's a bank account balance, man. That is not a temperature.
And we also got like 3 fresh inches of snow today too.
So. Wait, hang on a second. Hang on. Computer. What's the temperature today?
Right now, it's 53 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, expect a high of 74 degrees.
There you go. It's 53 down here.
Computer, play midget porn.
Look, I heard.
Wait, no! Computer, no! She went like, here's, no! Computer, no! God damn it, computer, no! All right, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Love you, Castle.
Do you want me back on again?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I want everybody. I want to try to get Lorraine on here one day, and Randy. And anybody else who ever wants to come on. Like, that's the whole goal, is to get y'all together so y'all can talk in more than just the chat room.
How many
be a true bonfire.
How many people can you put on? Is there a limit?
I think it's 10.
I was just wondering, and you don't have to, but I was just wondering, you know, you don't have to do it on the holiday, but having like a New Year's party where you invite
Yeah.
whoever and just send them a link to join us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be fun. Wouldn't
Oh
it?
Maybe that-
God, Jay,
Yeah.
I am at 3% and it's charging, so it's gonna die here soon.
Okay.
So if I get cut off, it's because of that.
No, I got you.
Okay.
We're planning on doing something like that too anyway, because like she said earlier, the 30th is her birthday. So we're gonna do a live stream just for her birthday. It's gonna be about her, and I'm gonna make sure that anybody just pops in, tells her happy birthday. You don't have to stay the whole night or anything. But you know, just Facebook forgets her birthday a lot, and so does like her family and stuff. So doing something like that, she like asked me, she goes, "Hey, is there any way we could do a live for my birthday?" And I was like, "Hell yeah. You want to do a live?"
I'll
We'll do a
stay the
live."
whole time and I'll even sing to her.
Yeah. I'll do a striptease.
Oh, hell
I'm
yeah.
Okay, I'm not coming.
Oh, what?
Not yet,
Hey,
you're not.
if I'm stripteasing, you come. You're-
Literally, right? Yeah, yeah.
Oh. Well,
I'll have to do my exercises.
the hand
There you go.
exercises like Marcus. This is what it's like, Castle. We do comics and stuff intermittently, but other than that, it's just talking about whatever you want to talk about.
Your
Yeah,
show
it's all
is
over
called
the place.
Your show is called Castle's Corner, not Castle's Collar.
Yeah, that's true. I'll make it a dollar. I'll make it. You know? Dang.
So-
I can't
somebody-
believe it's 3:23.
Yeah, it's 3:23. It's not going to be a 7-hour one today because
fine.
once she gets out of the bath to take her pills, she wants to watch a movie. So
Cool. It's all right, brother.
we'll be.
You
as
said
long-
that it wouldn't be a 6-hour.
I
Yes,
know.
Right.
no.
I
Oh, it'll
told
only
you though.
be a 2. It'll only be 2 hours.
I told you though. There's something about getting everybody together. The next thing you know, you look up and you're like, "Holy shit, we've been on here for 6 hours now."
It's the whole bonfire thing, and then you see the sun come up, and you're like, "Where'd the night go?"
Yeah.
Yes. God,
Dead serious.
Mine
That's
just got up
exactly
and
what
said,
it's like.
"Why are you still up?"
I know. Next time you got to tell me, Jay. Next time I'll do more coke. Freaking, I'll be all right.
I would like to say I don't think he's built the room yet, but we are doing a producer's live sale tomorrow.
Oh yes.
I
Let's
feel
see.
so
Oh, yeah,
targeted.
there is a
though.
link. There is a link. Hold on just a second.
No, I saw it. It's at what time? 6?
6 Eastern, 5 Central.
On a Monday?
No, it's
No,
Sunday.
tomorrow.
Tomorrow's
Or today.
Monday.
Today.
Eddie's
Today.
already forgotten what day it is.
Sorry, I had to do it. It's just me.
He wanted me to come on, but the Bucks play at 7. So I'm like,
Bucks. That's
Go
my
Bucks.
team too, Castle.
thank you, brother. Thank you. Baker Mayfield. I'm scared because every freaking time that everybody talks about the Bucks are great, Bucks here, Bucks are going to the Super Bowl. Look at them, and then they lay a fucking egg, and then they stink.
I
You
promise
know.
you, Castle, I have never once said the Bucks are great. So don't blame me.
Can you
You just
can you just take them off just for a second?
oh,
Down the field and gain a Lions victory.
All right, how many Super Bowls you got? How many Super Bowls?
1 in 2 months.
You remember we beat you this year.
let's see.
Yeah. We beat you last year twice. Bite me.
Oh, it's on my Facebook because since it wasn't made until today, I didn't get to show this off on Friday. But I have the link is in the chat. If you remember, some of you might remember Tuesday, he did a benefit sale for Monarch Comics. His LCS
Yes.
burned down.
Yeah.
He's going to have some stuff that didn't sell, and some stuff that we weren't able to put on.
Oh, that's why because what happened was I wrote to him. I know I won. I claimed Red Sonja #5.
Mhm.
And then my internet literally for 2 days went kablooey. It just, I don't know what happened to our router, whatever, but I got it fixed. And I wrote back to him. I say, hey, dude, I'm so sorry. As soon as I claimed that one issue, my internet went to crap. Can you tell
Oh
me?
my God.
That is awesome. That is awesome. I asked him, can you tell me what
Where
sold
are
and what
you,
didn't?
Christmas?
Yeah. So he just asked me to come on Sunday because I guess that's what he was doing. What didn't, I guess a lot didn't sell the other day.
Well, part of it wasn't that he didn't have good stuff up there, but we did have, because he asked me at the beginning of it. He's like, I told Jay to turn his camera on, but the more I thought about it, it's like you have 4 people. Jim Beard, you had the Rodriguez Rod Lee, you had Dirk Manning, and yourself. You guys are in Ohio. Monarch was your comic store. It's like, to me, it felt like a Jay Luhu. That's incredible. You have more than enough people, and I think at one point Miss Jen was on there too. So I think there might have been too many people on screen at one time for a sale show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for a
Like
sale show.
for me personally, I think 3 people is pushing it.
Yeah.
Like,
2 or 3.
yeah,
You're good.
3 people is kind of pushing it. So, there was some stuff that didn't get shown and some stuff that didn't sell. So
Okay.
we're gonna kind of re-air it and show the new stuff. And I think some people have donated some things.
Do you know the books or you don't?
No.
I was gonna say, is there any old horror, DC or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know, especially because it's not Kyle's collection, since it's from some of the
Monarch?
stuff from Monarch
Okay.
that you were able to sell.
Except for the part of the Kyle's collection that there was. I felt targeted in a couple of these sales.
Oh yeah, we totally targeted you, man. 100%. Like when you weren't there and he was showing some Turtles books, I was like, dude, why don't you save those for when Nope gets here? And he was like,
I
yeah,
heard
you're right.
He did. I heard him.
Jeez.
Didn't that store have insurance, or do they not cover it?
You know what? Yeah, Brittany asked the same thing.
See, I don't know much about it. I don't know much about it at all. Like the only thing I was told was that it wasn't like their store caught fire first. It was a store sign from somewhere in the strip. And something about the embers or something got to their store, and I mean burned it. And then of course, the only thing to save you from a fire is water, and
Yeah.
water's just as bad for the comics.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there were people throwing like Silver Age books away. They were telling me. Like Silver Age books just right in the trash. Books that were priceless.
Man, I would have dried them out and kept them.
Yep. Dry them out, press them.
They wouldn't be worth anything, but that's gold. You don't just throw. I couldn't. His battery might have died.
Yeah. That's okay though.
Tesla has crumbled.
Yeah. Just for now.
Yeah, I mean,
low batteries.
Other than color damage, those things could have dried out. You could have pressed them, no problem. You would think. You would think. But
yeah, they wouldn't have been able. They wouldn't have been able to sell them. They wouldn't have been able to sell them for as much as they could have before, probably. But no. I just meant as somebody that loves comics, there's no way I could just throw those away.
No, those are reader copies all day long.
Oh yeah, dry them out and put them in the dollar bin.
Yeah.
Especially if they were something key or take them to the children's hospital. That's what I like to do with books. I do that all the time. Henri sent me a bunch of books that he was going to junk, and I'm like, no, don't junk them. Send them to me because I like to take them to the children's hospital for Christmas. And he sent me a boatload.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people don't think about doing that because those kids, especially the ones that are terminal, God help them, if you can bring a smile to their face with a freaking comic book, which it does, that's priceless.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That is absolutely priceless. When I was more mobile, I used to do that, and I would even wear the hat and everything and hand it out to them, and the look on their face just to see that's what it was all about.
Yeah. Henri, dude, Henri's another person. Like there's not a show on the channel that I wouldn't vouch for. I love all the people that I work with. They're all great people. But Henri's another one of those shows like Dan that I wish was bigger. I
Hmm.
wish more people would tune in and check him out. I think some of what gets away from him is the fact that he's only really doing $1 and $2 books. They're kind of, oh, there he is.
Mhm.
He's only doing $1 and $2 books, and some of the folks on our, in our community, they're not looking for back issues like that, like the ones that are only worth $1 or $2. But I mean, the folks that are there, man, they make a killing.
Dude, when he sells the double racks for like $15, I
Yeah.
mean, that's what when I first found his show, that's what I would do is I would wait until the rack price came. And then I'd buy 80 comics for $15 and then go give them to the kids. Because like you said, they're just reader copies. It ain't like they're gems or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And to those kids, they are gems. They're priceless.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I can get 80 books for $15, hell yes. I did that all the time. When I was first on his show, he was sending me long boxes in the mail.
Yeah. Yeah. Henri and Dan. I would say Geek Chat, but Geek Chat, they're not gonna be back till the 9th. Geek Chat's another show. It's their review show, but they review not only books, they talk about things. They're a fun show. But like Dan was getting big for a little bit. The room was getting 15, 20 people. And then unfortunately for Dan, by no fault of his own, his health, his health kind of went down. So it feels like he missed too many shows, and then getting them back. Like Dan is one of the shows that on Thursday, I think that's the only show I watch. I'll watch Dan to support Dan.
Same.
And it's not that I don't want to support the other shows, but they kind of don't need me. Like What's in the Box and Mog and Mel are kind of on a little late for me, depending on what I'm doing that day. Mog and Mel are great people, though. I've met them in person. They're great.
Can I tell a quick little story?
Yeah,
No.
you can.
No.
Shut up. Don't your batteries need charging, boy?
Hey, I told you no. Told you.
Anyways, Dan used to do a Sunday on his own channel with Jim
Mhm.
Beard.
Yep.
I would be the only one there. And I felt bad, but at the same time, I had Dan Wickline and Jim Beard all to myself, and they would talk to me.
Mhm.
And we would have conversations, and they would ask my opinions, and I'm like, this has got to be a dream.
Yeah.
So I felt bad that there wasn't, 100 people in there because it was worth watching. But I also was like, damn, am I a lucky bastard to be the only one here?
Yeah.
And I feel I would really wish Dan's show would take off because
Me too.
I've loved his stuff since I was like 20, 25
Yeah.
when he was writing for who knows when. But yeah, but to have him and Jim all to myself, not to sound weird, that was amazing.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'm like, is this real? And they knew my name. And the one I missed a week, and as soon as I logged in, Jim Beard's like, Eddie, where were you last week? We missed you, buddy. And I'm like, oh my God, pinch me. I'm about to have a nerdgasm right here on the keyboard. But, Jim didn't want to do it anymore because I guess a lot of people weren't watching and he didn't have the time. But so it kind of sucks in that way, but I will always cherish those memories of talking to two of my favorite authors
Yeah.
alone for like over a year.
Yeah.
Something I'll always remember. Another thing when you get into comics, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like I miss Dan having a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday show, but at the same time, he was kind of running out of ideas, and he he does some of our socials, and he does some stuff for Dynamite, and then now he's trying to write his Obsidian stuff. So it kind of sucked when we dropped him down to the one show, but I've always been trying to get him to do a 2-hour show.
Yeah.
And he's like, I have to have a co-host. He goes, if I had a co-host, I'd think about it. We'd think about doing something like that.
Well, that's the same with his Sunday show. He wants to bring it back, but he wanted to find another writer for the Pop Goes the Writer.
I said, there's so many future plans, like stuff that I can't talk about for the experience, that if it comes through, I'm really excited for it. Really excited for some of the shows and stuff we're going to be doing. I tell people all the time, my channel here, our channel, has nothing to do with the experience at all. But I'm going to talk about the experience because it is my job, but it's also something that I love. So it's one of those things where, like, some are like, you're not working. Why are you talking about them? Because I'm going to push them. Like I want people to check out the place that I love, that I work. Some of it's hard work. I'm not going to say it's like the hardest work you can do, but there are times where it gets a little crazy in the back because I'm trying to do so many things at one time.
I bet.
Plus, pay attention to everybody and make sure we're not having polyps everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's sometimes it really doesn't feel like work. It's hard work, but it doesn't feel that way because it's just hanging out with people, hanging out with your fellow nerds and your comic lovers.
That's the question I have for you. Mm-hmm. You and Kyle are both behind and front of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
How come JD isn't?
JD doesn't like being. JD is not a. He's. I have social anxiety really bad, but I think JD has it kind of even worse than I do. So he's not in front of the camera. Like, he's gotten on a couple of times. There was one time when the Geek Chat had to cancel their show, so Henri, JD, and myself got on and did a show. He's not somebody who wants to be in front of the camera.
Okay.
And JD, much like Kyle, I'm the one who does like the least amount when it comes to the experience stuff. And I say that not trying to downplay my role in here, but I mean, you got Kyle, who's the head producer, runs everything, comes up with new show ideas, tries to get everything working. But you have JD, who does the spots, the commercial spots. He does the voiceover work for it. He's
got the perfect voice.
He's so good. He's so good. Every once in a while you can get him to do his stripper announcer voice.
Oh yeah.
That's always super fun. Like, a lot of people don't know that the Mint Hunter spot we used to have, that was JD that did that.
Oh yeah.
The Australian accent, that was JD.
Yes. Yeah.
And he does a lot of that. So he builds the rooms. All the rooms get built. JD's the one who builds them. He does the descriptions, and he does all that. I do the tagging. I do the tags, like the video tags in the YouTube videos. We both make clips. I work, a few more shows than he does, but he's got Thursday, and Thursday is one of our longest days on the experience.
Really?
Yeah, because it goes from, so work-wise, because he gets like one 1 hour break in between Dan and Miss Jen, because then it goes Dan, Miss Jen, usually Geek Chat, and they used to be 2 hours. I think they dropped down to 1 hour, so maybe he gets a 2 hour break. But then you have Mog and Mel 9 to 11.
Yeah, I wish they weren't on so late. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way about Henri, though.
Yeah, he's 10 to midnight my time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of wish we could shift down.
This is when I learned not to drink and watch the XP at the same time, because I was on Mog's, and what is it, Mog and
SketchUp with Mog and
Yeah.
Mel. Yeah.
I got this. I don't. I
Oh,
don't think this.
hold on. Let me make this.
I can't see it. You'll have to tell me what it is.
It's Red Sonja, Chaos, Purgatory, Deja Thoris, and Sheena.
She did all 4 of these.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see it, Ed, because they're
Yeah, I know.
You know, so freaking $1,300.
oh, shit.
I
Wow.
know. I know. I mean, they're great pieces. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah, it's beautiful.
yeah, but they were like $300 and something each.
My God.
No, I know. My
He just
wife-
trumped my QVC story.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Polyps.
Did you get a chance to ask Nick if he sold those that I bought when I was QVC drunk in the dorm?
Oh wow.
Never mind. You don't
Yeah,
remember that story?
I remember the story. I never asked him about it though.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious because if he did, I'd be like, "You bastard!
I said, if
You
go
owe
back to
this
watch-
drunk his money back."
Yeah, you go back to watch the older videos on the experience. You'll see Nick's opening video for the art show, which I think the art show used to be on like Tuesday or Wednesday or something like that. It shows clips of him doing QVC stuff. You get very svelte Nick in a suit and his glasses, sitting on a couch talking with people.
It's crazy seeing him on that episode of Comic Book Man. Now that I know who he is,
Yeah,
it's just crazy. Like, I know that guy. Of course, I know all the Comic Book Men now too, which is insane.
Yeah.
The Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash was my LCS for a long time, but they got, and I would call, and here's Mike or somebody that I on TV would answer, "Hey," and I'm like, "Hey, how's it going? Hey, yeah. And then they had a podcast, and they would have me on, not talking, but they all knew who I was from the chat and everything, and it's just like, somebody pinch me. This is crazy. And then Kevin frickin' Smith got to know Ed Weird. That blew my mind. And I have a video clip because I graduated from U of M, and so did Ming Chen. He graduated from U of M. And I logged on one night and said, "Hey guys," and it had been after I had missed some time from being sick. And John Kokoza, who owns a beer company out of New Jersey, who runs the podcast, he says, "Hey Ming, your fellow alma mater Ed Weird's here from Michigan." And I took this clip because Ming says, "That's all you need to know. Ed Weird, Ming, and Tom Brady went to U of M. Best university ever." I saved that clip and I have shared it with everybody I know because I'm in the same sentence with Tom Brady and Ming from Comic Book Man.
that's awesome. That is
funny.
Nope. And it's crazy. You just never know how something stupid and innocent can just blow your mind.
Yeah.
Yep.
All because of comics.
That is true.
I wouldn't know any of you guys if it wasn't for comics.
Yeah, and I wish that wasn't true. So, nobody got it.
Hey,
Well,
let me push my glasses up.
We got it. We're just gonna let you have it.
Yeah,
We're just gonna let you have it.
I'm gonna let him have it, all right.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Wait till the Bucks play the Lions again. All right, buddy. So
Next year, because you ain't making the playoffs.
oh, we're not only that, we're the 3 seed right now. So
Well, I honestly, I am so bummed about the Lions right now because of the
I
injuries.
feel bad for you.
Dude, we were having a dream season, and
Yeah.
we don't have a single starter on defense that started the year.
no,
They're all
when-
gone. We're going out and getting people's practice squads,
Yeah,
and we're still winning.
That's all that counts, But I do feel
beat
bad
we
because
only lost to Buffalo by 6, and we had no starting defenders.
but
None.
who was your other? Who was the other team that you lost to? I
don't know. Sister Mary Teresa's orphanage or
I
something.
can't remember.
Thing.
Nope. Do you remember? Who?
Some ugly ass team that wore like orange and gold. I don't. I don't remember their name.
I'm lucky to catch a game.
It was the Bucks. Oh yes.
Did you hear about the kid that went trick or treating as a pirate? He knocked on the door. Trick or tweet. The lady opens the door and she goes, "Aw, what a cute little pirate. But where's your Buccaneers?" And he goes, "Here's my Buccaneers. Now where's my Buccan candy?" And there you go.
I'm out. Oh my God.
You're welcome.
On that note, I do have to go because I'm down now to 1%. So
see you, brother.
I'm actually going to end it here pretty soon.
What was
too.
the time?
Gotta go. 6:46.
But what was the old record?
6:57 or 58.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
It was 47 actually.
Okay.
Huh?
Mark
I think it was 47 actually.
47. Hold on, let me.
We're
check.
real close. I know we're real close.
Let me check.
But I know Jay wants to go, and you don't have to break it. I'm just playing. Kind
Oh, I
of.
know.
I
You're
feel
right.
like we always
It
have
was-
this
it was
conversation and go
6:47.
15 more minutes.
It's actually, we actually beat it. 6:47:06.
That is three Eds in a row of record breaking.
That's
You're
crazy.
welcome.
I wasn't even trying to do it this time, but you know what? I will tell you this: the last episode, even for being that long, so far, has like 101 views.
That's awesome.
Holy shit.
Like that's crazy to me.
But now, to get a
crazy.
view, does that mean they just watch a second, or do they have to watch the whole
I
thing?
think
Or
you have to watch a certain amount of time.
Like in comparison to the whole video, like a percentage.
so,
Yeah.
are we actually hurting your channel by doing long videos? I'm just curious. I don't know how.
Eventually, the time turns out to be a good thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the watch hours are 19.4 on that video, which I'd have to ask Triple B about all that stuff, man. He's the one who he's
really good at this
when it comes to that. Me, I'm just like, you know what? I have a good time, folks watching. We still have 2 people watching somehow.
Well, one of them's me because I was in the chat.
Well, even still,
Yeah.
I'm gonna count that as somebody watching.
You see all those posts that I made?
Let's see.
The reason I made all those posts was because I got tired of seeing nipples. I wanted it off the screen. What did he say? Sneaky nipples or something? It wasn't
slippery.
You want to know
No,
something?
but that's not what he typed. He typed sweaty.
He did
Sweaty nipples.
sweaty.
So I'm
I
like,
think-
I'm gonna keep posting until that goes off the
Look,
screen because
I'm
I'm
gonna
tired
have
of
to-
seeing sweaty nipples.
I'm gonna have to clip that because I didn't think I'd ever hear Ed say something about not wanting to see nipples on the screen.
Now don't go getting me in trouble.
I'm gonna try.
Too late.
If I end up in the unemployment office, I'm gonna blame you.
It happened on vacation. I
Jake,
don't know what you're talking about.
If you're gonna do something next weekend, count me in.
Okay.
I don't think we have any plans for Saturday, so
Okay. Hopefully, I think Sean's supposed to be here next weekend, and he's been crying about having people on here, and he's not on here. And I'm like, you're the one that's got to work, man.
Yeah, it ain't like he's not welcome.
yeah, try to get him and Triple B, and of course Nope and Eddie.
When are you gonna do the Superman show? Do you know?
Well, it was going to be when Sean comes back.
Yeah, I know that, but
It was going to be the coming Saturday. This next
you had
Saturday.
to work again.
Well, no, I think he's going to be here next Saturday. But if Castle and everybody want to come back on,
Yeah. I'm
What
off.
Superman were you gonna do?
we're discussing Superman and Lois as a whole.
Oh,
The
okay.
whole show, and I don't want to spoil anybody on anything, so I'm kind of waiting until that's going to be a show that when me, Ed, and Sean do it, I'm going to tell y'all if you haven't watched. This will be the episode I tell you watch later. Save it, watch it when you're done watching the series, because there's nothing about this show. I don't like spoiling people on things anyway, but I don't want anybody to be spoiled on what happens, especially in the last season.
Such a good show.
When are you gonna do the Superman documentary?
I gotta.
I know.
I want to so bad, but
Yeah.
every time I see it, I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready yet.
No, you're not. You're never going to. So just do it.
Dude,
I'm
no
saying
matter, you could
you're
watch it
never
10
going to.
times. When
dude.
you're talking about it, you're still gonna crack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
It means
true.
everything to you.
You,
That's true.
I'm telling you as a friend, you're never going to. So just do it. So
Yeah.
just do it.
And if you ball, dude. It just
Oh,
shows
I'm
your
good.
passion.
Dude, you
Dude,
can hit
crying,
pause anytime.
dude, crying to me online, not a thing anymore. Because anytime, like when I reacted to the trailer to begin with,
Yeah.
I could barely talk after the trailer was done.
Yeah. I
And I was like,
remember.
you know what? I'm still putting this out there. I don't care. I'm sensitive anyway.
Yeah.
But man, seeing that and I lived through it just like everybody else did. I lived through it like this was my hero, and he was still a good dude. That's the thing that got me. He was still trying to help people. That's the thing that got me about Christopher Reeve.
Well, wait till you
Didn't
see
he?
the documentary.
Didn't he appear on like Lois and Clark or something as Superman's friend or something?
No, he was
No, he was on Smallville.
on
I know he
Smallville.
was on something.
Dr. Swan on Smallville.
Yep, Dr. Swan. He
Okay.
was on Smallville.
And he was already like with the
Yes.
voice. Yeah.
And what's funny, Margot Kidder is also in Smallville.
Yep. So is Dean Cain.
Yep.
Oh, really?
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
And Dean West, what do you call it? Supernatural. Jason Eccles.
Jensen Ackles was on
Yep.
Smallville first, and then he
Yep.
did Supernatural.
You know, I was actually bummed that Dean Cain wasn't part of that Green Arrowverse thing.
Mm.
I was really bummed because they had so many Supermen and Clarks, and they didn't have him. Because I loved that show.
Yeah, but you know why?
No.
I hate to say this. He is the biggest dick on the planet.
Really?
Yeah, Dean
Really?
Cain. Yeah. He is a total snob. He is just. My cousin met him 3 times. And I told you my cousin is a huge Superman fan. And his favorite show is Superman and Lois. He loves. And he met him 3 times. And he said he was a dick every single time.
Oh, well. I still love the show.
Oh, no. The show's, I love it. I love that show. What's her face? Lois? Oh.
Terry Hatcher.
Terry Hatcher.
Gorgeous.
Sure.
Yeah, and my cousin met her. The sweetest thing on the planet. She is so nice.
They're real and they're spectacular.
You know? Oh, God, yeah.
Make sure I got things in line here. So I'm wrapping it up.
Okay.
We have almost hit 7 hours.
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yes. Thank you
Merry
all.
Castlemas.
Merry Castlemas. Thank you all for being on here. Nope, jumping in at the last minute, man. Appreciate it.
For sure, man.
Nice.
Anytime, brother.
Awesome. I appreciate you all. Everybody out there watching, thank you so much. And we'll see you next time.